there's no life. You will be first to fight, but on which side, on which side? It shines way too bright, and you really want to dive. You don't have to go and lie, there is just the ways you slice. I'm not a sacrificer. I'm not a sacrificer. I'm not a
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're gonna show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter.
Maligayang pagbabalik para sa ating Philippine National Esports League Lakambini Season number 3, kung saan yung mga babae na naman ang magpapakitang gilas at papatunayan nila na kayang-kaya nilang lumaban dito sa ating MLBB scene. Kami, ang inyong magiging casters. My name is Kirks. Kasama ko dito yung pinaka-pogi na si Sedge.
At magandang araw sa ating mga viewers dyan sa ating live sa Philippine National Esports League. At magkalimutan na i-follow at i-share ang ating live. At syempre, matutunghayan nga natin, gaya ng sabi mo, partner Kirk, yung mga naglalakasan nating female teams when it comes to the MLBB scene sa ating Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And syempre, din nga nakakatuwang isipin na talagang mabibigyan na naman ng pagkakataon at tsansa ang mga kababaihan na patunayan ang tunay nilang lakas. But syempre, ang ating PNEL team ay nagsimula na magpamahagi ng PNEL ID together with the PNEL keychain and PNEL sticker. Limited edition yan. So maraming salamat sa mga sumali sa ating ngayong season. And our season is composed of 27 teams. Napakatitindi ng mga sumali, partner Kirks, and I'm expecting that the teams that participating in this event talagang nagprepara, talagang naghanda. At eto na, we are heading to the Lakambini Season 3.
After the long wait, Sedge, marami na talagang nagtatanong kung kailan nga ba talaga yung Season 3 ng Lakambini. At eto na, open na. And for sure, this will be a long run para sa ating tournament. But also, we will witness here the battle of the greatness for the Lakambini Season number 3. But syempre, hindi magiging kompleto yung ating event kung wala dito yung ating mga sponsors. First, we have a Beer Factory Philippines, Di Larong Pambansa, Esports Academy of Asia Pacific, Eagle Solar Light, Oasis Bar and Grill, Asia League. Last but not the least would be ZM Boutique.
At syempre, napakatindi na magiging araw natin for our first series. We have the teams na talagang gustong magbakbakan, and that is between the Ganador Valkyrie kontra sa Above the Law. And for the both teams, talagang magiging maganda ang ating match history. And just a quick recap sa kanilang mga naging kartada nung ating last season. Ang kupunan ng Ganador Valkyrie eliminating the team of Above the Law sa ating lower bracket series sa playoffs na Lakambini Season 2. That's a 2-0 sweep. Ibig sabihin, talagang maganda yung iniwang marka ng Ganador Valkyrie against the Above the Law. And for the Above the Law in this season number 3 sa ating Lakambini, gusto nila na makabawi. Gusto nila ng redemption against the Ganador Valkyrie.
Mainit pala dito yung dugo nila, Sedge. Talagang gigil sila na makabawi kaagad para sa game na mangyayari ngayon. But speaking of also here sa ating dalawang teams, Above the Law is ibang composition to. Bagong-bago to yung naging composition nila, Sedge. they also have here the XP or the post 3 na galing pa ng Cebu, which is
Wow.
si Ruby. But also, meron ditong mga babae na nag-remain pa rin for the main roster ng ating ATL. But sad to say, yun nga, kailangan talaga na magbago at magbago para mas marami pang matututunan dito yung ating players. So they're composed of quite a unique lineup, but also facing this kind of tournament, malaking tournament to Sedge, knowing that they're just a new team for sure. Batak na batak tong mga to.
At talagang speaking of batak, napakahaba ng panahon ng preparasyon para sa ating kupunan. But our tournament format para sa ating Lakambini Season 3, and for our first round, we have the double bracket. So meron tayong bracket A and bracket B, and total teams na nag-participate or nag-register sa ating Lakambini is 27 teams. So divided siya into 2. So nagkaroon tayo ng 13 teams and as well as 14 teams sa ating mga brackets. And ang ating setup for our tournament format, this is a single round elimination. So talagang our first round magiging matindi. Dahil naglagan agad, partner Kirks, kasi simula pa lang ng Lakambini Season 3, wasakan agad ng pangarap.
Duguan talaga kaagad to Sedge. If ever na kumbaga magkamali lang sila, rekta kaagad talo. At pinakabagandang bagay pa dito, if ever that you will just secure the first round, is magkakaroon ka na ng kumpiyansa sa sarili mo. So that will be the booster here para sa ating teams. They really need to win the first round para mas maganda itong magiging stepping stone nila. And after that, maybe somewhat still go for the better pick on the second round, but hindi din talaga sila dapat dito na maging kampante. As knowing na yung mga teams ngayon na nakasali for the Lakambini Sedge is mabibigat na mga teams. At yung mga teams na to, meron ng pangalan sa liga at talagang meron silang, may iba pa na naka-bootcamp. So meron pang iba na naka-bootcamp talaga. So as expected, pag ganyan talaga yung mga teams, mga malalaking pangalan, we will have here long fights, interesting fights, but for sure, this would be worth it para sa ating lahat.
At talagang worth it yan. Yung pangalang makasali ka dito sa Lakambini 3, malaki ng privilege para sa bawat kupunan natin. And for the El Ganador, Valkyrie at Above the Law, napaka-importante ng season opener natin. Kasi nga, opening pa lang, may malalaglag na isang kupunan.
Oo, laglagan talaga kaagad Kaya kailangan talaga na ipakita nila ang lahat dito ng kanilang lakas. But also here, before we start our live, big shoutout nga pala sa lahat ng mga nanonood ng ating live stream. We also have here people from KSA, galing pa ng Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Big shoutout din kay Madam Nika Angela na nandyan ngayon nanonood. We also have here Lex Marcelo, nagpapa-shoutout. Pero guys, isa pala sa mga hinihingi namin before kami mag-shoutout is dapat i-share nyo yung ating stream para mapakita natin dito yung talento ng ating kababaihan.
At syempre yan, supportahan nyo po. Naka-live din tayo sa ating YouTube channel, which is the Philippine National Esports League, at sa ating Facebook Live, which is the Philippine National Esports League. So, supportahan nyo at tangkilikin ang grassroots talents because we are the home of the grassroots talents. Dito lang yan sa PNEL.
Ang dami nang nadi-discover. It is because here of our program in which na ini-enrich kasi natin yung mga grassroots talents. For example, meron na mga players from the last Annihilation Season 4 na napunta na into the bigger leagues, the international leagues. How much more pag na-discover dito yung ating mga babae? We don't know. Sedge, baka magkaroon na tayo ng mga girls din na mapupunta internationally. It is because of the platform here that we are giving them to shine. But also dapat talagang i-share Dapat talagang i-share yung live. Dapat talaga na ipakita nila yung talento dito ng ating mga babae. At isa pa, Sedge, pag na-share mo yung live, merong ibibigay sa'yo.
Wow.
Merong ibibigay, bibigyan ka ng sharer badge.
Tama naman, at least meron kaysa wala, di ba? So, speaking of meron o wala, shoutout sa mga viewers natin na talagang nag-aabang na sa ating unang salpukan, unang laglagan serye sa ating Lakambini Season 3, at ito ay sa pagitan ng El Ganador Valkyrie kontra sa Above the Law. At shoutouts din sa mga owner natin ng bawat kupunan. Shoutouts kay Madam Wonder Winter, syempre ng kupunan ng Above the Law under the Gamer Pack Management. At shoutouts din sa kupunan nila Boss Monski galang sa ating El Ganador Valkyrie.
Yun, big shoutout pala sa lahat ng mga nanonood ng ating stream, especially sa mga supporters ng ating ATL at El Ganador. But also, merong nagre-request dito, Sedge, na English cast daw. Ay, naku po, mukhang we are bleeding right now and we cannot have more any losses in our blood because we might have here blood transfusion, lalo na pag
Oh.
Halloween.
Yeah. It's already Halloween, partner Kirks. Kumbaga, maganda rin naman magkaubusan ng dugo. Pero syempre, mahirap yan. Baka ma-hospital tayo pare-parehas pag naging discuss po kami. Pero yan, kidding aside, syempre, ibahagi din natin yung mga experience natin habang off-season tayo sa PNEL. So, habang syempre, napahinga ang Philippine National Esports League, kaming mga caster ng PNEL talagang nag-extra grind, nagsumikap, at syempre, nag-i-English cast na rin kami ngayon. So, yeah, maraming sa mga other organizations, sa mga other events na nagkukumbida sa amin upang mahasa pa ang aming shortcasting. Maraming salamat po. And this time, heading to our Lakambini Season 3, alam namin na mas preparado kami, mas handa, at talagang mas matindi ang aming ipapamala sa performance when it comes to the shoutcasting.
But syempre, meron tayong dapat dito isa na pansinin sa comment section kasi
Ayun.
isa din to sa mga tao na nakatulong sa atin all throughout our career, which is si Direk Grants Dukusin. Thank you din sa iyo, Direk, dahil sa mga guidance mo. Yun, nandito pa rin kami.
Tama.
Malaman pa rin yun. Sana mapansin ng mga raketerong caster yon. Big shoutout sa iyo, Direk Grants Dukusin. Also, shoutout nga pala sa mga tao na nandyan sa studio. Especially kasi hindi ko to pwedeng kalimutan eh. Si Sir Jet, yon. We also have James, si Boss Woods, si Boss Ice nandyan din, si Boss Jean, yan yung pinaka-chill sa studio. Nandyan din si Boss Rock, yan, kompletong-kompleto sila lahat dyan sa studio para lang mabigay sa atin yung maganda ngayon na live. Also, big shoutout nga pala kay Madam Sia, kay Ira, at tsaka hindi ko rin kakalimutan si Dayan. Ayan, shoutout sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng Philippine National Esports League. At wag nating kalimutan ang ating commissioner na si Attorney Ron Renta, na kundi dahil sa kanyang kabusilakan ng loob at talagang pinupurso niya na magkaroon ng opportunity when it comes to esports, siya talagang all power. Kumbaga, binigay lahat ng support, binigay lahat ng pagtsatsaga, at talagang nandito na tayo, Lakambini Season 3. Kumakatok na sa ating pintuan, and we are starting on our drafting phase for the game number 1. And partner Turks, best of 3 series ang matalo sa ating serye for the first series will be eliminated on the Lakambini Season 3. Dapat talaga sila maging maingat. Pero ngayon, as for the banning here, El Ganador will just try to go for the Matilda, Edith, and also the Martes. Still, these 3 heroes would be the best, lalo na pag gusto mo talaga ng pakunatan while dealing somewhat the damage on the side. And also here, in order to secure that Ixia on to the back lane, so kailangan talaga nila dito na i-safeguard yung Ixia. They need to have the free hit of that Ixia. As much as possible, i-zone out nila yung ating mga taga-ATL. But as for the ATL, magkakaroon sila ng isang Terizla. So it will also be followed up here by the Faramis, Digi, Fredrin, and as for the last pick, they're still deciding. But I think this might be the Iritel na kanilang ipipick. They already have here the Netherrealm na pwedeng pakawalan ni Shaira. They just need that damage para hindi mapawala lang dito yung sustainability na mabibigay ng kanilang hero. And there we have it. Diretso kaagad Iritel ang kukunin ng ating ATL.
Ating last change for the game number 1 of your season opener para sa Lakambini. Onto the blue side, we have the ELG Valkyrie kontra sa ATL FE. And napakaganda talaga na ikaw yung makakauna sa mga ganitong serye. And ito na, pinapakita na ang ating mga camera bala sa bawat kupunan. And for the left side, we have the El Ganador Valkyrie nila Boss Onski Galang. At sa red side naman, we have the Above the Law ni Madam Wonder Winter.
Good luck sa mga teams na maglalaro ngayon para sa ating game number 1. Hoping may the best team win, and also dapat talaga na ipaglaban nila. As ngayon, mukhang papunta na tayo para sa ating unang laro sa araw na to. El Ganador Valkyries versus the side of Above the Law FE. Mananatili ba silang mataas dito kesa sa ating batas, or will this be the win of the El Ganador?
And ang napaka-importanteng sitwasyon na kailangan nilang kaharapin is the early stages of the game. Pabilisan ng rotation ngayon sa ating current meta. And for the junglers, we saw that they are focusing on the utility jungler side. So, ang ibig sabihin yan, focus sila sa pagkuha ng mga importanteng objective as well as those turtle and lord takedowns. Kasi kapag ka nakuha mo yung partner Kirks, malaki agad ang kalamangan mo sa bawat labanan.
Especially if ever na dadating na sila sa turtle pit dito, Sedge. So, kailangan talaga nila na magkaroon dito ng tamang level. But as of now, there will be again another contention on that little wanderer. But still, that will be secured here by Kiara, as wala dun yung jungler ng ating ATL.
At talaga katantsahan lang muna sa ating early stages of the game. And for the ATL, ang maganda ginagawa ni Kyla is the auto alarm bomb spam kasi nga mabilis na yung cooldown ng first kill ng isang DG, and that will allows you to have vision and information kung saan nga ba pwede magkuta o manggaling yung opensa o mga miyembro ng ating ELG. But meanwhile, Isuna just rotating this one. It's at si Isuna, recap lang natin, talagang siya yung nag-decoy para sa ELG upang magkaroon sila ng maganda panalo kontra sa above the last time doon sa lower bracket round. So this time, siya din yung aasahan kasi siya yung gagawa ng playmaking, especially the shot calls on when to commit on those teamfight and ganks. And aside ng pressure, Chiri, grabe naman yung dual beam doon. Halos naging 1/4 na lang ang buhay ng isang Ali, and Ali needs to disengage kasi kailangan na pag-ingatan ang kanyang natitirang buhay, pero may pagpasok at may pagkaldag na naman ang mga miyembro natin coming from the ELG Valkyrie and Kiara going for that initiation prowess. Atras lang muna ang ating kupunan for the ATL.
Ito yung mahirap, Sedge. Ito talaga yung pinakamahirap na part eh. If ever na mazozone out dito yung players ng ating ATL, hindi sila magkakaroon ng gold. But as per the trade here, kukunin nila kagad yung ating pag-goong Abon. We'll just try to go and back it off for their side. But speaking of, kanina, balik tayo sa point ko. If ever na mazozone out dito, yung isang marksman, mahihirapan kasi yan na makakuha kagad ng kanyang items. Mai here will be targeted by Ruby as well as Kyra. Natatamaan na naman dito ng palaso at mukhang eto yata yung first one secured by the side of the ATL. Nakuha nila yung pagong, nakuha din nila yung unang dugo. At ngayon, nanggigigil na yung ating El Ganador Valkyrie para mabalik kaagad yung kanilang posisyon.
Nanggigigil at hindi napapapigil ang isang Shaira para sa play din dahil kapag nakuha niya yung kumpiyansa, yung tamang timpla, yung tamang aggression, mas lalakas pa yung kanyang power spikes upang bigyan ng pinsala ang ating ELG Valkyrie. And for the ELG Valkyrie, they need to somewhat take safety precautions in this game kasi kapag hindi sila nag-ingat, medyo magdedelikado sila dahil napakaraming crowd control or anti-debuff effect ang kupunan ng above the law in this game. They have the Kyla's times journey, they have the prolonged team fight sa pwede i-provide ng isang eye-bone with that Netherrealm. So napakaraming sustainability na pwede i-provide dito ang ating ATL FE. As meanwhile, with the full ballad si Chiri, mukhang aabot at hindi na nga siya aabutan ng sikat ng araw kasi siya ang tinatansya at talagang kakaldagan ng mga members natin for the above the law, and above the law was able to take down Chiri on that last sequence.
2-0 na ngayon yung score para sa ating dalawang kupunan in favor of the ATL as they want to go again and take here the advantage na kanilang nakukuha on that early game. Mai here will be targeted by Ruby, pinaghahampas na naman sa ulo. Kaso nga lang, the Earth Shatter is still there in order to save the day. Execution Strike, aabutan pa rin. Pero speaking of, that is a Edith in which na makunat talaga yan. Isuna here will be hunted down. There will be again another circling eagle for the backlane. And also heavy crossbow coming from Ali 03. Talagang naali yung kaagad, pre.
Medyo mainit na ang opensa ng ating above the law, and they want redemption sa ating season 3 na Lakambini dahil nga masalimuot yung naging karanasan nila kontra sa ELG last season on the playoffs lower bracket round. So this time, sila yung kumukontra, sila yung gumagawa ng plays para magkaroon sila ng matinding advantage. And speaking of the advantage, medyo magiging maganda na kuha nga ni Shaira. Yung turtle, isama po pa na napalo pa ng maso ni Ruby ang isang Chiri.
Kuhang-kuha talaga kaagad yung kill sa kanila, pero ngayon takbuhan na dapat at Flaker ay ikinasa na ni Ruby dito para makatakas kaagad sa potential na kill na makukuha dito ng ating mga ELG. Maayon na naman ang naging target with a heavy cross was also full here coming from Abon, but buhay na naman. Nafe-feel talaga yung Halloween para sa ating ATL. Kalasan, wala na silang creep. Pero grabe talaga yung sustainability. Hindi sila takot dito na pumasok sa torre. They have that extra life. They also have the damage dealt here coming from Ari. That's why they're so confident on their positioning.
Yung pinapakita ng ating above the law in the early stages of the game, and seeing this goal difference na pinanghahawakan nila, ang laki na ng kalamangan. It's almost 1,400 gold in on their pockets, which means when it comes to the itemization and when it comes to the sustainability, meron na ang kupunan ng ating ATL. And for the ELG, they need to somewhat regain the momentum. Kailangan muna nila magdahan-dahan. Kailangan nilang hanapan na magandang pwesto ang isang Tris Bukson para magkaroon siya ng sapat na damage output coming from the Assault Recall and Siri. Those primary items coming from that Iksha will be a vital or focus fire for the members of our ELG kasi sila yung mananakit sa mga miyembro natin for the above the law. So, kailangan lang talaga bantayan muna, bigyan ng safe place ang mga members natin for the ELG.
They need a perfect kite here, Sedge. Kailangan nila na magkaroon ng kite on to Iso na. After that kite, that they will do then, probably, kayang-kaya tong bawiin ng ating mga ELG. Pero spotted na naman dito yung dalawa with the guiding winds out. Nako, buhay na naman si Iso na. As for the Echo, it will be casted here para ma-spot out agad yung mga members ng ating ATL. Abon will be forced also to use its flicker as na-trap siya. Hindi niya inasahan doon na yung kanyang paglipad ay mahuhuli pa lang siya ng ating turtle pit. But now, speaking of the turtle, it will be up in 2 seconds. Ito na naman yata yung bakbakan ng ating dalawang kupunan.
Baka na hintuan, pero si Shaira talagang matindi na rin. Yung pinapakawalan niyang energy eruption in person strike just to zone out and to deal some damage against the ELG. And for the team of our ATL, nakaposisyon naman sila na maganda sa ating turtle objective, and Mai just looking forward to have some contention on the turtle para sa may bandang ibaba. May plano atang malupit at talagang malagkit ang ating ELG, pero si Shaira tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagkuha sa tagumpay at nakakuha na naman ang pagong.
Ang ganda ng naging trade dun. Ang ganda talagang ng ginagawa ngayon ng ating ATL. Perfect aggression. They're just trying to somewhat have here the same play para sa isang alley. So if ever na may papasok dito na members coming from the side of the LG, kayang-kaya talaga nilang pigilan as long as full force din. Nandun yung Times Journey, nandun yung Netherrealm. Buhay na buhay talaga dito yung mga members ng ating ATL. But as for the LG, what they need to do now, Sedge, para makuha nila yung pagbawi dito sa ating points, they need to have the perfect kite and also the damage here of Tris Boksun. After na malayer lang nila to ng maayos, then probably they can have a clapback here, but still they need to play it safely. They don't have the artilleries yet. Dapat talaga sila maging maingat sa kanilang maging movements.
Iba yung pag-iingat ang kailangan gawin ng bawat kupunan, kasi nga single errors will cost you the game. And speaking of the damage coming from the decimation ng isang Kiara, humilata at talagang nakulata ang isang Ruby, at yun yung mga bentahe na kailangan nilang i-capitalize in this game. Yung mga single error na pwedeng gawin ng ATL, yun yung mga bagay na makakapagpabalik sa laro kontra sa ating above the law. And seeing the pressure on the siding onto the bottom lane, medyo maganda yung mga mabigat na rin ang pinakawala na heavy crossbows na isang alley with the Netherrealm. Buhay pa naman ang mga miyembro natin coming from the above the law, at kami ang batas. Sino nga ba ang mababangasa?
Wala talaga ditong makakatalo sa ating mga batas. And 1-6 ngayon yung standing in favor still of the ATL. They have that 1k gold lead. As for Ali on the mid lane, let's see if will there be any overextend. May already spotted here, Kyla. I think natin kung mabibigyan pa, pero yung flicker and nandun pa naman para mabuhay siya kaagad. Pero si Maya ay nasa masamang posisyon na. And also there will be a connection with the decimation shot that will happen. But Kiara will also receive here the energies coming from Shaira. Trade na naman ang nangyari, even though that they did get the kill here. ATL still has the advantage.
Palitan ng ulo ang nangyari sa ating huling labanan, at talagang nakikita na natin na medyo nagkakaroon na ng init, nagkakaroon na ng pagbaga ng opensa ang ating ELG, even though na nagkaroon na magandang advantage ang ATL on the early stages of the game. But you will feel the damage coming from Chiri's full barrage and also Tris Boksun with the Astralirico. So for the above the law, they need to respect those projectile damage sa pinapakawalan ng ating ELG Valkyrie. And for the above the law, the skilleering and also the positioning coming from Kyla will be a crucial factor for them to have some debuff effect. Kumbaga, hintayin nila na pumasok ang isang Mai with that. Dito mukhang may mahuhuli na naman at saan ka pupunta. Ito na naman ang paghabol ng isang Kiara, pero si Ruby umahampas ng maso at siya ang naararo sa ating bakbaka, pero sa may bandang Lord Pit, kumukuha na ng magandang objektiba ang ating above the law, and the misdirection play, maganda na ang retribution ng isang Shaira.
Palitan lang, Sedge, palitan lang. Kaso nga lang dito may isa na hahampasin na naman, at yun si Shaira. Kaso nga lang medyo makunat pa, isa mabibigyan sa kanila with a full barrage coming from the Ixia. And they will also have a free hit here galing kay Mai. Kaso nga lang mas malayo pa yung ating ATL, makaka-back off pa sila. Pero meron pa naman yung Circling Eagle in any second by now. So now they need to respect here the side of the ATL. But look at the heavy crossbows here being casted again by Ali. ELG needs to somewhat regain their pace now. They don't have the Lord, they still need to defend it. And they need to use their artillery wisely.
At talagang maging wais sa mga ganitong sitwasyon ang kailangang ipamalas ng ating ELG and ATL for this game, and seeing the pressure onto the middle lane at talagang minamata na at gusto ng baklasin yung talangkahan, yung pinaka-importanting talangkahan sa may gitna ng ating above the law, at medyo magkakaroon na ng magandang expose ang purple buff and orange buff ng ELG. So for the ATL, that's a great advantage on them. But the Asal Echo, pinakawala ng isang Tris Boksun upang masipat kilati sa mga miyembro natin for the above the law, at maganda rin naman yung heavy crossbows, nag-pop na, napakaaga niya.
Ang sakit na din ng mga Ghostbusters dito na pwedeng pakawalan ng isang hero, Abon here for the side of the ATL, in which na tinitake advantage nila yung mga damage. And even if meron dito mangyayari na ube strat, semi-ube strat, coming from the side of the ELG, mabibigyan at mabibigyan talaga sila sa mga connection dito ng ating ATL. Pero nahuli na naman si Kiara. Magi will also receive damage here. But as for the mid lane, it will be the main target para sa ating mga members. Nako, bagsak na naman yung tarangkahan sa gitnaan. At ngayon, bawing-bawi talaga with a 4K lead here in favor of the ATLFE.
Hindi na ang batas sa pinapamalas ng above the law and they want a full ready nakalong zone na pinakawalan ng isang Ruby. Dalawa ang nahuli pero may circling eagle naman ang isang iso na with a heavy crossbows full barrage. Pinakawalan na rin ang isang Chiri sa kapupunta. Naku, nagkaalaga pa ka na but a heavy crossbows si Ali hindi na mapakali at ang kati-kati.
Ang katin na talaga at ngayon wala na talagang choice yung ating mga taga-ELG kung hindi mag-back off na lang sa kanila. Uwian muna yung ating mga members from both of our sides. They need to regain their life first. Dapat hindi sila maging hasty sa kanilang magiging desisyon. And as of now, ATL is fully controlling our map. There are no towers left. Level 1 and level 2 turret is already being taken down here to the side of the ATL, and ELG or just has that inhibitor. Yan na lang ang aasahan nila ngayon sa depensa. And speaking of depensa, there's an upcoming Lord in 30 seconds Sedge. That Lord might be able to secure the deal here para sa ating teams as long as they will capture Chiri sa may backlane. Yan talaga yung dapat nating tutukan nito. If ever naman na mabuhay lang si Chiri, tama lang yung paggamit dito na kanyang mga skills, then they might be able to turn around the tides against the ATLFE. But they need to do it cautiously as yung mga damagers nila ngayon is ini-shred down lang ng mabilisan dito ng isang ali
na ng isang Chiri upang saktan ang isang Ruby. Pero ito na naman yung paghabol at pagtatangka na saktan ang mga miyembro natin for the ELG Valkyrie and Mai with that all-time and also that punishment coming from the members of our ATL was too good enough para mahuli ang isang Mai isang kapupunta. Ito na naman yung pag-atake at pag-opensa ng ating above the law. Sila ang batas trapiko sa kay pupunta. Dito na ang huling hantungan pero si Kiara humihinga pa naman with that Martes and overextension coming from A-Bone na punish ng dual beam ng isang Chiri.
Medyo malalim na yon. And Abon here, well, meron siyang damage pero hindi nag-connecta yung kanyang mga ghost bursters. Kaya yun din talaga ang naging problema kanina. Pero ngayon, ang Lord ay kinukuha na kagad ng ating mga taga-ATLFA. Pero meron pa naman dito, baka na mangyayari. Chira ay naipit na naman. Merong decimation na magkoconnecta pero double kill ay makukuha pa dito ng isang ali. Grabe yung ginawa niya. The movement is there, the damage is there, but still a 1-to-1 trade ang nangyari for a core into the marksman here of the ATLFE.
At medyo talagang maganda na yung palitan at sagutan ng ating ELG Valkyrie and above the law. And winning conditions for the ELG, they need to wait na mag-skill pa, makakuha pa ng sapat na ipon sa may bandang ginto ang isang Chiri and Tris Boxon kasi sila talaga yung magbibigay ng sakit ng ulo kontra sa above the law. And when it comes to the projectile damage, talagang kailangan nila maging precise. Yung mga skill shot, yung skill layering, kailangan tumama yan upang masaktan mo ng lubusan ang ating above the law. And for the above the law, they are marching onto the middle lane at yung Lord natin may pagtalon na nakaldaga na ang tarangkahan sa may gitna at mabubutas kaya hindi naman.
Meron pa kasi silang damage dito sa with the heroes currently on the side air of ELG. So that's why hindi sila nangangamba na kaya talaga nilang i-defend. But as of now, we need to wait for again another Lord here para sa ating dalawang teams. And on to the composition that they have, ELG needs to take advantage of Chiri now. Kailangan talaga nila na i-maximize dito yung potential ng isang Chiri. And as for the intimidation, good reaction though having that Sea Halberd. But Ison again will be captured with a flicker out and the guiding winds. Buhay pa rin. That will just be the easy regeneration here onto the side of the ELG Valkyrie.
Iba yung pag-iingat at pinapamalas ng ating bawat kupunan pero si Mai pumasok na rin naman with a full barrage coming from Chiri. Medyo masakit pero yung Netherrealm pinakawalan na rin ng isang Ibon with that Faramis pero si Mai with the primal shot sa kapupunta. Ito na naman yung penalty zone sa tatlo na tubi. Nako, napakatindi ng indecision powers ng isang Tirista at ako babalik ka sa nakaraan si Iso na naman ang biktima.
Bagsak sa kanila yung dalawa at ngayon sa ELJ ay pinaghahabol na ng ating mga taga-ATL. And as for the mid, paano nga ba nila ito didepensahan? Grabe, ang ganda ng ginawa dito ng ating mga taga-ATL at talagang dinala sila ni Ruby sa Cebu. Pero eto na nga ba yung panalo sa kanila, mid na naman ay didepensa. Merong matatamaan dito ng mga time bombs. Ginamit pa naman yung decimation pero ang huling hihilata ay si Kiara.
Ito na, tumumba sa ELG Valkyrie, and for the above the law, talagang pinipwersa na nila na kunin ang pagkapanalo for the game number 1 dahil nga nung nakaraang season, partner Kirks, talagang nagkaroon sila ng kalungkutan. Pero speaking of kalungkutan, talagang nasaktan ng lubusan ang isang Ali with that astral recall ng isang Tris Boxon. So ito, yung hinihintay na pagkakataon ng ELG. Kailangan lang na magkaroon ng full lock item ang mga backline damage ng ELG, and when the time comes na magkaroon ng overextension, overcommitment ang kupunan ng above the law, they are going for that counter punishment.
At saka kung napapansin mo, Sedge, sa item ng isang Edith, ang kinuha niya is yung Starlium. Starlium sight, in which nagusto niya dito magkaroon ng cooldown while also having that life back sa kanyang sa mga Primus growth na makukuha niya.
Yeah.
So this is a smart item here coming from the Edith, and a good adjustment as well for the ELG Valkyries, because hindi nila pwede dito na pabayaan lang na merong mangyari na Nether Realm while they will try to go for a free hit. It is because here of the kumbaga makunat talaga makunat talaga yung heroes dito ng ating ATL. But the Lord is already alive. There will be again another echo as it will be resetted though. But Ruby ay babalibagin ng ating mga ELG. Nako, bakbakan na naman ata to, pre.
At nagkakasipatan kung sino nga ba ang magkakamali, sila ang madadali sa ating game number 1. And seeing the disparity, medyo malala na ang pinaparanas ang ating ATL kontra sa ELG. Si Mai gumamit na ng Primal Shot upang saktan talaga ang mga miyembro natin for the ATL, but the penalty zone kung tumama na naman sa kamay ng isang Ruby, pero yung itlog dito ng isang Kayla ay mapupuruhan na. Double kill with the heavy crossbows, bumabaon na ang mga palaso.
Nako, isa lang dito natitira, si Tris Boxon. Paano nga ba niya to gagawa ng depensa? Flick ay kinasa ni Pare Ruby, at ngayon target pa sila sa loob ng ating Torre. Tris Boxon again will be the one that will have here the greatest defense, but ATL will lock into the towers. Unfortunately, the Creeps is not there yet, but GG's well played for the game and number 1.
At init ng pagbawi ng above the law for the Lakambini Season 3, and this time, the realization is real. Kumbaga, pag natapa ka noong nakaraang season, bumangon ka, and above the law, pinatunayan nila na this Lakambini Season 3, mas preparado, mas handa sila kontra sa ELG. And for the ELG Valkyrie, they need to somewhat regain their team composure. Especially, talagang yung kumpiyansa, kailangan magbalik yon para sa Ganador Valkyrie for them to have a reverse sweep kontra sa above the law.
Umiinit na, pre, pero yun nga best of 3 to. So that win na nakuha ng ating ATL, if ever that there would be a reverse sweep coming from the ELG, yan ang magiging delikado dito. And knowing that this is a single elimination, if ever that you will lose, you will be automatically eliminated for this tournament. So that's why ATL here needs to take advantage of the first win that they did get against the side of the ELG Valkyries. But as for the thing there na ginawa nila kanina, ang ganda sana na naging idea ng ating ELG Valkyries. The thing there that is lacking is how will they try to somewhat take advantage of their marksman. Ixia really needs to have that babysit, lalo na pre pag early game. Kailangan talaga nalang bantayan yung Ixia. Ixia needs to scale up. The Ixia here needs to have that potential free hit damage na pwede niya makuha on that barrage. Pero kanina kasi, nape-pressure sila sa side lanes. And especially here, the Edith. And that's why the Edith, mas doon sila nagro-rotate. On the early game, actually, that was quite good. Kasi si Ali dito yung nahihirapan sa posisyon. Kasi si Ali yung pinupuntahan palagi ng ating ELG. But onto the mid, it was different. The members here, coming from the side of the ATL, is always going in. Even if the members of the ELG is into the towers, pinupwersa kasi nila They have the full utility here. Meron silang times journey ng isang digi. Meron din silang dalang Nether Realm. Kaya confident sila. They need to reset here for the side of the ELG in order to have the win for the game number 2.
Yung naging dagok ng ELG Valkyrie on the team number 1 is hindi makakonekta yung mga crowd control, yung mga panghawak nila sa leeg kontra sa above the law because of Kyla's times journey from that digi. Talagang napakahirap na makipagbakbakan doon sa team fight kapag wala kang enough pang burst or maybe pang force doon sa times journey ng isang digi, and those crowd control naging naging passive. Kumbaga hindi kumonekta, hindi tumama yan kasi well timed and also well executed lahat ng pinakawalang times journey ng isang Kyla, and also the penalty zone na pinapakawalan ng isang Ruby, talagang napakatindi. Kumbaga mas kumbaga ma-pressure yung Ruby niya. Kumbaga, diamante talaga yung pinakita niya when it comes to those shot calls, especially those penalty zone flicker against multiple members of PLG Valkyrie. Napakatindi nun. And on that last sequence, naging matagumpay yung surprise attack ng isang Ruby. Kaya nga, nagkaroon ng multiple casualty ang mga members natin kontra sa ELG Valkyrie. And for the ELG Valkyrie, they need to somewhat study and scout their opponents well. Kasi ibang klaseng above the law na to. Hindi na to yung tulad ng Season 2 na pinatumba nila via 2-0 sweep sa lower bracket rounds ng playoffs. This time, bago at ito yung nakakadagdag ng kumpiyansa para sa above the law. Gusto nila na bumawi kasi may gigil na eh. Kumbaga, ay, ito yung tumalo, ito yung naglaglag sa amin nung Lakambini Season 2 playoffs. This time, kami naman ang may tsansa na maglaglag sa kanila.
Bawing-bawi talaga pre. At saka ang ganda ng pinapakita talaga ng Terizla doon. The set is too perfect. Almost at least 2 o 3 hero dito ang nahuhuli kaagad ni Ruby. Talagang dinadala sila sa Cebu pre. Ni-import ni Ruby with the penalty zone and also the execution strike na kanya mga ginagamit. There are times na even the core here is nafe-feel niya yung mga damage on that execution strike. And they really need the timing. Because if ever na mapakawalan mo yung execution strike tapos hindi pa naging sapat yung damage na na-deal ng mga members nyo, is there might be at least a little bit of chance na mabubuhay pa kaagad dito yung members ng ating ELG. And also one of the most commendable things there was the movements na pinakita ni Avon, the facing of Avon, and also the pull coming from the Shadow Stampede. Yung mga pull niya on the Shadow Stampede was really too perfect. After the pull, there will be a layering in which nagagamitin nila kaagad dito yung penalty zone, or either nag-wait lang sila na gamitin yung full barrage. Full barrage, then they will try to go and reply it with the Nether Realm. After the Nether Realm, also si Ali is hindi pumapasok dito sa full barrage. So umiikot siya palagi, trying to go on target for the Iktia on it to the back lane. So that's why it was really a good run there for the side of the ATL. But as for the ALG now, they need to somewhat adjust their composition. Edith is good considerably. That is one of the most OP heroes now onto our patch. Mortis is also good, but their damages cannot sink in. They need an AoE here, Sedge. They cannot rely on that poke na pwedeng mabigay ng isang Novaria. The Novaria there maybe would be a great asset when it comes to revealing the enemies, which is ATL. But that poking mechanism na pwedeng mabigay ng isang Novaria won't be enough, won't be sufficient in order to somewhat leash here the Nether Realm. So yan talaga yung magiging problema nila. How will they try to go and pop out the Nether Realm? Kailangan talaga nila ng maybe a Lilia would work siguro, Sedge. Considerably, Lilia is a must here if ever na merong mapipick dito ng ating kalaban again, which is the Faramis or maybe a Valentina. So they need to adjust their composition now for the side of the ELG.
And ELG, may pag-asa pa naman sila na makarecover doon sa pagkatalo sa game number 1. And for me, ang isang factor din na titignan natin sa ating naging laban na iyon is the full maximization of that core talents and basic standard emblem sets or talents for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Kasi napakaliit na detalye pero napakalaki ng impact niya during the latter stages of the game. And speaking of the core talent na meron ang isang Ali doon sa game number 1, with the quantum charge, it will allow him to have a quick response, quick reflexes, and quick mobility. Siyempre na abutin yung backline damage healers natin coming from the team of our ELG, and those heavy crossbows medyo matindi talaga kasi scattered yung kalat nung sabog nung ng mga palaso coming from the heavy crossbow. So you will feel the physical burst damage coming from the ultimate. And also, talagang magiging matindi rin yung pinsala kapag nalapit ka doon sa isang iritel and samahan mo pa yun ng sprint, napakatindi. Tapos yung quantum charge, kapag naka-hit ka ng 5 beses ng basic attacks, it will allows you to have additional movement speed which is 40%. So, napakabilis. May sprint ka na, meron ka pang effect ng quantum charge. Talagang grabe yung Ducati dito, Makati.
Makati na Makati talaga yan. Pero, huwag natin kalimutan yung mga tao na sumusuporta sa ating live stream. Big shoutout nga pala sa Onslaught Prodigy from KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Nandito din si Madam Agin Rock. Good luck daw sa ATLFE. We also have here Kira, Lue, Carlo. We also have Bea. Sino pa nga ba? Yun dito yung nasa ating comment section. Joanna Marie. At yung pinaka-pogi na manager, si Randy Liakap. Ikaw, Sedge, sino nga ba yung mga shoutout mo dyan?
may shoutout ako, mukhang nagtampo na. So, ayan, shoutout kay Melanie Sedyedosa, yan, player ng Mr. Goddess ngayong season sa ating Lakambini Season 3. Baka sabihin, baka magtampo pag hindi nabate. So, shoutout kay Sedyedosa. Ngayon, na siya bago na IGN yan, nung chinek ko doon sa data sheet, lazy na. So, sana hindi ka maging tamad. Yan, shoutout sa'yo. Yan, Sedyedosa. Shoutout din kay Direct Rans Dukusin. Maraming salamat doon sa mga tips na binigay kasi during last season ng Annihilation 4 until now yung guidance sa amin ni Direct Rans nandyan. And also kung paano kami humarap sa camera, paano kami mag-project, paano kami mag-prepare during the broadcast, talagang nanggaling yung mga inputs, yung mga pwede pa naming trabahuin. Galing yan kay Direct Rans Dukusin. So maraming salamat kay Direct.
Shoutout din kay Jill V-Mark, isa yan sa mga local casters ng Davao. We also have here Fries, Melvin Ostan, nandito ni si Zayref. Sino pa nga ba yung mga... Uy, yung kuya mo, nakalimutan mo! Uy, shoutout ka pala kay Jason Ledesma yan. Kuya message, pero kuya ko din yan. Yun, shoutout. Pero, tignan natin kung sino nga ba ang naging MVP for the match number 1.
Yun!
Nako, wala na talagang diskusyon. Diretso kaagad. Ali would be the MVP with the KDA of 11-2-8 using that Irithel. And grabe talaga. Kill participation here would be 90%, which is too high. And also here, one of the greatest things na pinapakita ni Ali doon was the reposition na kanyang pinapakita with that heavy crossbows. As long as Ali here has that heavy crossbow, also reacting here Sedge onto that last item, having the Great Dragon Sphere in order to have here the fast cooldown and the Has Claw. So that 2 combos alone would be enough to destroy here the ELG. As long also as you will have here the fastest reposition with that Irithel, kaya mo talagang mag-shred down ng mga members. And Ali is well commended. Hindi siya takot talaga na pumasok dito sa ating tore, in which that binibigyan niya din ng kanyang mga teammates dito yung lead, yung way para sa kanya.
Napakatindi ng 90% teamfight participation niya. Yung kill participation, napakataas dyan. Ibig sabihin talagang hindi siya humiwalay doon sa mga most needed scenarios on that game, and especially those teamfights. Kasi ang team composition ng ating Above the Law is more on centric na talagang alagaan ang isang Ali. So kudos sa kanilang position 4 and position 5 players coming from the team of our Above the Law, kasi talagang binigyan nila ng enough spacing, binigyan nila ng magandang buwelo upang makapinsala ang isang Ali for that game number 1.
And great reaction as well na pinapakita niya, having the quantum charge with that extra mobility if ever na nasa masamang posisyon dito yung isang Irithel. Also having that sprint, so ang bilis talaga dito ng isang Irithel. Having the Ducati, grabe ang pinapakita dito ng isang Ali. Windtalker as an extra reaction pala, Sedge. So that Windtalker can give you the extra when it comes to the movement speed ng isang hero. So Ali was really too confident on that game. Also the repositions na ginagawa niya on that Irithel is really on point. And for that last game, last play na ginawa niya, hindi siya pumapasok on that full barrage na ginagawa ng isang Ixia, in which that it is because of the movement na ginagawa ng isang Ali na nabibigyan siya dito ng free space, ng leeway para maka-free hit kaagad sa members ng ating ELG Valkyries.
At napakatindi ng pinakitang performance ng ating MVP of the game for our Game 1 sa ating unang serye sa Lakambini. At isa na lang, Partner Kirks, baka kaganti na nga ba ng tuluyan ang Above the Law kontra sa ELG Valkyrie, kasi nung season number 2 nga, paulit-ulit natin sasabihin, nilaglag po sila ng ELG Valkyrie on that lower bracket rounds via 2-0 sweep. So this time, Season 3, bagong buhay, bagong timpla, bagong lakas, at syempre talagang yung consistency, yung pagkatuto. Kumbaga, it's either you win or you learn in this kinds of scenario, and dala-dala nila, tangan-tangan nila yung pagkatuto doon sa natutunan nila, doon sa pagkatalo nila on that Season 2 sa ating Lakambini. And for the team of ELG Valkyrie, they are on the verge of being eliminated sa ating Lakambini Season 3. So, it's a must for them to take the game number 2, kasi kapag hindi nila nakuha o hindi nila nasolusyonan yung problema, talagang delikado na.
At tsaka idagdag mo na din yung giggle factor dito ng ating players. So it is because of the giggle factor na gustong-gusto talaga nilang manalo kaagad. sa ating game. But ATL did secure the first win. They just need 1 point here. And it might be a sweep. But also, hindi natin maiiwasan dito yung mga reverse sweep. Lalo na Sedge, that our players here has the time to have the research. They can rebuild their composition. They can react to the composition na ginawa ng game number 1. So, if ever that there will be a great reaction to that picking na ginawa nila, is it might be a turn around here. It might be reverse sweep na pwedeng mangyari kaagad sa ating teams.
And for the reverse sweep, may pag-asa pa talaga ang ELG na basta makakuha lang nila yung tamang timpla at bumalik sila doon sa kanilang bread and butter play, mataas yung chance na maaari nila mabaliktad pa ang ating serye. But for the above the law, syempre, it's a battle of momentum, partner Kirks. Kumbaga, kapag ka nahawakan mo yung momentum, mahirap kalaban yan. So for the ELG, they need to slow things down. They need a total reset when it comes to the mentality and mindset na ipapakita nila sa ating game number 2. And for the above the law, finishing blow, ito na nga ba ang pangsarado sa ELG for their campaign sa ating Lakambini Season 3.
Isa na lang yung huhugutin sa baol at pwede na lang imekos-mekos mga insan. Yan, isang punto na lang yung kulang at makukuha na ng ating ATL. And it is because of that 1 point na pwede talaga nilang makuha. Then probably that would be an easy rank up din para sa ating ATL. But ELG needs to somewhat have a perfect plan here in which na hindi dapat mahahanapan ng butas ng ating mga taga-ATL in order to have that game number 2. A setter here was already being built. The quality was already being built for that game number 1, but they can overturn it with a great picking. So that picking is a must. And if ever said that we are going to talk about the picking here, maybe they need to get at least a hero na pwedeng ma-burst down yung Netherrealm. Yan talaga yung pinaka-problema dito.
Tama.
They actually have a good idea when it comes to using that Matilda, because Matilda is still one of the most respectable heroes sa patch na to.
Yeah.
So that Matilda with the Soul Bloom, hindi yan magiging sapat in order to somewhat burst down here kaagad si Abon. And also, hindi din sapat dito yung mga Astral Echo or the Recall rather na papakawalan na against Abon. Kasi that Astral Echo is just a poke. They have a lot of utility. So it is because here of the utility na pwedeng gamitin ng ating mga taga-ATL na buhay talaga yung kanilang mga members. Mantakin mo yan. Meron sila dito nga Time's Journey, meron pa silang Netherrealm, and also if ever that there would be a clash, there would also be a pop coming from that Flask of the Oasis. So they really need the full poking capability here galing sa ating mga taga-ELG para mabawi nila kaagad. So go get that Lilia or maybe go get that Forza or the Valentina. I'm looking forward for the Valentina pick. It might be possible here also na kukunin ng ating mga teams. And Baxia as well would really help them when it comes to negating here the potential heal na pwede makuha ng ating mga taga-ATL on that Flask of the Oasis. So ang dami talaga nilang option dito. They just need to go and get that option for them.
And for the options, napakarami nga talaga na pwedeng gamitin upang magkaroon kayo ng pagkapanalo for that game number 1. And heading to the game number 2, it's a game of adjustments for the both teams. And even though nananalo ang above the law, they need to respect na ito yung nakatalo sa kanila nung ating game number 1. And for the above the law, they need the finishing blow. Kailangan na nilang tapusin. Kung maaari talagang arahalin nila mabuti yung magiging draft nila heading for the game number 2. And for the ELG, ayan, total reset, total refocus when it comes to the team composition na babuuin nila. And especially ang nakita ko doon is on how to deal on those turtle fights. Kasi talagang naagawan sila na naagawan. And meron nga tayo ditong isang kasabihan ngayon na nauuso sa Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Kapag ka nakuha mo yung unang pagong, talagang tipaklong makukuha nyo ang mataas sa tsansa para makakuha ng mga susunod pang major objectives such as the Lord Takes.
But now, I think we are already in the drafting. As for the pick here, mukhang still, it would be the Paramis, Digi. But the new thing would be the Benedetta. So Benedetta, one of the most controversial picks ng ating MLBB scene. It is because of that damage na pwede niya makuha onto its skills. But ELG is already reacting. They will have the Terizla. Also, they have the Suppress coming for the Franco. And make it a difficult situation with a copy for the Valentina. So they also have here a lot of things na pwede nilang pakawalan against the side of the ATL. They also have the stopping force in order to somewhat stop here the momentum of Ruby. So kailangan talaga nila pigilan yung hero na yan. But now, they will also have here the Iritel. in which na yan ang naging pick kanina ng ating ATL. And as for the banning, we have here the Ixia. So maybe the Brody would work. Yep, that would be the Brody. Ata ng isang Ali, or if ever that they're planning Sedge, eto lang, speculation, pwede sila ditong gumamit ng Melissa. As long as they would be a copy na gagawin dito ni Tris Boxon, is pwede talaga nilang i-maximize yung damage ng isang Melissa. But also, if ever that they will get that Brody, they can go a one-on-one against Kiara.
At talagang madadako na tayo sa ating latter stages for the banning piece and picking for the game number 2. At for our banning setup sa ating single elimination round for the first round, syempre partner Kirks, meron po tayong best dito 3 bans lang po. So 6 bans setup, so tig-tatlo kada koponan. At pagdating natin sa ating playoffs to finals, we will having a 10 ban setup or 5 ban setup each team. So yan, abang-abang lang po tayo sa mga nagtatanong bakit yung dalawang butas doon sa ating banning section wala, dahil nga po sa first round tag-tatlong ban lang po bawat koponan. But speaking of the last change para sa ating bawat koponan for the ATL, they have the Diggy and also the Benedetta, Faramis, Brody, and Mortis. Para sa ating ELG, Valkyrie, they have the Teresla, Franco, and also Valentina, Joy. At ito yung mga komposisyon na talagang dapat aralin ng bawat koponan. And also, the early execution for the both teams is important in this game because if you control the game earlier, mas maganda na magkaroon kayo ng snowball potential in as much as possible in this game.
Yeah, and Sedge, ikaw, grabe, nakuha na kasi dito si Joy eh. Ikaw, maligaya ka ba? Maligaya ka ba, Sedge? Maligaya ka. Hindi, akala ko kasi hindi ka maligaya kasi up until now, wala ka pa rin kasama sa buhay. Kaya dapat talaga na maging maligaya ka. Kasi nandito naman ako eh, para samahan ka, di ba, pre?
Tama. No jowa, no problem, no pre. Parang ganun eh. Pero sa iyong pangalan, namang problema na ako eh. Paano pag nagka-jowa pa?
Okay. Sige. Siya. Yon, nagpakita na dito yung ating players para mapatunayan na sila talaga ang naglalaro sa ating tournament. So they're just showing their screens. Press F to pay respect, kumbaga. Kaya ayan, pindot na nila yung kanilang mga cellphone.
At ito, pinakita na natin ang mga camera na talagang wala pong kababalaghan na nangyayari kahit malapit na ang Halloween. So talagang itong mga players natin, yan nag-invest mo ng oras at talagang nag-invest ng kagandahan. Kasi kita natin talagang dito, beauty with brains. Talagang makikita mo skills when it comes to the esports. Meron sila, nagko-compete sila sa ating competitive scene dito sa Lakambini. And ito, nakita natin ang camera coming from the Ganador Valkyrie. Talagang mga blooming partner Kirks.
Blooming talaga dito yung ilang kanila mga players eh. At saka prepared talaga sila for this tournament. And as for the side here of the ATL, grabe, chill lang pre. Kahit si Ruby nakahiga lang eh. Yan talaga yung mga tinatawag natin na prepared. Ganyan kalakas yung mga taga Cebu pre. Tignan mo ako, di ba ang lakas ko?
Oo. Lakas tama pre.
Shoutout nga pala kay Yako ron na nanonood ngayon sa ating live stream yan.
Shoutout Yako ron at shoutout din sa mentor namin din, syempre si Yako Tope. So mga mentors natin yan sa Philippine National Esports League. So maraming salamat sa mga naggagwapuhan, nagtitikasan at nagbabangis sa namin mga mentors.
Yun grabe talaga yung ating yung ating mga mentor, no? At saka shoutout ka pala kay Cyrus kaya nanonood. Grabe, ang chill lang talaga. Ang chill lang talaga ni Rub, ang chill lang din ni Ali, oh. Yan si Ali, pre, di ba kumakain yan ngayon? Hindi talaga yan namimigay ng spaghetti, kaya meron pa yung atrasa sa akin, pre, si Ali. Meron pa akong i-claim dyan, pero grabe talaga. Chill lang sila, pre. They're not feeling the pressure. Talagang handang-handa sila.
Kumbaga, sa mga ganitong sitwasyon, partner Kirks, hindi mo afford na ma-pressure because it's your time to shine and to showcase your talent when it comes to playing Mobile Legends. And napakahalaga na talagang ipakita mo yung kalakasan mo even though na syempre, di ba yung iba medyo nagkakaroon ng kaisipan or naipaplanta sa isipan natin na talagang kapag babae medyo delikado when it comes to the Mobile Legends Bang. Kumbaga, hindi sila makasabay sa mga kalalakihan. But this time, talagang nararanasan na natin na talagang matindi. Kumbaga, malalakas na rin yung mga kababaihan natin when it comes to the Mobile Legends Bang, especially sa mga ganitong tournament. And napakatindi ng nating nakikita at syempre ako na-overwhelm lang ako, kumbaga ang sarap, ang saya mahawa sa PNEL kasi kung ganito kaganda yung tournament, kung ganito kaganda yung exposure, kung ganito kaganda yung players, nako, hindi ka magsasawa.
Nako, hindi ka talaga magsasawa. At saka feeling ko sa na kaya mo pang mag-8 series ngayong araw.
Ay, mukha
Talagang nakikita kong gusto mo talagang mag-overextend ngayong araw na to eh. Kasi, well, ito yung opening natin. At saka speaking of opening guys, marami talaga dito mga nabibigyan na ng opportunities. So hindi natin alam. Baka si Sedge ay ipapadala na po ng India, di ba? Hindi natin alam, mangyayari yan next year.
Ayan.
Grabe.
Grabe yung ngiti namin ngayon, no? Grabe yung ngiti namin ngayon.
Tapos smile lang, syempre. Happiness, guys. Happiness. Kasi malapit na yung Christmas. Hi-hi-hi. Nanghihingi.
Ayan. So, ayan, kidding aside, shoutout sa mga viewers natin na patuloy na nag-share ng ating live. So, please do follow and share the live of the Philippine National Esports League. At tayo din ay napapanood sa ating YouTube channel sa ating Philippine National Esports League. So, subscribe na po kayo. Click the notification bell para nga updated kayo kung may live tayo dito sa PNEL. At syempre, wag din natin kalimutan ang paparating at talagang pagsibol ng digital larong pambansa, and that's the great platform na hinahanda sa atin ng Philippine National Esports League upang mabigyan ng exposure, mabigyan ng kasikatan at talagang opportunity ang mga grassroots talents natin, mapabarangay, mapa-municipality, mapa-buong regions natin, buong Pilipinas. So abangan nyo po yan, DLP.
Yun, ang dami pa talaga ditong mga opportunity na ibibigay ng Philippine National Esports League. And this is again another start here for the opportunities in which na ibibigay natin to sa ating mga kababaihan. Season number 3 for the Lakambini, it is already open. This would be also the starting here para sa ating day. Pero iba talaga yung ngiti na nakikita ko ngayon kay Sedge. Talagang kompleto dito yung araw ng partner ko. Kung hindi nyo lang alam guys kung bakit siya masaya, nakapasa po kasi siya. Nakapasa yan si Sedge. Talagang pasado yan eh. Pasado sa vibe check. Kaya ayun, ngiti.
Grabe ka naman. Pero syempre, wala namang dahilan para malungkot. Lalo na season opener natin to sa Lakambini. So, lahat ng energy, lahat ng kasiyan. And for the both teams, nothing to be ashamed of. Kumbaga, kung matalo ka man sa serye, it's either you will win or you will learn in this situation. And for the both teams, napaka-importante ng hakbang na ito na kailangan nilang maranasan upang sa mga susunod na torneo na kanilang sasalihan, mas preparado, mas handa at talagang tumataas yung kalidad ng kanilang gameplay when it comes to playing Mobile Legends.
At saka, this is just the start. Kumbaga, meron talaga dito nga mas magiging gigil pa eh for the season number 4 ng Lakambini. So, after this opening na magkakaroon tayo, for sure, susundan niya ni PNEL. So, it is because of that learning experience na nabigay sa kanila in which na gusto talaga nilang bumawi, mag-bounce back kaagad for the other tournaments, the underground tournaments, at talagang magpapakitang gilis sila for the tournaments like the undergrounds. And also madadala kasi nila Sedge yung kumbaga yung experience na nakuha nila on the Lakambini season number 3. Bringing that experience, pwede nila ding ma-apply yung kanilang mga natututunan, pwede nilang ma-apply kung ano nga ba yung mga naging realization nila for the Lakambini season number 3. Pwede nilang i-apply yan sa kahit saang tournament pa sila pumunta. And also, this is a big tournament. So if ever that you already joined here a big tournament, pagdating sa, kumbaga, let's say yung mga mini tournament, magkakaroon ka na ng kumpiyansa sa sarili. So yan talaga yung pinaka-importanteng matututunan dito ng ating players.
And also, those experiences talaga makakatulong sa iyo ng malaki. When it comes to competing to the big leagues, talagang yung mga malakihan natin mga liga, yan yung mga advantage na makukuha nyo for this Lakambini Season 3. At syempre, pag-usapan lang din natin yung nangyari doon sa Annihilation 4. Naging matindi yung naging experience na nakuha ng ating Mahardika G-Unit and Gentle Giants FE. So this time, I'm looking forward doon sa naging progress nila. Kumbaga, nakipagsabayan sila sa mga lalaki, and there are times talaga doon sa Annihilation na nakita natin yung GGFE, munti ka na silang manalo. talagang nakapagsabayan sila sa mga matitikas sa team, but at the same time, nagkakaroon ng late game collapse when it comes to the late game decision making. So this time, sana na-address na yun ng GGFE, and those experiences talagang magiging malaki siyang advantage heading to the Lakambini Season 3. And for the Maharlika G unit, this is their time para depensahan ng kanilang corona. Last season, on the Lakambini Season 2 Grand Finals, umabot yon ng Game 7 against the Rocka. And for their players, talagang nakita natin yung core nila, yung kanilang talent pool medyo naging matindi talaga, especially the season MVP Reclips. They want to reclaim the throne in this Lakambini Season 3, and magiging mahirap na na daan para madepensahan yung corona, kasi nga marami ding batak na FE teams kayo nakasali, especially yung advantage kayo ng Maharlika G unit na sinasabi ko is no Annihilation 4, sila lang ang kaisa-isang all-female team na nakatalo ng isang team na lalaki doon sa Annihilation 4, which means that will add to their momentum shifter and also confidence booster on them. And those experiences, talagang mabigat yun. Samahan mo pa, kacha-champion ng netong Maharlika G unit sa Gamer Fest.
Nako, ang dami na talaga dito nakuha ng ating Maharlika. But back to the game now para sa ating El Ganador versus the side here of the ATL. They also have here a lot of achievements na nagawa nila in the small amount of time na kanilang pinagsamahan. But eto nga, simula ng ating game number 2, ATL FE versus the ELG Valkyries. And as for the composition here na nakuha ng ating teams, ang ganda pa rin. It is somewhat the mirror of the pick that they did have earlier, but also there are some switches when it comes to their heroes.
At kailangan talagang timplahin yung mga komposisyon para sa ating bawat kupunan, kasi pag natimpla mo na maayos yan, maganda ang magiging resolusyon at solusyon para sa ating magiging bakbakan for the game number 2. And speaking of the action, simulan na naman ng kaltukan sa may bandang itaas at talagang tamang sakitan na muna ang pinapalanas sa bawat isa.
Talagang pinaghahampas lang dito tsaka tamang outing lang ang ginagawa ng ating players. But as of now, for the mid lane, clear lang ang gagawin din ng ating dalawang kupunan. They just need to secure that level 4. But one of the greatest thing here is that Valentina na nakuha nila. Kaso nga lang, ay mukhang may nangyayari na kaagad. Ali is quite low. He needs to back it off here or she will go down into the hands of Chiri. But Chiri also won't be able to afford that overextend, and not knowing nasan nga ba yung isang Kayla. So safe play lang dito pa rin ang ipapakita ng ating dalawang teams. They don't want to go for that blood first. They just need to secure their objectives.
Key to victory for our game number 2, at pinapakita yan ng bawat kupunan. Hindi sila nagre-react doon sa panakanakang sakitan o poking capabilities na pinapakawalan nila sa bawat isa. Pero sa may bandang itaas, gumagawa na naman ng himala ang isang Shira at sinasaktan ng tuluyan ng walang patit. At isang maiba, pero si Ruby ang naging target ng isang Kiara at talagang napahilata ang isang Ruby, and that's a major factor for them to have the upper hand in the early stages of the game, kasi yung kahinaan ng Benedetta, kailangan mo siyang ma-shutdown as much as possible, especially on the early stages of the game.
Bawing-bawi na dito yung ating mga taga-ELG, pero ngayon yung ating pagong ay pinag-iikutan ng dalawang teams. Tris Boxon is already being prepared here, just trying to go and copy here Kayla with its times journey. Pero sino nga ba dito ang una matutumba? Turtle ay napul na, pero meron na namang hila na isa. Sinabay pa yung paghampas ng maso dito para sa ulo ng ating mga taga-ATL. At kaso nga lang ay nahila pa, meron pa naman electrifying beats magko-connecta, pero yung Turtle ang gusto ng ating mga taga-ELG. They just want to take advantage of that position and also the kill na nakuha nila. Turtle will go down and that will be to the red team.
Hindi na nang pinapakitang performance sa El Ganador Valkyrie. Kumbaga, ito na nga ba yung download game na hinahantay nila upang magising ang ganadong sitwasyon para sa ating mga kababaihan sa ELG. And speaking of ganado, mukhang mawawalan ng gana in the early stages of the game ang isang Ruby, kasi nga 2 beses na siyang napupulaan at talagang nakakaldagaan ng ating mga miyembro coming from the red team. So for this Ruby to have some power spikes, he needs to somewhat go for that squishiness and be aware doon sa ating mga map, especially sa deadly brushes, kasi pag hindi mo alam kung saan magagaling yung opensa, talagang ikaw ang mapupuruhan. Katulad dito, may bloody hunt pang kasama. Isang iso na nangert-ngert at talagang 3 beses nang tumumba ang isang Ruby.
Medyo mahirap na to para kay Ruby, expecting that the hero here needs that item and also to have that damage. But as of now, there will be again Kiara. Likod na naman ang target, but also there will be a pop on that nether realm galing sa ating mga taga-ATL. Good thing here is kaya na talaga pumasok ng ating mga taga-ELG. Target naman si Avon, pero medyo malayo na. So kaya kalasan na lang muna. But Kiara targeting onto the back lane here was a really good thing for the side of the ELG. They are able to pop that Nether Realm, and after the pop na nakuha nila, nakakopya pa sila. So they are now having the download game Sedge, and it looks like they wanted to have this game number 2.
Nagiging maganda din yung gold plating ng isang Mai at talagang halos nakakuha niya ng buo yung energy shield gold plating doon sa may bandang itaas para sa may bandang ibaba. Ito na naman ang opensa ng isang Shira, hinahabol ang isang Isuna at ito saan ka pupunta? Yung decimation tumama sa bunbunan ng isang Isuna.
Nag-connecta na lang dito yung decimation para si Kyla ay ini-spot lang kung nasan nga ba yung isang Chiri. Ruby will just try to go and get its rotation, but now our teams will just have a reset. Kuhang-kuha lang muna ng mga objective. The orange buff here will fall down into the hands of the ELG still. Wala pang nangyayari dito na invasion. So that is a good sign para sa ating teams. While they need to wait for this turtle. The turtle is already up. This is the turtle number 2. Sino nga ba ang makakuha? Will it be again onto the side here of the ELG or makukuha na to ng ating mga taga-ATL?
Ng pwesto at pagandahan ng pool sa ating turtle upang makuha nila itong magandang objektiba sa kanilang harapan, pero hindi naman papayag ang ELG na makakuha ng magandang posisyonan ang ating above the law. At sino nga ba ang mangangati ang kamay o magkakaroon ng pagkakamali upang madali sa ating turtle takedown, but the reset is real para sa ating kupunan dyan sa may bandang pagong.
Medyo mataas pa yung labanan dito para sa ating second turtle. Mai, nasa front lane na, pinaghahampas dito sa Kyla at natamaan pa ng execution strike. Grabe, patay na naman yung isang hero para sa ating mga taga-ATL, pero patuloy pa rin yung ELG sa kanilang pagragasa. Gusto nilang kunin kaagad yung pagong. This would be the second turtle for them. That extra gold and also the buff na pwede nilang makuha now. Having also the Nether Realm coming from Tris Boxon, they might be able to take advantage of it and they can go into the tower share of the ATL easily.
Malaking problema ng kupunan ng ATL ngayon ay yung suppression capability na wala sila. Dahil nga, free hitting lang ang isang Kiara with the electrifying bits and rhythm of joy. Mas mabilis siya makaka-reach doon sa backline ng ating ATL. And seeing the team composition, meron silang pantali pero hindi magiging sapat yun upang mahawakan mo yung kakulitan o mapalungkot ang isang Kiara for this game. And for the top lane, talagang gumagawa lang na milagro, gumagawa ng pagbabagsak ng talangkahan ang isang Tris Boxon at ang isang Chiri for our Iritel, and the silent pressure is a must na ipinapakita na ng ating kupunan for the ELG and for the above the law. They need to somewhat create a regaining momentum para sa kanila kasi medyo mahirap o masalimuot na yung sitwasyon at kondisyon na kinakarap nila. Pero speaking of condition, grabe talaga yung destruction play ng mga members coming from the ELG. Those first of the queen na binibigay ng isang Chiri medyo matindi na, and also the strays, yung mga araw, yung mga palaso, talagang bumabaon na yan sa kalamnan. Pero sa may bandang ibaba, si Mai kumuha na naman ng talangkahan, and also the sideline pressure. Grabe, namumukadgad na ito para sa paggante na naape on the game number 1.
Trabaho lang dito ang ginawa ni Maya, pero ginamit na rin yung penalty zone para sa dalawang members para sa ating ATL, pero meron pa naman dito ang Nether Realm, but also that will be the bad position here onto the side of the ATL as there will again be a pop at the Nether Realm. Nahila ba naman yung isa, ali dito naging target nila at mukhang naaaliyop na din ni Parang Tris Boxon. Double kill makukuha kagad ni Maya, nakagat na naman dito si Shira at mukhang hindi na din talaga makakatakas pa with the heavy crossbows coming from Chiri. 2 is down, and it looks like Abon doesn't have any choice kung hindi pumasok na lang sa kanilang tore.
At ito na, tuloy-tuloy na ang opensa at unti-unti nang humihina ang depensa ng above the law sa ating ikalawang laro, at nabasag na yung ikalawang talangkahan sa may bandang ibaba sa kamay ng palaso ni Chiri, at ramdam na natin yung pressure, yung control when it comes to the map awareness ng ating ELG kontra sa above the law. At talagang sila naman yung pumepersa, sila yung nagbibigay ng konsumisyon upang magkaroon sila ng winning condition for our ELG Valkyrie. And seeing the goal difference as of now, the team of ELG having a 6,000 plus gold in under pockets, which means medyo makunat na at malakas na yung power spikes na pwede nilang ibigay o ibahagi kontra sa above the law. And the itemization coming from that Mai, talagang makati na yung Terisla natin. Having the Bloodless Axe, meron siyang spell bump pag gumagamit siya ng mga skills, especially the Revenge Strike and Execution Strike. Tapos meron ka pang Dominance Ice na papabagalin mo yung attack speed ng kalaban mo at talagang mapapababa mo yung mga healing effects, plus may kakunatan ka pa.
Kaya confident dito yung ating ELG. Kanina, nabulin nila yung ATL pero ngayon, this is a different game. They also have here a lot of sustainability. Alin na naman ang nag-target. And again, another penalty zone coming from Mai. But also, the times journey is available. Torn apart memory. Pero kulang pa rin sa damage dito yung ating mga ATL FE. ELG will just take down this Lord in order for them to somewhat maximize the damage and also the position that they're having now. A great kill conversion indeed ang pinapakita dito ng ating ELG Valkyrie.
Sobrang angas na ng pinapakita ng ELG Valkyrie kontra sa Above the Law. Kumbaga, natuto na sila doon sa pagkakagapi nila nung game number 1 and heading to the game number 2, nagpunla sila na magandang mindset and may controlling the game. Those penalties zone tumatama talaga at talagang kumukonekta yun pa isa-isa sa ating ATL. Kaya hindi sila makapwesto na maganda. And even though na talagang medyo matindi rin yung kinakaharap na dagok ng ating Above the Law, they need to focus on regaining the momentum. Kailangan nila makarecover, kailangan nila ng magandang breather upang makaipon pa ng sapat na item ang isang Ali at ang isang Ruby. Kasi si Ruby talaga yung pinaka tinarget ng ELG. Kumbaga, pabagalin natin yung Benedetta para magkaroon tayo ng magandang advancement when it comes to the turtle takes. Kasi yung Benedetta, ang kalakasan niya, pwede siya mag-overextend coming from that dual cut lane sa mga linya ng ELG. So this time talagang nag-focus sila na baugin yung Benedetta.
Dapat talaga dito nakunan nila kaagad yung ng resources, yung isang Benedetta, as if ever naaabot lang yan sa potential damage na pwede niya makuha, lalo na pag tight boosters dito yung posisyon ng ating ELG Valkyrie, that will just be the easy petrify here coming from Ruby. But the Lord is already walking here in towards our bot lane. ELG is already in the full force. They also have here the Netherrealm copy coming from Tres Boxon. Paano nga ba ito didepensahan ng ating mga ATL as there will be again another concealed play? Hook ba ay kokonekta? Tignan natin kung meron nga bang mayayari, pero meron din naman dito penalty zone sa may bandang likod. Type journey ma-activate na naman, at eto na kayong Halloween para sa ating dalawang teams. Godlike ang makukuha na dito ni Pare Babayi, and as for Avon, just backing it off, kompleto pa rin yung members ng ating ELG.
Paghimlay na naman ni Ruby iyon sa ating game number 2, and for the ELG Valkyrie, talagang ito yung mindset nila, i-punish yung Benedetta, kasi kapag ka nasa-shutdown mo ang isang Ruby, ibig sabihin nun nababawasan yung clearing of minion wave potential ng isang Benedetta with the help of the Phantom Slash and also the Electro Final Blow. And for the ELG Valkyrie, unti-unti na nilang nakukuha yung kumpiyansa, yung tsansa na mapuwersa ito into a game number 3. And for the ATL, they need a tougher defense on their base turrets. Kailangan nilang pangalagaan yung mga nalalabing talangkahan upang magkaroon pa sila ng sapat na comeback. And as long as makaipon lang ang isang Ali, yung turn apart memory, pwedeng magkaroon sila ng comeback potential.
They need here at least 3 proccing damage coming from Ali. Kailangan talaga nila yung makuha para makadili sila dito ng at least 1/4 para sa ating mga taga-ELG. But also, Kayla needs to have a good positioning. Kasi kanina ang nangyayari up until now, Kayla always keeps on being baited on that skills that it has. So, it needs to be somewhat safe space here for Kayla. Kasi si Kayla dito yung magdadala sa buhay ng kanyang teammates. And also, as for Avon, dapat gawin talaga dito ni Avon is wait for the side of the ELG to commit. And after that commitment, pwede niyang ipop kaagad yung ating Netherrealm. But the Lord is already alive at mukhang eto na, kukunin na kaagad ng ating mga ELG. They have here the greatest position advantage ever. They need to take advantage of it. They need to take it into their hands, and the Lord was already being secured here by the side of the ELG Valkyries.
Magiging malinis sa rotation ng ELG, and very confident na sila na talagang madali nila shred down yung Lord objective kontra sa Above the Law. And for the Above the Law, they need a defensive stances on their pockets. Kailangan nilang maglabas ng magandang counter retaliation play kontra sa ELG upang mabaliktad ang sitwasyon. Pero ang ating Lord ay nagmamarcha na sa may bandang ibaba, at ang isang Kayla nakakuha na rin ng dominance side, so may kakunakata na ang isang Digi, yung itlog natin for the Above the Law. And for the ELG, they need to force things out. First idea na pwede nilang gawin is the copied Tris Boxon ultimates. Pwede nilang gayahin yung Electro Final Blow para meron silang instant initiation prowess to reach the backline damage of our Above the Law. And for that time, masasalba nila yung magandang crowd control prowess ni Mai at Isuna. So the skill layering will be a major factor for their offense in this time being. And for the Above the Law, a tougher defense on their side, but they need to withstand this aggression coming from the Above the Law. Pero maganda naman yung Iron Hook ng isang Isuna with the penalty zone sa kapupunta. Ito na naman yung pagkalampag ng mga members coming from the ELG with the heavy crossbows ni Chiri, and we will force a game number 3.
Game number 3 it is. And as for the first series ng ating Lakambini Season number 3, rekta kagad sa mainit na labanan. game number 2 makukuha ng ating mga taga-ELG, and we will have the game number 3. Ang ganda ng naging reaction nila. First game sila yung kinulangan dito sa burst damage. Second game binaliktad nila ito. And they're the ones that is always baiting out the skills here of Kayla. So Kayla ay napipilitan din na gamitin yung kanyang mga times journey. And also for Ruby, napipilitan din siya na gamitin kaagad yung kanyang mga electro final blow. So napakaganda ng ginawa nila doon, locking into Ruby alone, because they have seen Ruby, the potential of Ruby here to control the tides. So dapat talaga nilang pigilan kaagad yung isang Ruby sa pag-scale niya. And what a really great plan coming from the side of the ELG, taking advantage there of the lead na kanilang nakuha. Also, they did try to somewhat alleviate the pressure by just copying here. It's either the times journey or maybe may paminsan-minsan nga na torn apart memory. So it's a finisher move ang ginagawa dito ni Tris Boxon, or maybe just sustaining its members. So GG is well played for the side of the ATL. Nakuha to ng ating mga taga-ELG, and it looks like it is already possible. We will have here a game number 3.
Hindi malabo, hindi malayo na talagang maging maganda ang ating unang serye sa opening natin for the Lakambini Season 3 and for the ELG Valkyrie. Napakaganda ng kanilang naging quick adjustments when it comes to the early rotations and those selection. Team composition wise, naging workable yan para sa ating ELG kasi nabantayan nila na maayos yung mga karapat-dapat na members nila, especially Chiri. So ito yung dilemma ngayon, partner Kirks, na nakikita ko. Iritel wins games. So, para sa kupunan, pag nakuha nila yung Iritel, mataas yung chance na manalo. So, this time, abangan natin, sino nga ba yung makakakuha ng Iritel kung hindi ito mababan. It's either the team of our ELG o kontra yan sa above the law. And based on the cleanliness doon sa naging rotation ng ating ELG Valkyrie, yung pressure talaga pinakita nila all over the map, especially kay Ruby. Hindi nila pinaporma talagang early pick-up. Siya talaga yung naging main target ng ating El Ganador. And the energy plating, yung energy shield natin talagang naubos ni Mai. So expecting those heavy hammer swings and also the execution strike, revenge strike, and the penalty zone, ramdam mo na talagang masakit. Key factor yung mga setups na yan upang maabot mo yung backing damage dealers ng ating above the law. And for the above the law, sila naman yung nasa sitwasyon na kung saan kailangan nila mag-adjust. Kalimutan yung nangyari nung game number 2. And for me, ang naging problema lang siguro dyan is the early pick coming from that Gigi. Masyadong naging maaga yon. For me, dapat kumuha sila ng mga heroes na talagang magkakaroon sila ng magandang siding pressure or siding control. And maybe have a good center on their pockets, especially the utility roamers or maybe a great mage position players or heroes. And napakaraming option pero sa akin naging mahiwaga yung first pick Gigi ng above the law. Dahil nga, gumana naman siya nung game number 1 pero nilabas kasi nila yon nung last pick nila. So this time, parang na-anticipate din ng El Ganador Valkyrie na sige, meron kayong anti-debuff. So kukuha kami ng mga heroes na talagang pwede naming kopyahin din yung ultimate mo coming from the IMU. And also talagang kailangan talaga yung mga quick shred down coming from Chiri. Meron siya dito ng heavy crossbow. So yung Digi manlalambot kapag nadapuan ka ng mga palaso ng isang Iritel. And the strip and first of the queen will create a disadvantage when it comes to the movement speed. So talagang medyo delikado ang nangyari ng above the law. And for the ELG, they have the momentum right now. Nasa kanila ang bola, nasa kanila ang posisyon. And for them to be able to climb back or to force a reverse sweep, kailangan nilang tumimpla na maganda sa ating game number 3.
Kailangan nila ikasa yung tinatago dito ng ating ATL para makabawi sila. But El Ganador already did have its download game. So if ever that they will just continue the thing that they're doing, and also ang mapipick lang nila dito ng mga heroes is yung pabor talaga sa kanilang side. Kayang-kaya talaga. At saka sa isa sa mga napapansin ko dito, the team that will get also the Terisla wins the game. So Terisla would really provide you with a lot of crowd control sets na pwede mong makuha sa kanyang penalty zone. And also here, if ever that you will just focus on the cooldown of the Terisla, then you will just have it repeatedly. So kayang-kaya mo talagang ikasa dito yung mga penalty zone in order to somewhat capture the members of the ATLFE. And also one of the good things there is they did rely on the damage coming from Kiara. So Kiara was not having a lot of kills as a core. Ang na-focus lang dito ng isang Kiara is to burst down the Netherrealm na pwedeng pakawalan ni Abon. And after bursting down that Netherrealm, doon na papasok yung isang Chiri. Chiri was somewhat proactive in the early game. Hindi natin siya nakikita na pumapasok. At talaga safe play dito yung ginagawa ng isang Chiri. But onto that late game, Chiri was really explosive. Explosive na performance yung kanyang pinakita sa atin. To the point na siya na dito yung nangunguna. Even though that she's just a marksman, siya pa dito ang nasa front lane na siya yung nagdi-deal ng damage against the side of the ATLFE. Isuna, isa rin sa pinakamagandang movement na nakita natin. Isuna, hindi siya nagla-lock into alley. So, also Sedge, sa mga napapansin ko lang, sa rotation na ginagawa ng ating teams, they're not trying to take care of the marksman that frequently. Ang mas binibigyan nila dito ng pansin is the XP laner. So, they're just trying to somewhat burst down the XP laner first. Especially kanina, ganun din ang nangyari. So, Edith earlier, nahirapan din na magposisyon. It is because of the aggression of the ATLFE. And now, ELG is returning the favor back to the ATL, in which that they're just forcing here the Benedetta to use its skills. And one of the hardest things there is if ever that this Benedetta is hindi siya maka-item ng maayos on the early game, mas lalo siya mahihirapan on that late game. Benedetta needs to have that sustainability. Benedetta needs to also have the damage. Maybe Heptasis, Hunter Strike. Talaga ang mga kailangan dito ng isang Benedetta. But if ever that will be cancelled out on that early game, so mahihirapan sila na kumbaga ma-comeback dito yung game. And also one of the things there with that Benedetta is hindi mo na kasi ma-maximize yung habol factor eh.
Tama.
Yung habol factor talaga yung kailangan mo. And for you to have that habol factor, you need to have the cooldown items in which pinagkait to ng ating ELG. Target lang sila ng target sa Benedetta eh. Hindi nila binibigyan dito ng open space yung isang Benedetta. Kiara as well nagpo-follow up pre. So ang dami talaga ditong pwedeng gawin. And even though that we have here the Petrify, for how many times na ikinasa to ni Ruby, hindi tayo nakakita ng 5-man Electo Final Blow. Yun talaga ang naging kulang eh. Yung kilite na kailangan ditong i-release ng ating ATL with the Petrify, hindi natin nararamdaman to. It is because here of the aggression na pinapakita. And I think there was also a reaction with the tough boots na kinuha dito ng ating ELG Valkyries. So, having the tough boots still, kaya nilang i-control dito yung face ng ating game. They won't be stopped by the CC. Medyo maluwag dito yung kanilang galaw na pwedeng ipakita. And Tres Boxon, also one of the most commended heroes dito sa ating mga taga-ELG Valkyrie. And the reaction na ginawa ni Tres Boxon, instead of going for the lethal ignition or pwede siyang kumuha dito ng impure rage, ang pinili niya is the quantum charge. So having that quantum charge, mabilis talaga dito yung galawan. Mabilis yung galawan ni Tres Boxon. At talaga nakita natin kanina yung mga push and pull niya with that Arcane Shade Shadow Strike. Perfect yung mga timing. ATL will be forced to use its skills, lalo na pag dikit-dikit. It is because of that potential threat na pwedeng mabigay ng isang Valentina.
And also, ang naging malaking dagok doon yung suppression capability. But speaking of malaking dagok, talagang naging malaking factor ang isang Mai for our post-game MVP for the game number 2, ang isang Terista having 702 kill statuses and kill participation of 80% with the itemization of Bloodless Axe, Tough Boots, Dominance Eyes, at Tila Shield, Counter Strike. Talagang aasahan mo na may surprise factor yung damage, yung kada palo ng masaw ng isang Mai. And the laning piece itself, napakaganda na naging tempo niya. Kumbaga nakakuha siya ng maagang snowball potential, especially the energy shield gold plating. Malaking bagay yun, partner Kirk, sa EX player na makuha mo. Dahil it will add to your power spikes. Kumbaga yung scaling mo tumataas, mas sumasakit. Yung damage output mo, mas sumasakit. Yung possibility na makarotate ka at makatulong ka when it comes to the team fight initiation, and especially to those objective taking dun sa ating turtle and lord fights. Talagang halos walang naibigay na magandang posisyon ang isang Mai kontra sa ating above the law And the suppression capability, napakaganda rin kasi ng crowd control na ibinibigay ng penalty zone. Kasi, yun nga, pwede mo kasing hawakan sa liig ang isang Benedetta basta mapatama mo lang na maayos yung penalty zone. And also the after strike effect coming from the revenge strike. Kumbaga, pag napatama mo yung first kill ng isang Terisla, may sabog effect eh. Kumbaga, may explosion na mangyayari. And when it comes to those tanky items, naka-dominance ISO, expect natin na bababa talaga yung damage penetration o yung damage dealt ng kanyang katapat, which is si Ruby. So, nahirapan talaga ang kuponan natin for the above the law on that game number 2. And for the game number 2 naman, naging maganda yung timpla, naging kamada ng ating ELG Valkyrie for them to force a game number 3.
Ang ganda talaga na yung ginawa nila. And also here, speaking of Mai, on to that reaction, instead of going for the damage kagad, mas pinili niya na kunin dito kagad yung dominance ice at saka Athena shield. So, it is because of that 4th or 5th item na Hunter Strike, hindi niya na-sacrifice dito yung sustainability na pwede niyang makuha. And taking advantage, the kill conversion na ginagawa dito ng ating mga taga-ELG is really too good. After the objective na kanilang nakukuha on the kill, they're trying to turn it into a bigger thing in which na maybe kukuha sila kaagad ng Lord or kukuha sila ng Torre para sa ating ATLFE. And it is because of that continuous kill na ginagawa din nila na maganda talaga ang naging flow nila. Also keeping here a safe space for their marksman. That marksman did really have a great time on to the top lane. Ali did try to go on the target for the Irithel, but the Irithel was always aware na if ever na walang tao sa mid lane, dapat ko na talaga tong i-back off. So, yun yung mga tinake advantage nila eh. The vision of the mid lane is kinukuha nila dito para sa ating teams at ina-apply nila into a greater rotation. And even though that walang natanggap dito na roam yung ating top lane, they did just take advantage of the early game na pwede nilang ma-pick off dito yung isang Benedetta. And Mai did a great thing as well in which na if ever na merong sa marapangit na posisyon na makukuha niya, hindi siya naghihintay ng katiting na HP. Ginagamit niya kaagad dito yung kanyang penalty zone. And the cast of the penalty zones na pinapakawalan dito ni Mai is really at a perfect timing din para sa ating mga taga-ELG. Almost somewhat capturing at least 2 heroes always ang kanyang ginagawa doon. Even though na wala silang stopping force kaagad galing para sa ating mga taga-ELG, but also after the set there that is coming from Mai, there will be a lot of follow-ups. So it's either the electrifying beats of the Joy or magkakaroon sila kaagad ng kagat on to that Franco. So that was really a great game there for the side of the ELG.
At napakaganda na naging performance ng ating ELG Valkyrie for the game number 2. And let's see kung makaka-recover pa sila na mapuwersa yung reverse sweep kontra sa above the law at tuluyang ilaglag din ang kanilang nakalaban o nailaglag noong season 2 ng Lakambini. At syempre, for the above the law, they have the chance na talagang baguhin pa yung kapalaran nila dito sa Lakambini Season 3. So, syempre, mas halimuot na nangyari sa kanila noong Season 2. So, this time, kailangan matuto. Kailangan madala na sila doon sa punishment na ibinibigay sa kanila ng ELG Valkyrie in the series. And bago natin simulan ang ating bakbakan, we would like to send some shoutout ang mga viewers natin sa ating Facebook Live sa Philippine National Esports League. At syempre, naka-live din po tayo sa ating YouTube channel sa Philippine National Esports League. And please do follow and share the live sa ating FB Live. At pakipindot naman ang ating notification bell para updated kayo sa ating happenings. Dito lang yan sa Lakambini Season 3.
Ding 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 ding. Yan ang yung tunog pag pinipindot mo yung notification bell. So
Oo,
that's
ganyan.
why dapat mo talagang pindutin yan para notified ka sa mga live stream. At saka magkakaroon tayo dito ng mga frequent na live stream on the Facebook page and also to the YouTube ng Philippine National Esports League. So that's why you need to be updated sa lahat ng mga bagay na nangyayari dito sa ating page. And also, baby share nga pala sa lahat ng ating mga viewers. Ngayon, nanonood dito si Arctech Design. Isa din yan sa mga pinakamalupit na editor pre. Siya yung gumawa ng Chicken Joy ko.
Wow!
Oo, siya yung
Masarap
nag-edit
yun. Siya pala.
Masarap yun. Pero siya, nandito din si Reniel, si Tosta, Buds Azenyor, Cash Regular, We also have ating Jennifer Sena that is watching on our comment section. So ang dami pa talagang nakatambay dyan. And guys, always remember that ang hindi mag-share sa ating live stream, hindi papansinin ni Sedge kasi VIP tong kasama ko eh.
O hindi naman, grabe. Hindi naman tayo ganun, partner Kirks. Pero syempre, atin ang pansinin kung ano nga ba ang setup natin for the tournament format ng ating Lakambini Season 3. So for the elimination rounds, we have a 6-band setup at pagdating sa ating playoffs, sa ating matindihang labanan, syempre playoffs to finals, we will have a 10-band setup para sa bawat kupunan na aabante. At syempre, we have 27 teams na nag-participate at nag-register sa ating Lakambini Season 3. So, on the first bracket, we have 13 teams. On the second bracket, we have the 14 teams. At ang ating bracket for the playoffs, syempre, top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. So, syempre, apat-apat sa ating bracket A, bracket B, top 8 natin, dun sila magbabalagbagan sa ating 10-band setup. At may mga rules po tayo na dapat sundin ng ating mga players. So, syempre, kailangan natin, before each game starts, please show your Lakambini IDs. So, pinadala na po yung mga Lakambini IDs ng mga players natin. Especially, may dagdag pa yan, partner Kirks. Meron pa silang, meron pa silang Lakambini keychain. Talagang meron pa silang Lakambini sleeve. So, hindi lang basta ID to, partner Kirks. Kumbaga, napakaganda card siya. At the same time, meron pa siyang sleeve. So, protektado. Tapos, quality. Talagang napakaganda nung picture ng mga players natin, yung mga official players natin sa Lakambini. Kumbaga, they have the competitiveness under inner self. At the same time, meron silang beauty and brain. So, kumbaga wala ka na mahihiling. Kapag kasumali ka talaga sa Lakambini, ito yung magandang advantage na makukuha ng bawat teams natin. And also the experience, the exposure itself, napakataas na maibibigay ito para tumaas yung kumpiyansa nila. And ang ating live stream rules is also no camera, no play. Bawal po maglaro ang mga players natin kapag wala silang camera. Kasi syempre, baka mali natin, may mga hidden jutsu na pwede mangyari. And once a team is ready, a 10-minute countdown shall commence. So, ibig sabihin yan, kapag ka nakumpleto yung isang kupunan sa ating lobby waiting, gumagalaw na po yung ating 10-minute DQ timer. So kapag hindi pa nakumpleto yung kupunan dyan, most probably, madi-DQ po kayo sa inyong laro. At no trash talking, so bawal po yan. Yung mga in-game chats na trash talk, bawal po yan. At yung mga friendly banter or a call for a post is allowed naman sa ating tournament upang mabigyan sila ng security when it comes to technical process, dahil nga maayos yung mga technical problems na maaring maranasan ng ating mga players during the game. And 3-team post per team, syempre. Yan, per team. So, no post during the clash. So, di po namin pinapayagan na magkaroon ng pause ang ating mga teams during the fight. So, hindi yan ibibigay ng ating mga members, or hindi ibibigay yan ng ating mga marshal yung post kapag meron pong sakuna na nangyayari during the team fight or during the game.
And by the way, meron ka pang isa na nakalimutan dito, Sedge. Alam ko naman na hindi mo talaga to sinasadya. Nakalimutan mo ang iyong brother from another mother.
Oh, grabe naman.
Coach Dran Rev, John Paul Suba, yung
Hoy,
coach ng ating
shout out,
ELG.
coach!
Yan yung, yan,
Hoy, nakasalamin na, oh. Grabe ka talaga. Ang gwapo. Pasalamat ka, nabasag yung salamin ko.
sige,
Pag wala ka pagsalamin.
Tulog na ako, guys.
Ay, natulog na. Ayan. Natulog na kasi wala pa po talagang tulog si Kirks. Ayan, honestly speaking, galing po kami ng madaling araw na. Tapos dumiretso po ito si Kirks na walang tulog. So, ayan, may instant unan po siya dito.
Meron ako unan dito, guys, eh. Actually, Sedge, hindi mo lang alam, pero double deck yan.
Double deck?
Yan.
Oo. Malambot? Ano yan? Anong klase bang ano yan? Anong klaseng foam ba yan? Yan ba yung malambot? Yung masarap tulugan?
Salen sa Bagyo. Sobra-sobra lang sa Bagyo. Kaya nakukuha ko itong mga ganito.
Okay.
Ito yung mga comfortable eh. Tsaka neck pillow to, pre. Isipin mo, sasakay ka ng airplane. Yun. Built-in to na neck pillow. Diba? Gagano'n ka lang,
Makukuha mo na yung tamang pahinga. No, pre, makukuha mo yung tamang pahinga sa mga ganyang pagkakataon, lalo na pag pagod ka, tapos walang unan. Kumbaga, meron ka ng improvise.
Lalo na pag nasa jeep ka, 'di ba? isipin mo yan, nasa jeep ka eh. Syempre, pangit naman pag nakasandal ka lang sa kamay. So, paminsan-minsan, kailangan mo talagang hugutin ang yung neck pillow. Pero yung kaibahan lang sa akin, pre, is automatic. Yung iba, nilalagay pa sa leeg. Yung sa akin, ginaganto lang.
Ayan, panis. Grabe naman yun. At syempre, sa mga gustong umorder ng neck pillow, yan, paki-PM lang po. Si Kirk, yan, paki-PM po. Pero kidding aside, meron pong neck pillow ang Philippine National Esports League. So, sa mga gusto pong mag-avail, kumontak lang po kayo sa ating Philippine National Esports page sa Facebook. Tapos meron pa po tayong mga merchandise just like the mousepad. Napakarami. Kumbaga may unan pa tayo, may jacket tayo. So, Komi, ilabas ang jacket. Napakaganda na po yung jacket natin.
At saka, kung guys, nanonotice nyo na wala na po si Alaska Kid ng Annihilation Season 4.
Ay.
Actually, it was really a sad moment na nasaksihan namin ni Sedge. And ngayon, I would like to reveal, Boss Toyo. Nandito na sa aking katabi. Boss! Welcome! Welcome to the live stream.
At tatawaran ko, yung salamin mo, 2 piso na lang.
Yun. Medyo masakit yan
Medyo masakit, 2 piso. Galing yung presyo ng ng 5,000. Biglang naging 2 piso yung tawad. Tapos, bubulong pa yung asawa nun, pre. Sasabihin ng asawa, mahal, gawin mo piso.
Ganyan talaga yan. Pag kailangan ka, yan kasi yung tinatawag natin na ROI. Return of investment. Nag-study ako ng mga ganyan eh. Tsaka, you cannot go and buy something higher when you sell it for a lower price.
Yeah, grabe naman yun.
Hindi ka talaga natututo. Absent ka kasi ng absent eh.
Ayan, pasensya na
Hindi ka talaga nakikinig sa teacher mo, kaya bagsak ka. Tignan mo ako. Di ba? Nakagraduate na ako.
Kasi hindi ka naman nag-aral. Hindi ka naman nag-enroll.
Let us just enjoy the stream yun. Tamang chika-chika lang tayo dito while we are just waiting for them. Yung tawang-tawa si Dranreb dito sa sinabi natin na kamukha. Ito naman talaga na carbon copy guys. Si Stage at saka si Dranreb. Ay, nako, ito na. Tinanong nila, Sedge, may nagtanong, meron kasi kaming in-ear monitor guys. Connected to sa Manila, naka-radio station. Yun, so, yung may nagsabi sa akin, nagtanong kung meron ba daw anak ni Francis M. Oo. Ako, anak ako ni Glock 9. Kaso nga lang, hindi nalagay sa birth certificate kasi yung tatay ko walang apelido.
Yun lang. Ayun na mahirap. Ano ba yung apelido mo? Kirks lang talaga,
Kirks lang, Kirks 9. Hindi, Kirk 10 pala.
Ay!
Hindi! Alam ko na pre!
Kung
merong Black 9, ako si Cloud 9.
Kasi nasobrahan ka sa kain.
Yun, pero totoo yan. Hindi mo, naku, bagsakan. Sus! Sheesh! Alam ko yan. Dito na kami, dito, kasama sa Kiko, wala na.
Grabe naman yan.
Oo. Guys, kung alam nyo din, kung ako yung anak ni Glock 9, nandito po yung Floji ng Litex. Yan. Katabi ko. Yan. Floji. Literal na taga-Litex yan.
Tama. Taga-Litex na po ako. So, syempre, sa mga gusto pong, syempre, makita ang kagwapuan ko, sabi ni Direct Boods. Syempre, malapit lang ako, Litex lang guys. Yan, napakalapit. Tapos, kita tayo doon sa may pink, yan, sa may pink na hotel. Napakaganda kaya ng hotel dyan sa Litex. Napakaganda. At syempre, bago na yung kulay ng aking buhok, dati po, Alaska Kid yan. Ngayon po, medyo tansuin na po yan. Kumbaga, nag-downgrade po. Galing po ng ginto, naging tanso kasi naging taghirap yung mga pasmans, naging taglugon.
It is really getting tougher here for Sedge. At lalo na, ito talaga malupit niya na kaibigan ko yun nga, kahit na taghirap, yun, nagre-request pa rin niya ng ulam guys. Kaya malupit talaga yan. Siyempre, dapat ganun talaga. But shout nga pala sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa ating live stream yan. Tamang hintay muna tayo dito mga lods para naman ay maka-enjoy ang lahat ng mga nanonood. At saka, huwag kayong mag-alala kasi lahat ng mga nag-share ng ating stream ay bibigyan natin ng share
Sharer
badge.
badge.
I-follow nyo din yung ating page para magkaroon kayo kaagad ng ating follower badge. At di natin alam, meron pa dito isang ipamimigay, yung ating top fan badge. Sino nga ba ang makakatanggap sa ating mga viewers?
At napakalaking achievement yan, partner Kirks. Kumbaga, nanood ka lang, nagkaroon ka kaagad ng top fan badge para sa ating Philippine National Esports League. At syempre, nais naming batiin ang aming butihing commissioner na si Attorney Ron Renta na talagang walang sawang nagbibigay ng oportunidad sa ating mga grassroots talents para sa ating Lakambini Season 3 at sa mga iba pang edisyon ng ating mga pa-tournament. Dito lang yan sa Philippine National Esports League. At nagpapasalamat din kami syempre sa mga avid followers natin from day number 1 and yung mga casters natin na talagang naglulupitan, yung mga mentor namin. Shoutout kay Yakoron and Yako Tope. So kami muna ang hahalilin sa kanila habang sila'y nagpapalakas, habang sila'y nagkakaroon ng evolution of being a grandfather.
Yun, pagbalik kasi, ganito kasi yan guys, meron sila mga ibang mission sa buhay nila. Si Ako Tope, kinukumpleto lang yung Infinity Stone. Si Ako Ron naman, pumupunta ng Quantum Realm, naghahanap ng mga bagay-bagay. Kaya hintayin lang talaga natin sila. Pero shoutout nga pala sa kapatid ko na nanonood, si Caitlyn Desma. Hello.
Ay, grabe. Shoutout!
Yan, shoutout sa'yo. Yun, pero meron tayo ditong pa-view sa ating draft. And here we have it, the game number 3 of ELG Valkyrie, and ADLFE is already starting. Nolan will be banned, one of the most prominent heroes. Grabe talaga ang prominent yan pre. Malakas talaga yan, malakas yung isang Nolan. But as for the other side, ADLFE, we will have here a ban on that Franco kasi nakita nila kanina grabe kalakas yung isang suppression na papakawalan isang Franco. So better just ban that hero rather than to leave it open. But as for the side of the ELG, they will respect here the backsha. They don't want that backsha to be picked, and probably they will go here for the sustainability and the utility for their side. So far wala pa tayong nakikita dito na Rafaela.
And for the both teams, partner Kirks, talagang napakaraming open dahil nga 6-ban setup lang ito for our single elimination round. And who will be the priority pick para sa ating ELG? Pwede silang kumuha ng Terisla, pwede silang kumuha ng Iritel in this game kasi talagang naging catalyst or naging protagonist yung ating Iritel and Terisla pick para sa bawat kupunan. And speaking of the Terisla, prior pick yan ni Mai for our ELG Valkyrie, and based on the game number 1, naging effective yung kanyang mga penalty zone and also the sustaining of lanes and the wave clear potential, and those surprise attack coming from the penalty zone, naging malaki yung ambag niya upang magkaroon ng slowdown effect ang scaling ng isang Ruby. But speaking of the slowdown, merong ipapalabas na Valentina ang above the law and having the Fredrin on their side. Syempre gusto nila makipagpatayan, kumbaga makipagsabayan doon sa postuhan sa ating turtle take.
Last game for our teams here, they need to release their best. Kailangan talaga nilang ilabas dito yung kanilang mga natatago ace para hindi sila malaglag kaagad sa ating tournament. Also here, we would have the Valentina, Fredrin onto the side of the ATL. They want that sustainability. And it is somewhat a reset here into the game number 1, in which ito din yung ginamit ng isang Shaira. And also here, for Chiri, is ang magiging pick nila would be I think this would be the lock into the Iritel. But Rafaela, ito yung hinahanap ko kanina. Kukunin to kaagad ng ating ELG Valkyrie. They will also have here the Iritel. So poking damage coming from the Iritel with the movement speed coming from the holy healing of Isuna will happen here into the ELG. Meanwhile, into the ATL, ang gusto nilang kunin dito would be the Ixia. They just want to have that backing damage. But if ever that they wanted to take advantage here of that Ixia, they need to somewhat find a safe space for that Ixia to have its free hit. Lalo na pag mga ganito yung hero na kinuha ng ating ELG. So, it's either Mai that will have a set on the back lane. Kulang pa din dito ng assassin. So, they still have the chance to go for that assassin. And maybe this would be the time to go and pick for that Martes. But now, as for the ban, siguro dapat din nila dito iban would be the possible pause 5 na makukuha ng ating mga taga-ATLFE.
And for the ELG, they are going for that edit ban para sa kanilang kupunan. And who will be the fourth pick? Kulang pa. So, EXP ang kulang ng ating ATLD will go for that dive. Coming from that Furious Drive ng isang Ruby. So, this time, medyo sustain hero yung kinuha ng ating EXP laner. And gusto niya na tumagal o makipagsabayan, makipagpalitan na muka kontra kay Mai with the Teresa. But the last two picks coming for the ELG, Matilda open pa siya until fourth pick of our last pace for the picking selection ng ating ELG. And the Benedetta, wow! They are snatching this Benedetta, so hindi gumana yung side din Benedetta. This time, we look forward to have that mobility coming from that an eye for an eye. And the Alecto final blows, this time, kailangan kumonekta yan. Going for that offensive strikes, going for that fast rotation, and the weaker potential-wise, pwede kasi siyang magkaroon ng quick rotation and quick cut lane doon sa mga bawat linya o bawat posisyonan sa mapa kontra sa ating ATLFE. And for the above the law, they need to somewhat control the members of our ELG kasi when it comes to the momentum, hawak na yan ng ELG dahil nga nakuha nila yung game number 2. But above the law, they need to match the squishiness, the mobility that the members of our El Ganador Valkyrie will provide against them. And this is the camera ng ating mga players. Onto the blue side, we have the ELG Valkyrie, and for the red side, we have the above the law FE who will be advancing to our second round dito sa Lakambini Season 3. At ito nga ba ang pagbawi ng ating above the law upang ilaglag ang ELG Valkyrie sa ating Lakambini Season 3 o patuloy pa rin ang pagragasa ng winning condition kontra sa El Ganador? Siyempre, ito na ang bakbakan sa pagitan nila Boss Monsky Galang on the ELG Valkyrie kontra kay Madam Winter for the above the law. And here we go, ito na, magsisimula na, konti na lang ang ating game number 3. Who will be the game 3 winners for our Lakambini Season 3?
Last game it is para sa ating series number 1, ELG versus the side here of the ATL, still fighting it for its tournament life. And now, we are ready in order to see here, sino nga ba ang makakauna para sa ating second round? Will it be the ATL or will it be the El Ganador Valkyrie? As now, the Land of Dawn is already open. Last game para sa ating dalawang kupunan, game number 3.
Kanino nga bang huling halakak ang makakakuha sa ating ELG Valkyrie and ATLFE? At sino nga ba ang huling tatapak upang ma-eliminate na sa ating Lakambini Season 3? And for the both teams, kailangan nilang i-implement yung mga magagandang strategiya sa kaagahan ng laro. Kasi kapag nakuha mo yung tempo doon sa ating early stages of the game, you are having a great chance to win this game. And especially the silent pressure on the rotations, partners, talagang priority ng ating mga EXP leaders and also the tank utility roamers for the both teams sa talagang mag-level 2. Kasi yan yung first wave na talagang magbibigay doon sa catapult ng extra EXP sa ating mga members. And speaking of the XP, talagang kailangan na ng learning experience ang bawat kupunan kasi you can afford na magkaroon ka ng pagkaroon ng pagdurog sa inyong kupunan.
Pero si dito si Isona ay nag-overextend with a Petrify coming from Ruby, and I think this would be the first casualty. Pero yung Sha Essence ay medyo kinulang pa, at ang ganda ng naging guiding winds ni Trace Boxon, nakatakas kaagad yung isang Rafaela, naghihingalo na sana, but that last pull, that last kite na ginawa ng ating ELG Valkyries did save them again. Another hero for another fight here para sa ating MLBB. But also, early game, still, just doing the same thing here, na kinakalmahan lang nila. Ayaw pa talaga nila na magkaroon ng casualty. But also here, for our side lanes, pressure na pressure talaga. Kailangan nila dito na i-shutdown kaagad yung ating mga XP laner. Or else, pag yan, nakakuha na naman ng tamang kunat, nako, mahirap na naman to para sa ating dalawang kupunan.
May kakunatan, samahan mo pa ng kabilisan ng kilos, talaga magiging maganda yan na sitwasyon para sa ELG and ATLFE. And speaking of the movement speed, talagang nagiging sikat na, or talagang mostly pick na yung ating core talent, which is the quantum charge, because of that fast rotation na maibibigay niya in a span of 5 seconds. 40% movement speed, partner Kirks, 5 basic attack lang, talagang maganda na yun upang makarotate ka na mabilis. Pero ito na naman yung pass at talagang matinding opensa na ipinakita ng isang Kiara with the early little final blow, para hindi tumama yung penalty zone ni Mai. Ito naman yung headshot ng isang Ruby with the Furious Drive with the Black Dragon form. Saan kapupunta? Ito na yung pagdakapak. Si Shira nakakuha ng ating turtle objective, pero natumba ang isang Avon dahil nga yung Avon Tirit ay talagang nasipatan at nakilatis ng mga miyembro natin coming from the ELG, and that's the double kill para sa isang Mai.
Pero madadagdagan pa ata to ng isa. Ali dito ay medyo naghihingalo na. Chiri will just back it off. But look at the dive in na ginawa dito ng isang tres box. And unfortunately, there will be the Minowan's roar coming from Kayla, canceling that hero out. Another casualty here will be secured by the side of the ATL FE. And as for the lead, that is just 100. Kaya tong bawiin with that one card kill para sa ating dalawang teams. But for the XP laner, pinipigilan lang nila yung bawat isa. Hindi sila dito naging aggressive. They just need to keep up with the XP din na kanilang kinukuha. And on the side lane here, there will be Holy Blessing coming from Iso na para ma-check niya kung nasan nga ba yung mga members ng ating ATLFE. Kayla is on the front already, but wala pa ring engagement na nangyayari para sa ating dalawang koponan. Kalmahan lang, Sedge. Ayaw muna nila na may makita kaagad na dugo dito para sa ating labanan.
Ingat na ang ating bawat kuponan kasi you can't afford na magkaroon ka ng trades na alanganin sa ating game number 3, and smallest mistakes can cost you the deficit dito sa ating laro. So in this time being, kailangan mo munang kumalma, kailangan mo munang kumuha ng mga tamang objektiba para makalamang ka upang magkaroon ka ng spearheaded offense against your opponent. And for the ELG Valkyrie, nagiging maganda na yung side impression na ibinibigay nila, especially na ubos yung gold plating sa may baba. So ibig sabihin na medyo mataba na naman ang isang Mai with the Terisla, and you can't afford na pabayaan na magkaroon ng super potential ang isang Terisla because of that folks, and also crowd control na maibibigay ng isang Terisla ni Mai. Pero yung electro final blow, pinakawalan na ng isang Kiara, but Shaira receiving those damage. Alam niya kasi na may kakunatan siya with the passive of that crystalline armor.
Habulan lang talaga ang ginagawa dito ng ating dalawang teams. Mai again is on the front lane, checking here the side of ADLFE. But also meron pa naman dabog dito yung kalabaw. The Holy Blessing is still available, and also the Baptism. But also there will be a penalty zone on the back lane. Kiara ay naghihintay lang ng tamang komposisyon para sa kanila. Pasok na naman dito ang ginawa, pero si Shaira ay medyo nagduguan na. Ikot na naman with the Circling Eagle, at mukhang eto na nga yata. Bagsak na naman yung isang members para sa ating mga taga ADLFE. Meanwhile, Ali will try to go on target for Mai, but still the turtle will be the main objective here for the side of the ELG.
Nag-iinit na ang opensa ng ELG, nakakuha sila ng turtle objective, nakakuha pa sila ng pinaka-importanting miyembro ng above the law, which is si Shaira. And if you are the Frederick, medyo delikado yan kapag ka napapadapa ka kasi bumababa yung power spikes mo, and also the sustainability coming from the crystalline armor. And speaking of that sustainability, nasusustain na ng mga members natin for the ELG yung siding pressure, and they are focusing to one by one take down those towers away against the above the law. So sila ngayon yung nagiging batas when it comes to the positioning and the map control kontra sa ating above the law. And for the ELG, Kiara just looking forward to take that orange buff at tuloy-tuloy yung perwisyo at bilis ng rotation ng ating ELG Valkyrie.
At saka yung aggression na pinapakita nila ngayon, Sedge, they're not letting a single breather here na makuha ng ating mga ATL. Meanwhile, Chiri again will be targeted with the Appraiser's Wrath coming from Shaira. Patay na naman yung isa sa kanila. Kaso nga lang dadating yung mga members ng ating mga ELG with a perfect layering of skills here. Shaira is quite low. A Circling Eagle here will be used with 3 box on, at that will be again another kill. But a minimum sphere here in order to back it off here para sa members ng ating mga ETL, and Isuna will also go down with a full barrage coming from Ali. But look at that play with Kiara. Grabe, ang ganda na naging timing ng kanyang elective final blow. Still dealing here the equal damage. A tower for a tower, eye for an eye here ang ginawa ng ating dalawang teams.
Dikitan ang laban kontra sa ELG and above the law in this game, and heading for the goal deficit, medyo naghahabol pa ang ating above the law ng 1,600. And speaking of the itemization, the Hunter Strike nandyan na sa bulsa ng isang Ruby. So expect mo na mas mapapabilis yung cooldown ng Black Dragon form, mas makakas niya or makaka-create siya ng spacing and zoning potential against the members of our ELG. And for the ELG, nagkaroon na ng magandang haaslo ang isang series. So when it comes to those basic attacks, magkakaroon siya ng lifesteal effect na makakatagal siya doon sa bawat bakbakan, and the additional damage coming from that haaslo item, masasaktan mo na yung mga miyembro natin for the above the law. And Kayla going for that disperse stomp just to have some knock-up effect against the members of our ELG. But seeing this Kiara, gumagawa na naman ng playmaking and also that turtle objective, and napakalinis na naman para sa ating Benedetta.
Kuhang-kuha talaga dito para sa ating mga taga-ELG Valkyrie, but also they will try to go on target for Abel. Pasok na naman ginawa with the electrified blow coming from Kiara, pero wala pa rin mabibigyan. There's still a buff here coming on the side of the ATL, in which na kaya talaga nilang iwasan. Kaso nga lang ang naging target dito ng ating kabilang kupunan would be Ali on to the bot lane, but also being forced here to use its full barrage para lang maiwasan yung aggression with the Circling Eagle coming from Tres Boxon. Nagkakapigilan dito yung ating members from both of our teams. They will just try to go and clear their objectives And it looks like there will be again another rotation here in the bot lane in which that Mai is already prepared to have that commitment.
Na yung commit na gustong gawin ng ELG, pero masakit yung mga maso na pinakawalan ng isang Mai upang mabigyan ng pag-atras at pagbaklas ang above the law and the electro final blow. Grabe naman yung clearing operation ng isang Kiara, kumbaga naglilinis lang siya ng mga minion wave kontra sa above the law at talagang sila yung pumipersa, sila ngayon nagiging aggressors in the game number 3 kasi nakuha na nila yung kumpiyansa, nakuha nila yung kalakasan ng kanilang team composition, pero Holy Baptist yung pinakawalan na ng isang Evo, and this will be the team fight coming from the full barrage ng isang Ali, pero yung penalty zone and the execution strike, yung heavy crossbow pinakawalan pa ng isang Chiri.
Target na naman dito ang ginawa ni Kiara, pero pinaghahabol sila ng mga members ng ating mga ETLFE, and that would just be the back off here for the ELG as dalawa na lang ang natitira sa kanila. And what a great position there na nakuha ni Ali with its full barrage. Kuwang-kuha talaga niya yung damage dito against the ELG. And also, tinarget siya ni Kiara pero hindi pa rin talaga naging sapat pa. Ginamit na naman yung electro final blow pero yung damage ay kinapos for that Benedetta. They just need to wait for the Lord now, Sedge. Kailangan itong i-take advantage ng ating dalawang teams. We are feeling the pressure of the game number 3. Equal na equal. There is a little bit slight of a goal lead na nakuha ng ating ELG. But as for the kills, they have here the same position.
Pwesto, pagandahan ng setup ang kailangang ipamalas ng isang Mai at Kayla upang mahawakan sa leeg ang multiple members sa bawat kupunan. Pero speaking of the positioning, maganda yung nagiging pwesto ng ELG and Iso na looking forward to pull this Lord objective kontra sa above the law, pero hindi rin naman papayag ang above the law na magkaroon sila ng disadvantage when it comes to the positioning on our Lord fight. But speaking of the zoning, talagang makati ang mga palo ng maso ng isang Mai, pero sino nga ba ang mapupuruhan?
Lalo na pagtatamaan dito yung tatlo, kaso nga lang ay mauuna ang ulo ni Mai, and that would be the penalty zone of Valkyrie. But still, nakuha pa rin ito ng ating mga taga-ETL. Meron na naman siya na ginawa dito si Ruby na pinaghabol yung mga members ng ating mga ELG. But the Circle Eagle still available, and Boxon is already in a bad position. 3 also here will be the casualty that will be secured by Ali, pero patuloy pa rin ang ginagawa ni Ruby. Pinaghahabol dito yung Isuna, and also the Sha Essence will have a clapback, but that last dagger coming from Kiara will finish them off. Pero hindi pa rin tapos. ELG dito ay naghahanap na naman ng dugo na dadanak sa ating mapa. Pasok na naman ang ginawa ni Kiara at nakakuha pa sila ng isa against the ATLFE. Ngayon, yung Lord na ang pag-aawayan nila.
Pag-aawayan, pero talagang naapuruhan na ang isang Kiara. Crossover siya sa maling kuta at siya pa yung na-ankle break ng isang Ali at talagang hindi na mapakali ang isang Ali para kunin na ang ating Lord objective. Pero yung full barrage, grabe naman ito, pero yung execution strike ng isang Mai na agaw pa yung Lord objective. That was a great play coming from the Teresla.
Bawing-bawi na naman yung ating ELG Valkyrie. They want to have the win here against the side of the ADLFE. But also for the aggression, pasok ang ginawa ng kanilang mga members trying to go and bait out the treachery coming from Shaira. But I think they need to somewhat play it safely. As yung Lord natin ay papunta na, naglalakad na to sa may bandang top lane. And this Lord needs to be stopped here in order for us to have a longer game. As for the intimidation, same thing. Ang ginawa dito ng isang Mai, kumuha kaagad ng Dominance Eyes and also the Antina Shield para at least mapigilan yung damage ng ating mga EDLFE. Kaso nga lang, spotted na naman isa with the Holy Baptism for Isuna, and that is Isuna already down for the side of the ELG Valkyries.
Hindi naging sapat yung guiding wind out ng isang Trish Boxon upang mailigtas ang isang Isuna, and for the above the law, they are on the defensive mode para sa kanilang kupunan. So I think kayang-kaya nilang depensahan yan because of the artillery damage, the projectiles na pinapakawala ng isang Ali for this game, and the Great Dragon Spear nasa kamay na ng isang series. So expect na natin na talagang bibilis na yung galawan, yung kilos ng ating Irritel. And speaking of that full barrage, naku si Shaira ang napuruan penalty zone, pinakawalan na rin naman ng isang Mai Makati at talagang napakali at nadali ang isang Mai sa pagkakataon na yun because of that full barrage. Napakatindi na ng mga kanyon, ng mga bubog na pinapakawalan ng isang Ali.
1-to-1 trade ang nangyari para sa ating dalawang teams, but the greatest advantage here na nakuha ng ating ELG is that was the core na kanilang napabagsak. So it might be a delay here on the aggression na pwede makuha ng ating mga taga ATLFE. So they will just try to give away here the purple buff at lalo na sa mga objectives na pwede niya makuha on to the treachery. And speaking of the jungle control, ginagawa to ng ating mga taga ELG. They're being aggressive, but Kyla here is on a bad predicament again. But still, with the Minowan's roar, kaya pa talaga niyang umiwas sa lahat ng mga clashes na pwede mangyari sa ating map.
At nagiging factor kung bakit nagiging madulas yung ELG is the mobility coming from that irretal sprint. Meron pa silang flickers na pwedeng i-burn para pang engage and disengage coming from Mai, Isuna, and Chris Boxon. And the guiding wind, meron kang pang engage, meron kang pang disengage. And si Kiara kasi kahit hindi mo na talaga bantayan yan dahil nga talagang malakay re-airbing yan eh. Kumbaga mabilis yan, kumbaga mabilis cross over at mabilis yan pumunta sa bawat kanto ng mapa natin. For the game number 3 and for the above the law, they need to perfectly execute their plays, especially the flanks coming from that Kayla and also the dive ni Ruby. Yun yung mga magiging factor upang mahawakan nila na maganda ang kalamangan. Pero ito na, yung dive, mali ang napasukan na liga ng isang Trish Boxon sa pagkakataon na yun. And also that Dragon Tail, talagang yung buntot bumahag na sa ating mage position 4 ng ating ELG. And for the above the law, they are looking forward for this Lord objective. Magiging magandang advantage ito sa kanila kasi nga one man down ng ELG.
Pero pag eto nakuha pa rin ni Mai, maniniwala na talaga ako nakatabi niya yung Lord. Kaso nga lang ngayon, isa na naman naibit dito. That will be Isuna. And there will also be the full barrage coming from the backlane here ni Ali. Meron pa naman dito mga blade. Galing kay Kiara, pero mukhang sila pa yata yung mabibigyan dito sa ating mga pang-ELG. Mai, patuloy pa rin yung kanyang pagiging makunat dito para mabibigyan pa rin siya ni Ali. And that will be again another kill. But as for Ruby here, trying to go and have a kill against Isuna with a holy baptism onto the face here of the ATL. But the Shah Essence will finish them off. 2 kills will be secured here in trade of 1, but the Circling Eagle still not yet finished here coming from the Trish Boxon, but the sustainability is still up, and Kiara ginamit na ang kanyang lahat ng lakas. Ali will have its shutdown, but as of here, Chiri versus Ruby ang mangyayari. Furious Drive will finish it off, and that will be the ADL here having the advantage on to the Lord J.
4 sa 2 palitan above the law, kumbaga sila na yung kumuha ng magandang batas upang kunin ang ating Lord objective. And for the team of ELG, nagkaroon sila ng scattered moment on the team fight. Kumbaga nagkaroon sila ng pagkakalat-kalat na posisyon, kaya konsumisyon ang inabot nila kontra sa above the law. And starting off this Lord takedown, ito na naman yung contest ng isang Mai, pero Electron final blow ng isang Avon, ginaya lang naman yan. And the Minoan Fury will be casted by the members of our above the law. Sino nga ba makakuha natin Lord objective? Yung retribution nakuha ni Kiara.
Kuhang-kuha pa rin ito para sa ating mga ELG. Pero ngayon ay nag-aabol na rin dito sa Ruby with a holy baptism again coming from Isuna, and kailangan na nilang lumabas. Grabe talaga, katabi ng ELG yung Lord. Kuhang-kuha nila lahat ng ating mga objective, and imagine that, 2 Lords already ang kanilang na-steal against the side of the ATLFE. The core is really different. Grabe, pumapabor yung swerte sa kanila si J, and also the execution here na ginagawa ni Mai. Just trying to go and distract the members of the ATLFE will always provide the breather for Kiara in order to use its retreat.
Problema nun dahil nga hindi mo makuha yung mga objective, especially the Lord takes, kasi malaking ambag yun para lumaki yung mga minions mo as well as the catapults on your side. But above the law, na ipamahagi nila yung kontra sa ELG at pumipersa na sa mga tarangkahan ng koponan ng ELG. And this is a tougher defense para sa ating above the law. Sino nga ba ang may batas militar upang kunin na ang ating game number 3, and ELG trying to put some fire against the members of our above the law, pero maganda naman ang depensa. Ruby with that Black Dragon from just to zone out and spot out the members of our ELG. Maganda depensa para hindi na maka-opensa. Aatras na lang muna, back up muna ang shot call ng ELG.
Ito na ba yung katapusan o meron nga ba dito mataas ng kusanas? Meron na naman ginamit dito ng penalty zone sa bayan ng likod. At ito na yung pagpasok ni Mai. Kaso nga lang ay meron pa naman damage dito si Ali. The immortality will also be popped here. But also the Circling Eagle will happen with the heavy crossbows coming from Chiri. Tapos yung buhay kaagad ni Ruby. Bawi na naman dito yung ating teams, but they will have here the perfect defense for the side of the ATL as 2 of the inhibitor turret is already down. At ngayon, umaangat na naman yung ating El Ganador Valkyries. They want to have here the clapback. The Circling Eagle is really working well, canceling out here Shaira and as well as Ali. Nahihirapan na sila ngayon na pasukin dito kaagad yung ating mga taga-ELG Valkyrie.
Yung setups na nanggagaling sa isang Trish Boxon on that flight coming from that Circling Eagle, nagiging maganda yung multiple knockups niya, and the disengagement factor coming from the guiding wind na ililigtas niya yung mga kasama niya. So for the above the law, kailangan mo na nilang hulihin ang isang Trish Boxon or maybe the Chiri para mabawasan yung angas, yung lakas ng ELG Valkyrie when it comes to those team fight decisions. And speaking of the team fight, ay kailangan di maging maingat ng ELG to commit because they need to respect the crowd control na hahawak ang kupunan ng above the law. And speaking of the crowd control, si Kyla pumipersa na. Nako, si Mai ang madadali with the penalty zone na ginaya sa kanya ng carbon copy with the full barrage. Saan ka pupunta? Wala ka na yatang takas, but Mai with the heavy hammer swings. Buhay pa naman!
Buhay pa rin, meron pa namang guiding waves galing para sa ating mga taga-ELG, pero meron pa namang free hit from Chiri. And this might be it, na pwede ba settle dito, kaso wala mabibigyan pa rin yung kanilang itim na pusa. At kaso nga lang naiiwan dito sa Skyla, pinaghahabol na naman mga members with electrified the blow on the backlane here, coming from Kiara. And also the circling eel will be popped here by Avon in order to have in this engage. But still, the Blaze will reach into the backlane. Double kill will be secured here by Kiara. At ngayon, dalawa na lang ang magdidepensa para sa ating mga taga-ATLFE as the Lord is open for the side here of the ELG.
Tatlo ang natumba sa above the law at ito na yung shot call ng ELG to take this Lord objective at ikatlong Lord na ito, which means medyo may kakunatan na at mataas na yung HP bar ng ating Panginoon for the game number 3. And for the ELG, they need to protect this one with the zoning potential ng isang Mai. Samahan mo pa yan na Matilda, airlines ng isang iso na, pero si Ruby hindi na makahabol dun sa Lord objective.
Kuhang-kuha pa rin ito ng ating mga tag-ELJ, pero pinaghahampas na naman yung ulo ni Shaira with Mai. But also here, the immortality pop will happen. And the last bloom, the soul bloom, galing kay Trish Boxon, ang tatapos sa buhay ni Ruby. The Lord is already up, -1 member here for the side of the ATLFE. How will they be able to defend this Lord? Kulang na kulang sila ngayon sa sustainability. They need a great repositioning coming from Ali, or else this would be the end para sa ating game number 1. Eto na nga ba yung katapusan at sino nga ba ang makakatantos dito sa ating point system, which is 1-1 na ngayon yung ating teams. But the Lord is already here entering into the bases of the ATLFE. How will they be able to defend this game?
Depends sa kailangan pamalas ang ating ATLs. They are trying to fight tournament types. But the penalty zone tumama sa dalawa. Electron final go, pinakawalan na rin ng isang Kiara palalim, pero yung base ang gustong kunin ng ELG Valkyrie, and the reverse sweep hindi pa nga ba makakukuha yung maganda depensa para di makadepensa ang ating ATL. Ito naman yung pagpwersa ng isang Ruby, nagkulasan, nagtansyahan ng mga members ng ELG Valkyrie, but Mai, napakakunat mo!
Laban dito, 4-5 ang nangyayari para sa ating dalawang kupunan, pero yung base yung gusto ng ating mga tag-ELJ. Bagsak naman si Avon, and there we have it, a lock will happen. ELG Valkyrie will secure the last love and the victory for the series number 1 of Lakambini season and number 3.
His repeats itself. Reverse whip is coming for the ELG Valkyrie, and napakaganda ng kanila naging fight back, even though na nung game number 1, talagang shinutdown sila ng above the law. But this time, sabi nila, hindi pa pwede sa amin yon. Kumbaga, kailangan namin ulitin yung naging winning conditions namin noong Lakambini Season 2. So, kinaya namin noon, mas kakayanin namin ngayon. And that reverse sweep, that's a great indicator for them na talagang aabante sila sa ating next round.
And Mai again, pulling the unbelievable stunts coming from the Teresla. Wow! Mai is evolving. Game number 1, medyo naging passive dun si Mai with the Edith, pero Terizla lang pala yung kailangan. Game number 2, mas naging incredible yung isang Mai. Game number 3, katabi niya ni Mai yung Lord. Yes, si Mai yung kumukuha dito ng Lord. At isipin mo yun, Sedge, ang konting damage dito coming from that execution strike ay yun yung ginagamit niya para tapusin kaagad yung buhay ng ating Lord. That clutch na ginagawa dito ng ating mga taki-ELG. But one of the most prominent player there was Kiara. Kiara really on that Benedetta is having a lot of jobs, especially sa pag-clear niya dito sa ating waves. Isabay mo pa dito yung mga rotation na dapat talaga ay masinop na gawin ng ating mga taga-ELG. Trace Boxon on the follow-up, even though na medyo na-feed siya doon kasi malalim talaga yung ating pause 4 and pause 5. But that is enough here for Kiara to have an opening space. And the vision lang talaga yung pino-provide dito ni Trace at saka ni Isona. So after the vision na kinukuha dito ng kanilang pause 4 pause 5, Kiara will go in with the electro final blow. A finish off of Chiri will also be secured, and Mai is always on the front lane here, securing the potential set victory para sa ating mga taga-ELG Valkyrie.
And the team composition na pinamala sa atin ng Ganador Valkyrie is more on the squishy type. Kasi alam nila na may crowd control yung mga members natin from the above the law. So, ang gusto mo kasi kapag crowd control ka, mahawakan mo o talaga magdikit-dikit yung kalaban mo. But this time, for the Ganador Valkyrie, na-realize sila na kailangan na natin maging mabilis. Kailangan na natin magkaroon ng hiwalay factor para even though na may mahuli sila, isa o dalawa, okay lang yon. Pero may counter-take tayo with those skills na kinakailangan natin. The Holy Baptism coming from that tank roamer ng ating ELG, napakatindi, napakaganda ng placement nun which can deal additional stuns to the multiple members of our above the law, at yung engagement and disengagement factor ng isang Matilda, napakaganda talaga na ibinibigay niya when it comes to the multiple knockups kontra sa above the law. And the Benedetta itself, on the latter stages of the game, we feel the squishiness, we feel the damage, we feel the assassination of that Benedetta was too crucial and was too vital on their offense for them to be able to catch the victory sa ating game number 3. And for the above the law, that's the learning experience na kailangan nila matutunan, na talagang kailangan nilang magkaroon ng malupit na closer, and if they have the game number 1 sustaining the lead, being consistent on the picking and banning, napaka-importante kasi nun para maselyo nyo yung serye, kasi hindi mo pwedeng isarado yung serye ng isang laro lang, lalo na kung best of 3 series, kailangan consistency.
Reverse sweep is a must here para sa ating mga teams, so that's why if ever na mananalo ka the first round, you need to take advantage of it. You need to step up on the game number 2. At yun nga yung sinabi ko kanina, on the opening pa lang, you really need to take advantage of the first win na pwede mo makuha. That great potential setter here para sa ating teams. Unfortunately, ELG did evolve. That is the greatest thing na nakita natin dito. Game number 1, I think they're having an outdraft. But for game number 2 and game number 3, they're different. So, para silang, kumbaga, download game lang yung game number 1. Game number 2 and game number 3 is different for ELG Valkyries. Nag-evolve sila, pinakita nila na kaya nila talaga na ipanalo sa ating against the side of the ATLFE. Well, though, on the early game, nakita natin yung pag-shine ng ATLFE with their continuous aggression. But the problem there was at the middle game. Kasi, ang ginagawa dito ng ating ATL is nag-iisa-isa yung pasok nila. So, it is because of that 1-by-1 situation na kanilang ginawa dito sa ating ATLFE. Tinake advantage to ng ating ELG Valkyrie. And also, one of the greatest thing there is yung pag-maximize nila sa kanilang mga talents sa ating ELG. They have 3 na quantum charge. So, ang bilis talaga ng galawan nila dito. And it is because of the quantum charge then na nakuha dito ni Tris Boxon, in which na mas mapapabilis yung mga ancestral, yung mga spirito dito ng isang Tris Boxon. And that plus speed na pwede niya makuha on that quantum charge, mas mabilis din yung damage ng kanyang Soul Bloom. So, the greater the damage, the faster the CD, it would be a lot of poking capability coming from Tris Boxon. Follow up on Izuna, nakita din natin yung mga magaganda niya na Holy Blessing and the Holy Baptism. So they are not checking here for the bush constantly for the side of the ELG. They're just using their AoE skills in which na pwede nilang ma-spot out dito agad si Kayla and also si Shaira na nagtatago lang palagi. And the one of the advantages here is the stun. So mas mananaig pa rin yung original kaysa sa copycat sa Class A. It is because the cooldown or the damage of the copy on that I Am Uni Valentina is magre-rely sa original. So the original is the better version talaga na nakuha dito ng ating mga taga-ELG Valkyrie. Just taking advantage there of the possible stuns, and also there are times na dalawa ang nahuhuli kaagad dito ni Isuna gamit ang kanyang Holy Baptism. And ang laki talaga na naging tulong nito para sa ating mga taga-ELG. After the sets that they're doing, after the somewhat damage poke na ginagawa ng mga members dito ng ating ELG, there will always be a follow-up onto Kiara and Chiri. Chiri as well, though medyo naging mahirap yung kanyang early game, but on that late game, just waiting for the full potential of the Iritel, just waiting for the power spike. It is somewhat like a ticking time bomb sa ating side lanes na hinihintay lang dito ng ating ELG, and after that, tinake advantage nila to. They did try to somewhat convert it into a bigger thing para sa ating mga taga-ELG, and that's why they did secure the reverse sweep para sa ating game number 3.
At syempre, atin ang saksiyan kung sino nga ba ang ating post-game MVP for the game number 3, and that is no other than Kiara with the KDA of 728 kill statuses with the kill participation of 80%, having those items of the Tough Boots, Reeds of the Heptasis, and this battle, Sea Halberd, Thunderbolt, and Malefic Roar. You will feel the damage and also the tankiness coming from that Benedetta kasi meron siyang Thunderbolt, and that additional proc and penetration items, nagiging matindi ang pinsala na ibibigay niya kontra sa Above the Law on that game number 3. And the cutting of minion waves, napakatindi. Kumbaga nagduduwaling, kumbaga kung saan na siya napupunta, to the extent na hindi na malaman ng ating Above the Law kung saan nga ba pwede manggaling ang isang Kiara with that Benedetta, and especially those much needed teamfight orientation. Nandun lagi yung Alecto final blow, tumatama yon sa multiple members ng Above the Law. Kaya nga, the consecutive strikes coming from that Alecto final blow, samahan mo pa yan ng Phantom Slash, the damage coming from those skill shots, talagang bumabaon sa kalamnan ng ating Above the Law, and total collaboration and synchronization of skills, positioning wise, naibigay yan ng isang Kiara para nga maiangat o maging matindi ang advantage ng koponan ng ating ELG to have a reverse sweep kontra sa ating Above the Law, and they will be advancing to the next round of our Lakambini Season 3.
And basing here of the itemization na ginawa ng isang Kiara, this is the full knowledge, the advancement of the knowledge na ginawa ng isang Benedetta.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Going for the 4th item here, Sea Halberd, and for the next item, the Thunderbelt, just taking advantage of the possible slow na pwede niyang mabato against the members here of the ATLFA. That is really a great advancement here na ginawa ng isang Benedetta.
Yeah.
You actually need the slow. You need to slow down here the members of the ATLFE in order for them to eat up all of the damage coming from the Electro Final Blow. Because if ever nawala kayong at least corrosion sight lang sa isa sa mga members nyo, is makakagalaw at makakagalaw dito yung ating mga taga-ATLFE. So that is a great thing here na ginawa ng isang Benedetta ni Kiara. And also, she's just right to target here Ali at the backlane always. So waiting for Ali to commit its skill, waiting for Ali to commit its full barrage. After that, pinapasok to agad ni Kiara. In which it would deal a lot of misposition into the side of the ATLFE. Yes, medyo OP yung isang Ixia, but the thing here is if ever that there would be someone that will hunt down the backlane constantly, then it would really provide you with a lot of headaches para sa ating mga taga-ATLFE. And that is what Kiara did. Just go for that backlane, lock into that Ixia, and maybe someone try to go and leash some damage against A-Bone. Kasi sa A-Bone dito, yung pwede niyong makuha na skill lang is yung Holy Baptism and also the Penalty Zone. So, go and lock for that A-Bone, and for sure, magko-commit sila dito with the Arcane Shadow Strike. So, that is already an opener. It is already being disposed, the skill is already being used, so that it would be a great opener for Kiara. And also one of the smartest things that I've noticed is the positioning na ginagawa ng ating ELG. They're not trying to go for a clash into the open spaces, the open bushes. Ang dapat, ang ginagawa na lang talaga nila dito, hinahatak nila yung clashing into our jungles, in which that it would be a tight position and also a good position here for Kiara to deal its skills.
And that is a great momentum shifter at nakuha ng El Ganador Valkyrie ang ating reverse sweep kontra sa Above the Law, and they will be advancing to the next round of our Lakambini Season 3. At para naman sa Above the Law, syempre sila ay eliminated na sa ating tournament.
GG's well played for the game number 1. And thank you nga pala sa mga lahat ng mga nanonood sa ating sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa ating live stream. Shoutout nga pala kay Miguel at saka nandito din si Madam Cathy Bantay. So
ayun,
kay Madam Cathy Bantay, supporter yan ng ELG since the day number 1. But for our next game here, eto, malupit na naman na team ang maglalaban, and I think eto na naman yung another settling event na naman ang mangyayari dito for the teams that would be playing in our next round. It would be Rocka Esports versus GGFE.
And syempre, abangan natin ang ating second series. Talagang matindi ang magiging bakbakan for our second series for the Lakambini Season 3 season opener. But at the same time, syempre, kami ang nakasama nyo on that first series. Shoutcasters, Edge, and Kirks. Magbabalik kami sa ilang sandali.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. What's up, everyone? Welcome to a new Hero Spotlight featuring our latest hero, Nolan, the Cosmic Wayfinder. Nolan is an agile assassin that deals explosive damage by cutting the fabric of space. Cosmic Wayfinder, Nolan. Passive, Dimensional Rift. As a scholar that mastered the multiverse, Nolan has gained the ability to cut through dimensional planes. When Nolan uses a skill, his cosmic gauge cuts through space to create an unstable rift that slows enemies. When two or more rifts come into contact, they will activate, pulling enemies to the center before exploding to deal physical damage. Hitting enemy heroes or creeps with these explosions will restore Nolan's energy. Nolan's passive has an additional effect called Cosmic Leap that provides more damage and mobility. When Nolan has not dealt or taken any damage from non-minion or creep sources for a period of time, his next basic attack will dash to the target and deal additional physical damage while leaving a rift behind. First skill, Expansion. As one of the greatest minds of Eruditio, every one of Nolan's actions is precisely calculated. Nolan's first skill cuts a target area, dealing physical damage and leaving a rift on the first enemy hit or at the end of the skill indicator. Second skill, Gauge. Nolan dashes in the target direction, dealing physical damage to enemies in his path and leaving a rift behind him. Ultimate, Fracture. Nolan has wandered the multiverse for many years, longing for a home. His kit is focused on mobility and burst damage to send his enemies back to the comforts of their spawn. When Nolan uses his ultimate, he removes all debuffs on himself and slashes the target location 3 times, dealing physical damage with each slash while leaving 3 rifts behind. The rifts will activate and explode immediately as Nolan dashes backwards to safety. In the laning phase, use Nolan's second skill and enhanced basic attack to catch the enemy. Then use his first skill to activate the rift. Follow up with his second skill into his first skill to activate another rift explosion. In teamfights, approach the enemy using Nolan's second skill and enhanced basic attack. Then activate the rift with his first skill. Use Nolan's second skill to dash through the enemy and unleash his ultimate to activate all the rifts while dashing back to safety. Nolan's skills have very short cooldowns, giving him great sustained damage compared to other assassins and very good AoE. While Nolan has survived great ordeals in his travels, he is a relatively squishy hero and must rely on mobility and proper timing to get in and out alive. Upgrade Nolan's first skill at level 1 and continue to prioritize upgrading it as his main source of damage. Comboing Nolan's skills can quickly drain his energy, so grab the purple buff for the energy cost reduction to greatly improve his sustain. When rifts activate, there is a brief time frame where they can activate another rift made immediately after for an additional hit. Catching an enemy in the center of Nolan's ultimate will deal 3 instantaneous hits, immediately followed by 3 rift activations for a hefty burst of damage. We recommend the Assassin emblem with Killing Spree, Rupture, and Festival of Blood talents for Nolan. Rupture increases his overall damage, while Killing Spree and Festival of Blood allows Nolan to recover HP during battle. The Assassin emblem itself provides physical attack and penetration for Nolan to further boost his damage. Blade of the Hep Disease is Nolan's core piece of equipment. Its unique effect makes Nolan's enhanced basic attack hit even harder, and both have the same trigger conditions. Build Hunter Strike for Nolan in the mid-game for more damage and mobility, and Immortality in the late game for survivability in teamfights. We recommend the Retribution battle spell for Nolan as a jungler because he excels at clearing creeps and needs the purple buff to make the most of his kit. Nolan counters squishy heroes that lack mobility skills, like Hanabi and Eudora, because they have a hard time avoiding his rifts, while Nolan's own mobility makes them easy targets. Nolan is countered by tanky heroes with high sustained damage, such as Thamuz and Fredrin, who can survive Nolan's burst and kill him afterwards. Nolan works well with tanks that can initiate and CC the enemy, so Nolan can focus on dealing as much damage as possible, such as Tigreal and Gato-Gacha. In the early game, Nolan should focus on jungling to unlock his ultimate at level 4 and significantly increase his burst damage, then start roaming to gank enemies in lane. In mid to late game teamfights, Nolan should go after isolated targets, or let a frontline hero initiate first before jumping in himself. Nolan has good sustained damage and can pull off multiple skill combos in a teamfight.
The Creator gave light to the world, bringing life, warmth, and order. But from that act, darkness was born, and with it came death and chaos. These cosmic forces, two sides of the same coin, would shape the history of the Land of Dawn for millennia. With prosperity and enlightenment came suffering and brutality. Led by the God of Light and the God of Darkness, the two opposing forces dragged the fate of all living things into their eternal conflict. But through the sacrifices of countless forgotten heroes, the era of strife finally came to an end. The gods were banished from this world, and peace was restored. Life flourished soon after, and great civilizations sprung up across the world. Eruditio among them. This would be known as the Golden Age. Of course, this is our history that every scholar in Eruditio knows by heart. But when I was swept into the infinite gateway, I looked back and saw something different. I saw the North consumed by the blight of war. I saw the Great Plains ravaged and soaked in blood. I saw the forests and mountains turned against each other. I saw a broken world engulfed in flames. We were foolish to think the gods had been vanquished. Even now, their influence drives us toward destruction. And their return will bring about the great calamity. I can no longer afford to be a bystander, and neither can you. Or anyone else who calls this world home. Now is the time to take our stand.
So, where do we start?
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended.
And we are back for the second series here of the day number 1 for the Lakambini season and number 3. And for the teams that would be playing on this series, we will have the Rocka Esports versus the side of the Gentle Giants FE. And we are going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Kirks. I'm here with Sitch.
And we would like to send some shoutouts and special thanks to our official tournament sponsors. We have the Beer Factory Philippines, Esports Academy of Asia Pacific, Eagle, Solar Light, Oasis Bar and Grill, Ya Asia League, ZM Boutique, and powered by Digital Larong Pambansa.
We have a lot of sponsors. Thank you guys for sponsoring this event, because if you were not there, we would not make it through here on to the Lakambini season number 3. But Sedge, our teams now, this is one of the top teams that was present on our Lakambini season number 2, which is the Rocka versus the side here of the GGFE. GGFE ended its run with the second placer, and also they did join here the Annihilation season 4, in which that they did have a lot of experience coming from that male teams. So this would be really a great battle here. We are still too early in our series, we are still too early in our tournaments, but we will have a head-on, face-on matches here from the greatest teams that we will have for the season number 3.
As early as possible right now, the Rocka Esports claiming the first runner-up seed on that last Lakambini Season 2, and they are fair and square against Maharlika G unit. But this time, they're looking forward to have the championship to reclaim their crown as the first runner-up for the Lakambini Season 3. So this is a hard test for them, because they will be facing the team of GGFE, which we know that the GGFE participated on the Annihilation 4, and they gained a lot of experience from that, battling against the teams on our Annihilation 4 last season. And for the Rocka Esports, they have the players who can contribute well on their team composition, and the crucial players, or the key players for our Rocka Esports, is Atsushi. She is the mainstay hero or player here coming from the Rocka Esports, and we expect that her gameplays will play confidently against the members of our GGFE. And for the Gentle Giants FE, they have Moonfang, they have a height. So when it comes to the familiarity and the connection, they have the upper hand against the members of Rocka Esports, because the Rocka Esports, some of their members switching their teams, or having some trades and tweaks on their lineup. So let's see if this Rocka Esports lineup will pull off and continue their dominance heading to our Lakambini Season 3.
And also, I did try to do a research here for these teams. This would be, again, their face-off. So they did, for the other tournaments that they did have, they did face each other. And now this would be some of the settling game that we will have. On that last tournament that they did have, that was Rocka winning against the side of the Gentle Giants FE. But now, GGFE here needs to settle that they did have against the Rocka. They need to win it against the side of the Rocka Esports. They need to have a perfect clapback here, Sedge, or they need to prove it that they're the stronger opponent in the tournament that we are having. But also, we are still too early, but we will have a good game here. And I think this might again reach game number 3, if ever that we will just have here a good display of skills coming from our players. Earlier, for the last series that we did have, that did also end with a 3 series in the reverse match coming from the ELG, because of their evolution all throughout the game. And I think again there would be a lot of evolution for these matches that we will have on our series number 2, since these teams already is the name in the esports industry. And I think now this is the perfect time to prove it to the Philippines, or to the MLBB community, that they can also fight here for the throne.
For the Rocka Esports and GGFE, this is a bloody game, partner Kirks. And early in the season of the Lakambini, they are the ones who will be battling and going for that proceeding to the next rounds. So one of the biggest teams or biggest names on our Lakambini Season 2 will fare on each other for this series. And let's see who will be the winner, so who will be advancing to our next round here at Lakambini Season 3, because they have the credentials, they have the achievements, they have the prowess and the strengths, and for them to be able to capture the win, they need to realize, or they need to somewhat find the weakest link or the weakest point or the weakest strategies that the both teams will commit in this game.
And if ever guys that you've noticed, we're doing now an English conference because there's a challenge that we need to do an English cast. And I think our blood is getting little by little every time that we're speaking, but I think we can deal with it, right? So now we're going to show here the faces of our players. One of the teams here has a boot camp in which the Rocka Azure on their 5-man. But as for the side of the GGFE, they will have here the individual camps. And Moonfang is on the top left. Correct me if I am wrong, Sedge. But also
right.
here, top right rather. So yeah, they're now all prepared. All of the artilleries is already up in their hands. They just need to settle this game. They just need to play for this game. And well, there would be a difference when it comes to playing with a team that is in the bootcamp, which is the connection that they can build there in the face-to-face. But also experience. Experience is really a must for this game.
Yeah.
They need to take advantage of that. They need to take advantage of the time that they've been through together, and that they can also apply it to our tournament right now, which is this might be a tough battle for our teams, but we know that this team's has the somewhat a big potential in order to win this tournament. And who knows, probably from these two teams that we are casting now, Rocka Esports and Gentle Giants FE, we might have the winners from this batch.
And I would like to see the matchup of Moonfang and Atsushi, because they are the unsung heroes under team compositions for the Gentle Giants FE and for the Rocka Esports FE. And this game number 1 will be a great confidence booster if they will take the game number 1 for their team. And if you were able to pull off a great game, the sustainability and consistency is a must for the both teams. And for the time being, the decision making and team chemistry is the major area of concern for the both teams, because they have some adjustments when it comes to their players, and having those players that can deal a massive contribution when it comes to those team fight initiation will be valid and will be viable for the both teams. And we're expecting that this is a bloody game for the both teams, because they are eyeing for the next round appearance. And for the Rocka Esports, they want to reclaim the throne of being the first runner-up and maybe reaching or maybe achieving the grand finals for our Lakambini Season 3 once more. And for the GGFE, they felt short on that lower bracket rounds for the Lakambini Season 2, and they fall against the members of our Rocka Esports. And seeing those IDs, the IDs is being received by our members. So the members of each team for the Rocka Esports and Gentle Giants FE flexing the PNEL IDs. And this is not the usual ID, partner Kirks.
Yeah.
It has a tick component and also the sleeve. So the ID is very protected when it comes to the raining factor. If you will spill the water on the ID, that is immune.
Yeah, I think the ID here has the immortality. So it won't be damaged even though with a little bit of a splash from the water. And that is really a premium ID here that was being created by our creatives. So thank you for the ID that you did make. And it is because of that ID that they can also put it in the elevator of the PNEL.
No.
That you can instantly go up another floor. So yeah, it is somewhat like a power card. Also, it has here a lot of power, Sedge. So that ID alone, you can flex it to a lot of people. You can show it to a lot of people that you are once a part of a big league here in the Philippines. And showing their IDs, really big flex here, Sedge, for our team players, as they are also doing their retouches. But that is our solid IDs from PNEL. We also did have their keychain, and I think the lace is also included. And it is because of the sleeve. The sleeve is somewhat the most greatest deal that you will get with the ID, because if ever that you will have the sleeve, you can sell it as a Pokemon card.
Wow! Who's that Pokemon, partner Kirks?
Who's that Pokemon? Well, it has the sleeve. You just need to sell it into maybe Logan Paul or something. But yeah,
What's tayo?
that is the game number 1 already. We are just about to start our game number 1, and for these teams that would be playing, good luck. And a big shout out to our viewers. We have here Chio Hachisui, Oish. We also have Jang Robles.
Shout out.
Comment guys, if ever that you're a supporter of the Rocka, comment Rocka Esports number 1. If ever that you're a supporter of GGFE lang sa kalam. So go and comment if who is the team that you're supporting there in our comment section. And also do not forget to share our live stream or Sedge will be angry.
Oh, I'm not angry, partner Kirks. I'm not angry. I'm just happy right now because I'm seeing the beautiful view of the Lakambini players out there. Because,
okay.
I'm admiring their beauty and brains for this one, and reaching and playing for this kind of prestigious event or tournament. That was a great momentum booster for them, and self-confidence will be somewhat having an increase for them. So we're expecting that these teams will learn a lot from the Lakambini Season 3, but they are eyeing for the prize. And what will be the prize for their sacrifices? The championship, or being the grand champion of our Lakambini Season 3, is the main target for the both teams. And who will be our grand winners? And this is the first step that they need to do for them to be able to reach the championship.
Yeah, they really need here the setter, and also considering the part that this would be a single elimination tournament, so as much as possible we need to have that win on the beginning here. So they really need to secure that upper point so that they can proceed into our round number 2. And for the top 4 teams for each bracket, they will go into our playoffs. Playoffs here would be a long playoffs for our teams, but I think we are already ready here for our drafting phase, and let us proceed head on to the game number 1.
And here we go, partner Kirks, the battle cry for the both teams as they will try to reach the grand finals for our Lakambini Season 3, but one powerhouse team for the Queens will be eliminated for this series. And for the Rocka Esports, we have Atsushi, Taiga, Junpei, Teppei, and Tetsuya. And for our Gentle Giants FE, they have Hyde, Moonfang, Clea, Ira. And we're seeing right now that the both teams are really careful when it comes to those initial bans under pockets, because if you will control the picking and banning stage for the game number 1, you have a better chance to take away this game and having that consistency and momentum against your opponent. And for the Rocka Esports, they need to realize that this is not the usual Gentle Giants FE that they face and being defeated on that Lakambini Season 2. So this time, they have the Gentle Giants FE have the adjustments on their team players, and those additional players will be a viable option for them to shock the Rocka Esports on reaching the grand finals.
Yeah, our players here is really having the evolution. So they're not being stagnant. After one season of the Lakambini, now they're coming back stronger. So they really have a lot of changes. And also here, my partner is having an evolution.
Yeah.
So since the Annihilation Season 4, he doesn't have any partner. And now again, Sedge doesn't have any partner, but for a longer period of time. So yeah, Sedge is also evolving in the time span.
Being
of
handsome.
Okay, so you're handsome. Now you're not the Bona kid.
Yeah,
You're not the Bona
agree.
kid.
I'm
You're
not Bona
evil
Kid.
mode. Now back to the drafting phase. And we will see here the van onto the Fredrin and also the Matilda for the side of the Rocka, and they will go for the first pick here. Baksha. Also will have the Uranus in the order to provide the extra sustainability here with their heroes. And Atsushi, the one of the key players here for the side of the Rocka, will get the Novaria, in which that they can have here a lot of visions coming from the Astra Echo. Meanwhile, onto the other side, they will get here the Faramis and also the Trizla, banning the Valentina and Nolan, they're always eyeing for that Paramis to be open here, and it will be secured onto the side of the GGFE. They will also have the Franco in order to stop here the momentum of the Rocka Esports.
Battle of momentum is a must for the both teams, because if they are able to have a proper control in the early stages of the game, they have a better chance to take the game away from each other. And for the Rocka Esports, under initial pickings, Baksha, Novaria, and the Uranus, you will see that they want to be aggressive in the early stages of the game, and providing that tankiness under team composition. With Junpei having the Baksha, Turkey's poisons will be a crucial part of their offense, and dealing some damage coming from that ultimate, and also HP replenishment will be a great factor for him to withstand those poking capabilities that the Ghost Bursters and Shadow Stampede will be provided against the members of our Rocka Esports. And the vision coming from Atsushi Astral Echo will be vital for them to spot out the members of our Gentle Giants FE, especially on those tight possession and those deadly brushes. They need proper information and vision for them to somewhat predict what will be the next movement of Gentle Giants FE.
They really need to take advantage here of the vision that will be given out by Asushi, but now, down to the fourth pick, they might try to go and get the carry of Moonfang. Moonfang has been using the carry since the Annihilation Season 4, and that was a prominent hero here for Moonfang. As for the other side, they're also lacking the Marksman, in which that they can get here maybe the Irithel or Ixia, I think would be a great pick, but considering that there would be a Franco on that Bloody Hunt, so they just need to go and get a marksman that can have here a reposition, in which that the Airtail is already open. They will also have the Edith as the roamer here for the Rocka Esports, so there would be a lot of sustainability in order to somewhat provide here the great late game play for this Airtel. And as for the other side, since knowing that there would be a great niche damage or the heavy sustainability coming from TP on the Uranus, they will get here this Deroth, and that Heartbreak alone can deal a lot of damage here against the side of the Rocka Azure and Rocka Esports rather, considering that they have here a lot of sustainability. That would be the key in order to have the win.
And with the passive of that Wrath of the Abyss, the shield deficiency will be provided against those tanky heroes coming from the Rocka Esports, which will be the great factor for the Gentle Giants FE to melt down or to shred down those sustainable heroes for the Rocka Esports. And speaking of the early rotations, they need to apply those good movements and create some pressure, especially on the jungler side or the jungling area for the both teams, because if you are able to control the jungle objectives, that is a good indicator for you to have a upper hand in this game.
Yes, and now I think we are good to go for our game, as we will look into the faces here of our players being serious with it already and proving that they're the ones that is playing our MLBB tournament, as they will show their cell phones and try to go and somewhat poke it through, and for them to also prove it that this would not be a share screen or something here for our game. So good luck to the teams that will be playing for our series number 2, Rocka Esports versus Gentle Giants FE. May the best team win, and hoping that we will have here a great tournament ahead of us, because this tournament or this game is Sedge, we might have the potential winners for the Lakambini already, for the teams that would be playing right now. Unfortunately, they will face off each other on the first seed of our tournament, so they really need to eliminate one of the teams, maybe the one of the opposing teams here for the Rocka Esports and also the Gentle Giants FE. So that is the thing that they need to somewhat take advantage here of Sedge. They really need to secure that 1 point first, and after that, go again for another game in order to have here a great game on our tournament.
One team will advance to our Lakambini next round, and one team will go home. And who will be the team that needs to be go home in this kind of situation? And for the Rocka Esports, they need to reclaim or they need to sustain that winning tradition on their arsenal. And for the Gentle Giants FE, they fell short on the Lakambini Season 2 against the Rocka Esports. So redemption time or the revenge time is up for grabs for the GGFE, and the experience that they gained on the recently Annihilation 4, that will be a great armor or great weapon for them to somewhat put an upset against the Rocka Esports.
Yeah, they really need to have an upset here, but I think we are ready and good to go for the game number one of Rocka Esports versus the side here of the Gentle Giants FE as we proceed into our land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the game number one. And there will be again another pause, a tech pause, because we will need to check things first here for our teams in order to make sure that we will have a quality game.
And for the team compositions that being built by our both teams, Rocka Esports, relying on their tankiness, they have the edit, they have the backsha, so they want to have some prolonged team fights on their side. And for the team of our GGFE, selecting those heroes that can easily shred those tanky heroes, the carry timers coming from that carry. If she was able to provide and also build those primary items on his pocket, especially the Demon Hunter sword, she can easily melt down those tanky heroes against the team of our Rocka Esports. So the scaling, the power spikes is a must for our Gentle Giants FE for them to have a fight back against the Rocka Esports, because the setup of the Rocka Esports, they want to be aggressive. This is a adrenaline rush offense coming from the Rocka Esports, and they want to put some pressure all over the map, and those tanky heroes will allow them to have some pressure against those jungling creeps, against the members of our GGFE. And here we go, we are back to the second series, game number one. It's the battle between the Rocka Esports against the GGFE.
Here we have it. The game is already starting. And as of the early game here, Taiga will just try to go and zone out for Kaio. And GGFE now just trying to go and play it safely. Ira is already being spotted. There will be again another onwards shatter. The first blood will be secured by the side of the Rocka. As now, again, another meteor will hit to their face. But look at that onwards. Again, canceling out here Hyde. Still, a good game here for our teams. 1-0. It was already been secured by the side of the Rocka.
And the triple threat offense coming from the Rocka wasn't enough to save Taiga, as Claire with the Ghost Bursters. Massive magical burst coming from that Faramis will create a headache against that Taiga, and that is a 1-1 KDE already for Taiga, so he needs to be cautious right now. But the reset coming from Kaio wasn't enough, but Hyde just taking those objectives for the team of our GGFE, and we will be having a technical post just to have some changes or technical concerns to be fixed in the series for our game number one. And speaking of the early aggression, we saw already that Hyde just not hiding anymore. He is revealing herself on that jungling side of our jungler side of the GGFE. So that's a good indicator for them, even though that the team composition of Rocka Esports is relying on their tankiness, and they are the ones who has the right to have that initiation prowess or aggression capability in the early stages of the game. But the Tyrant itself, they have those chance to have that shredding those tanky heroes against the Rocka Esports, and the proper rotations, the investment to protect the backline damage dealers of GGFE is a must for them, especially they need to provide a proper safe zone for Moonfang. So if Moonfang will reach his proper itemization and proper leaning pace, especially a safe place for that carry, you will feel the damage coming from the Speedy Light Will and the Phantom Step. That is a great sign for them to easily shred down or to punish the tanky heroes coming from the Rocka Esports.
You really need to have the damage here for Moonfang. Her hero needs to depend on the scaling potential here of the carry. But back to the game, which is Kaio is already feeling a lot of damage here coming to the side of the Rocka Esports. Quite low with again an Iron Hook connecting. But that will be the poison dart coming from Tetsuya, finishing off here the life of that Franco. 2-1 is already the standing here. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Junpei will be pulled here. And look at the other Abyssal Strike connecting Another kill will be secured. 2-2 now, Sedge. They're equal in terms of the kills.
Balanced trades coming from the GGFE and Rocka Esports is being served by the both teams, but the Gentle Giants FE have a great position on our turtle objective and hide. Just looking forward to take down that first turtle objective against the members of our Rocka Esports, and they are going for that initiation prowess invasion, and the multiple knockouts being provided by our Rocka Esports, but the Nether Realm being provided by our Gentle Giants FE, but the sustainability wasn't enough against the members of our Rocka Esports as the Shadow Stampede connecting to the face of our Junpei, but she is going for the disengagement factor, and the Sushi running for his life. Where are you going? But the tower will take away the life of Ira God.
That was already too deep here for the side of the Gentle Giants as they will try to go and deal some damage against Taiga. But look at the strike again. The Abyssum Strike of Hyde will finish them out. As for the trade here, Taiga will also get its kill. 75 seconds remaining for our Turtle Pit. But as for the standing now, 1K was already being secured here by the side of the Gentle Giants FE. 60 seconds, but they're just trying to go and make it a calm play for everybody. Tetsuya will not be hit there by that Iron Hook coming from Kaio, so they will just have here a backup on our teams. Meanwhile, Junpei securing the Little Wanderer. Unfortunately, the members there of the GGFE is guarding it.
And for the GGFE, they have a good initial stages minutes of the game for them. So when it comes to the goal difference, they are having an advantage of 1,400, which means when it comes to those damage dealers, they have sufficient damage that can deal against the Rocka Esports. So for the Rocka, they need to be careful. And the Iron Hook connecting to the face of the Taiga, and he is easily shred down by our Moonfang, and those fangs is being bitten by the members of our Rocka Esports. And Gentle Giants FE looking forward to pull off another casualty, but Ira was being taken down by Tepe.
And again, another Iron Hook will happen onto Tetsuya with a free hit here coming from the members of the GGFE. And as for Hyde, just going in for the chase. Another kill, another casualty will be secured here by the side of the Gentle Giants. They might be giants, but they are still gentle when it comes to their movements. But again, another recall will hit into clear. As for the turtle now, it is already up here for the side of the GGFE. Rocka will just try to go for the counter aggression, in which that they need to invade here the orange buff in order to somewhat cancel as well the rotations here that will be used by Hyde. But Taiga will be targeted again by two heroes with the Abyssum Strike, and look at the damage there, Sedge. Wow, it is already too massive here for the GGFE, and they need to take advantage of the damage coming from that Hyde onto the early game.
And continuous pressure on the jungle area coming from the Rocka Esports is being provided by Gentle Giants FE and Hyde, going for that Spectre step just to disengage on that last sequence. And for Atsushi, throwing those Astral Recall is too massive, and that caused some body ache against the members of our Gentle Giants FE. And seeing the 7-5 kills difference, Gentle Giants FE have the advantage against the Rocka Esports. And the main area of concern for the Rocka Esports is those crucial Iron Hook that Kaio providing against them. That was crucial to the extent that the follow-up damage of Moonfang is also served coming from the tanky heroes of our Rocka Esports. So for the Rocka Esports, they need to be careful when it comes to the positioning, because those Iron Hooks coming from Kaio will create a punishment. And just like that, oh my god, the damage output coming from the Phantom Step and the Speedy Light will creating body aches against the members of our Gentle Giants FE. But the Rocka going for the counter retaliation play, and they are able to somewhat hurt the members of Gentle Giants FE. But meanwhile, Taiga is the casualty against the members of our Rocka.
3K here, 2K when it comes to the gold lead was already being secured by the side of the Gentle Giants, as they will try to go for again another bloody hunt on Tetsuya. That is Tetsuya being eliminated again. And as for Moonfang here, that would just be an easy push on into the top lane. It is already getting its items, and as we look into our items, Moonfang already has that golden staff as early as 6 minutes into the game. So one item per 3 minutes here would be the generation of the carry. But again, another Iron Hook coming from Kaio, and I think it has here the magnet Sedge. It has been pulling the heroes of the Rocka Esports from time to time. They need to somewhat have here a safe space from that Franco, because the Franco is really pulling them precisely, and that is what is destroying here the side of the Rocka Esports.
And for the Rocka, they need to have some advancement and go for that trades on the towers, and seeing the tower being taken away by Tetsuya against against the Gentle Giants Heavy, that is a good indicator for them to have some proper map spacing for their team. And for the Rocka, slowly but surely, they need to match the aggression and the siding pressure that the Gentle Giants FE providing against them. And seeing the switch lane that Moonfang and also Ira committed on that last note, we saw that the first tower onto the top and bottom lane is being taken away by Moonfang, which means you will see the early power spikes coming from those shurikens of that carry, and the quantum charge as well will be a big boost coming from Moonfang to initiate and going for that disengagement as well. And the Speedy Light Wheel and Phantom Step creating some headaches to those tanky heroes of Rocka. So they need to be cautious. They need to be worried as of now.
This is the scary thing. This is the scary part about the carry, because if ever that late game hero, supposedly late game hero, will just have its items on the early game, it would really be a huge headache here for the side of the Rocka Esports. And as we look into the items again, just at least 900 gold or 800 is lacking in order to have that Demon Hunter sword. Junpei still doesn't have a lot of sustainability, just having here the Sky Guardian helmet.
Yeah.
It will somewhat cancel out here the true damage. But the problem is the side of the GGFE doesn't have the true damage. They always rely for the DPS and also the proc capability here of the Deroth, in which that it would be dealt with a lot of proc and also the penetration rather that would be secured here when it comes to the itemization, already having the Heptasis and also the Hunter Strike, and it would be an easy shred here against the side of the Rocka Esports. The Lord is already alive. GGFA try to go and take it into their side. And Junpei tries to go in, but still, this is not a back off here for the side of the GGFE.
And when it comes to the positioning on our lure takedown, the Gentle Giants FE has the multiple manpower on their side. So when it comes to the zoning potential, Ira just providing that vision just to spat out multiple members against the Rocka. But speaking of the chase, coming from Taiga, he was able to cut off guard Moonfang, but the realm is being popped by our Claire, but the Astral Echo just to spat out the multiple members of Gentle Giants FE. Atsushi was able to deliver the goods.
And then again, another reset here on our Lord will happen as the side of the Rocka tries to go and counter it out for them to also get this objective. Tepe is on the front lane, Junpei as well, just poking out. It said, as they have here a lot of sustainability, they just need to take advantage of the 3 heavy meatballs onto the back lane for them to have a free hit on to Tetsuya. But will it happen though, as again another Lord Dance will happen here. Junpei not giving it off to the side here. The Gentle Giants having the Sky Guardian helmet. That would just be an easy regeneration on its life, just dancing it through. They are not still letting go of the Lord. They just want here to have the dance, the best dance, the last dance. And now Astral Echoes will be released here by Atsushi in order to spot down the members of the GGFE. But the Lord is still up though, and still waiting for someone to go for that commitment.
Patiently waiting for that offense, and that was a good onward and earth shatter coming from Taiga, and the penalty zone connected to the 2 members of Rocka Esports and Tetsuya is being caught off guard by Iragad because of that hammers coming from the execution strike, and the execution demolition team is up for grabs.
And now GGF is already online, having the Lord for their side. This would be the fastest Lord secure here for our game and number 1. Also for the middle lane, that will be taken out here by the side of the GGFE. 6-12 is already here standing, and we will have here another invade. Great reaction there on to the pick of the Deroth in order to help them somewhat leash out the heroes here of Rocka. But the purple buff would be taken here by the side of the GGFE. Another great invasion. They will just take advantage of it, and our lead is getting bigger each time that we will have here a casualty. And they might be able to end it on this first Lord as long as there would be again another free hit for Moonfang.
And the major problem for the Rocka Esports is they are lacking on those crowd control or the suppression capability on their team composition. They have the only onward earth shatter who can handle the multiple members against Gentle Giants FP. And for the GGFE, they have a lot of crowd controls, and especially those single target Iron Hook coming from Kaio will play a vital role on their offense, as their Astral Echo being popped by Atsushi, and the Astral Recall just hurting Claire on that last sequence. But the towers is fallen one by one by our Gentle Giants FE, and they are looking forward to have some redemption in this Lakambini Season 3.
Will this be the end here for our game number 1? As now, Rocka needs to have a defend on it. The towers is already falling here, and Inhibitors is the only one left. Ira is on the front lane, already having a set, but the pull will happen into the Fraggle with the Bloody Hat, and also the Abyssum Strike coming from Hyde. That will be 1 again being eliminated, make it 2 for them. As also the penalty zone will connect into the back lane, and free hit and Moonfang will be secured with the flicker, and again another pull from Claire, but it is already out here of the position. So Rocka still survives again, another fade, and I think Gentle Giants wants to end it right now.
Tougher defense on the side of our Rocka Esports as another base turret onto the middle lane is fallen down in the hands of our Gentle Giants FE, and you will feel the rabies coming from Moonfang, those fangs just inserting to the bodies of our Rocka Esports, and 15-6 kill scoreline. The Gentle Giants FE having some massacre against the Rocka Esports, and they are proving to us that we learned a lot on that Annihilation 4 and this Lakambini 3. We will display those prowess that we have, and also the experience that we learned on the last tournaments that we had. And for the Rocka Esports, for me, they need to settle down. They need to find the power spikes, and also the right positioning coming from Tetsuya and Tatsushi is a must for them, because those Astral Recall and Heavy Crossbows will be their only tool to punish the tanky heroes, and also the crowd control suppression capabilities coming from Kaio, and as well as those the shredding of those Netherrealm coming from Claire. So the idea for the Rocka Esports is to have some patient time when it comes to dealing or committing to the team fight, because they need to somewhat let the Gentle Giants FE go on that overextension. And when the Gentle Giants FE committed on that overextension or overcommitment to the team fight, go for the counter retaliation play.
But speaking of no overextend, Ira here is being caught by the members of the Rocka Esports. Let's see if will there be an escape, as also the recall will hit on them. The Immortality is still up though, but the heavy hammer swing is not enough for Ira in order to have it sustained. But also the flicker will be casted here with the Bloody Hot on its side. Tetsuya is down, but again another onward shatter, but the Netherrealm is still up here in order for the members of the GGFE to survive, with a flicker being casted by Moonfang. 2 will be eliminated, but the base is already here at a bad position. That will be the lock into Hyde. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the end, as 1 will try to go and push it through. GGFE will secure the game at number 1.
What a base rush coming from Hyde. Even though her name is Hyde, she can't hide on that last sequence, because she is eyeing for that crystal, and that's the game number 1 in favor of the Gentle Giants FE, and that's a shocker against the former Rocka Esports on that first runner-up Lakambini Season 2.
Eye on the prize, ladies and gentlemen. They did get that tower and Hyde. What a great mindset there. Instead of going for the kill, instead of going and maybe somewhat babying the Lord, they did just focus into the tower, and it is because of the tower push that was secured there, and also the early inhibitor annihilation that was being shown to us by the Gentle Giants FE, in which that they did have the easy push into the crystal. The crystal was already being exposed. Great move there coming from Hyde, not minding its team members having a fight, just focusing on the objective. Really eyes on the prize here was the mindset of the Gentle Giants FE, and that would be the ending of our game number 1. And one of the things that I would like to comment on that game was the reaction that they're doing. Having here the Derot was not a predicted pick, but it did really work well. Taking advantage of it in the early game, having the greatest Abyssum Strikes coming from this Derot, and just providing here a lot of space for Moonfang to have its items. Moonfang as well did try to somewhat go for that counter pressure, in which that she's not letting Tetsuya here have its items. So just locking into Tetsuya as well as the members of the Rocka Esports is the really greatest thing. The cast on the flicker as well is really too good here for the side of the Gentle Giants FE. Even Claire is not afraid to go for that commitment, using the flicker and also the Shadow Stampede in order to pull here the members of the of the Rocka Esports.
And one of the biggest problems that the Rocka Esports face on that game is they are lacking of those crowd control for the team of our Rocka Esports. Even though that they are too tanky when it comes to the team composition, they have the edit, they have the backshot, but they are lacking of those offensive strikes just to interrupt or have some knockups, have some stunts against the members of our GGFE. And the protection coming from Kayo was too vital for Moonfang, because the safe zone, the spacing that they provided for Moonfang was too massive, and the snowball potential coming from the carry was too great. And we feel the damage coming from that Speedy Light Blow and Phantom Step, which causing a massive and lethal damage against the bodies of our Rocka Esports on the game number 1. And heading to the game number 2, partner Kirks, for the team of our Rocka Esports, I think they need to balance it out, the team composition. If they want the aggressive type of team composition, they need to control the aggression and invasion to the jungle camp against the GGFP, because they have the tanky heroes in the early seasons of the game. And we saw on that game that the Gentle Giants FE is trading or having that soul on them, that we want that aggression to be taken away against the Rocka Esports. So we will go for that invasion, and the resiliency of Hyde and also Kayo on that early invasion from that Franco and Rairot was still great, because of that threatening factor on that Iron Hook for that first orange buff against the Junpei. That's a great buy time that the Franco created for the team of our Gentle Giants FE, for them to have a safe space for Moonfang to collect his items and have a great laning pace in the early stages of the game.
And also here, one of the most commendable things is the Iron Hook of Kayo. It somewhat has here the magnet. It was always controlled for the members of the Rocka Esports. It is because of the Iron Hook, in which that it did turn into a fishing game really for the Gentle Giants. After the pull that they're doing with the combo of the Bloody Hunt and also the confidence of this Franco, even earlier when the Rocka did try to go home, the flicker and the Bloody Hunt that was casted there by the Gentle Giants, the commitment that they did earlier was really too great. And even though that it somewhat has here somewhat a little bit of advantage if ever that you want to pull it, and also you don't have the vision, but the greatest setter would be the confidence here of Kayo as well as Ira. Even though that they're somewhat feeding into that game, they don't have here the greatest stats ever, but as long as they will provide the safe space for Moonfang as well as Hyde, it would be enough for that members. They already served their purpose. Like, they just want to sustain here. And, they also don't want the sustains from the other side to have its items. So they're just locking into it's either Tepe that was always being picked up, or Taiga. It is because of the connection of the Iron Hook. And after the cleanup that they're doing here for the game, they're just trying to go and convert it into a bigger objective, in which that they're trying to secure here the side lane. It's either Tetsuya will be picked up, or Tetsuya needs to back it off for the members of the Rocka Esports, because there would be no vision available for them side. So that would be a forced rotation that the Gentle Giants is trying to go for, and Rocka Esports is always reacting to it, in which that it did have them the greatest disadvantage. Yes, they do have here the 3 tanky heroes, which is Taiga, Tepe, and Junpei, but that sustainability heroes alone will not get you the win, because if ever that also here Moonfang will just have its items, then also a quick leash will happen into the side of the Rocka Esports.
And as I mentioned, the greatest things that the team of our Gentle Giants FE do on that game number 1 is the switching lane game. Because Moonfang, after he take down the first turret onto the bottom lane, he goes for the switch from bottom to top. So he was able, or she was able, to take down the first turret also onto the top lane, which means that this carry of Moonfang was too untouchable for the game number 1. And for the game number 2, heading for the Rocka Esports, they need to somewhat take care of Moonfang, on the team, because if they will allow Moonfang to have that spacing, that wide opening spacing for that gold laner, he will cause you a lot of headache in this series. And especially the momentum right now is belongs to the Gentle Giants FE, and for the Rocka Esports to somewhat stop the Ravage and Savage coming from our Gentle Giants FE. They need to stop Moonfang. They need to stop those protagonist characters or key players for the Gentle Giants FE, for them to have some regain on their team composure, and the team chemistry is a must also for the Rocka Esports, because we saw already that Taiga having a early problem on the laning piece. He is being pressured by our Gentle Giants FP, and for the game number 2, those adjustments is a massive one for them. They need to adjust, they need a total reset, and forget what happened on that game number 1.
They really need here to have the huge reset for the side of the Rocka, and also they need to change their composition. If ever that they want to somewhat utilize the 3 meatballs on their lineup, the 3 tank heroes, they need to adjust it with having at least a poke damage coming from the mage. Well, I think Novaria would work, but in terms of having the damage, it will really lack into that side. It is because of the Astral Recall. It is yes, it does have here a quick cooldown, but the problem is after the cooldown onto that skill, you need to wait for it again, and that you won't get that with any other Poke heroes. For example, here would be the Lilia. So Lilia would be too effective, and maybe they can try to go and use the Eve in order to slow down here the members of the Gentle Giants FE. There's really a lot. We also have here Farsa in order to deal a lot of damage with that Feathered Airstrike. So option is really a must here. They need to adjust on what they need in order to have here the win for the game number 2.
And big time adjustments is a must for the both teams for our game number 2. And Rocka Esports is on the verge of being eliminated in the early competition for the Lakambini Season 3. So is it a deja vu, partner Kirks, that the team of Rocka Esports will replicate what happened on our first series earlier, as the Ganador Valkyrie have a reverse whip against the Aboblalo? So that's a tougher task for them to able to somewhat pull off against the Gentle Giants FE, because Gentle Giants FE is a no joke team. They have the prowess, they have the experience, and also the learning experience that they are able to overcome the deficit that they are facing. But speaking of the deficit creator, that is the MVP for our game number 1, no other than Moonfang, having the 605 kills, that assists together with kills participation up 65%, with the itemization up Corrosion Sight, Tough Boots, Golden Staff, Demon Hunter Sword, Wind of Nature, and Rose Gold Reacher. He is going all out on those Trinity items that can deal a lot of attack speed and also penetration to that tanky heroes against the Rocka Esports. And Moonfang, those positioning, those collection of towers against the Rocka Esports is the main objective of her. So when it comes to the spacing, siding pressure, and shredding those frontliners against the Rocka Esports was too easy for her.
And also here, Moonfang was generating at least 1 item per 3 minutes. So on the first 3 minutes, it would get its Corrosion Sight, followed up here with on the 6-minute mark, it did have the Golden Staff, but also a fast item on the DHS, the Demon Hunter Sword.
Yeah.
In which that even that the Uranus here would not really feel comfortable if ever that he will try to go in. And that will be the fastest leash coming from that carry. That carry is a Shredder. So if ever that you face a Shredder, you need a burst damage here, or maybe a critical damage that would be like dealt instantly. For example, would be the Bruno, but unfortunately, this carry is really dominating also on that laning. So 605 really perfect standing here for Moonfang. Also, it might not be that active when it comes to the team fights, the kill participations, but Moonfang is really on to the pushing side. So Moonfang did help its teammates to get the towers to secure that inhibitor turrets. And as for, I think that was the 11-minute mark of the game, in which that they already secured all of the inhibitor turrets of the Rocka Azure. So really a fast item here for this carry. And I think if ever for the game number 2, they need to bat out the 0 in order for the side of the Rocka Azure not to have any headaches at all.
Rocka Esports needs to target this Moonfang for the game number 2, and especially Claire, because the protagonist heroes coming from our Gentle Giants FE creating a great advantage on their side. So the must-watch heroes for our Rocka Esports is Moonfang and Claire for the game number 2. And for the Rocka Esports, I think they need to have some adjustments or tweak on their lineup when it comes to the selection of those tank heroes, because if those tanky heroes is too redundant or not making some difference when it comes to the teamfight initiation or maybe a siding pressure, that will cause you a greater disadvantage on your side. So Rocka Esports needs to think wisely for the game number 2, heading to for our picking and banning stage for the game number 2. And for the Gentle Giants FE, they're looking forward to close it out. They need the revenge, and they are looking forward for that redemption and having the privilege to eliminate the first runner-up of the Lakambini Season 2 was a great self-confidence booster for the team of Gentle Giants.
Let's see here if will there be any counter clapback that will happen onto the side here of the Rocka. They need to secure this game number 2 in order to proceed into our game number 3. Game number 1 did end with a flashy movement coming from Hyde, but as for the game number 2, it needs to be secured here with the side of the Rocka. They need something. They need to somewhat get that that ace in our drafting. But speaking of the drafting phase, let's head on to the drafting phase of our game number 2 and witness what would be the plan here of our teams.
And for the both teams, the initial bans is too crucial for Gentle Giants FE and Rocka Esports. And the switching of positioning for the blue side, we have the Gentle Giants FE banning the Nolan. They don't want to have some interruption on Moonfang and Claire for this game, and as well as Hyde. So banning this Nolan, having the advantage to lessen those major problems that will rise or will rose for the game number 2. And Rocka Esports banning the Baksha. The sustainability coming from the 30 smooth sands and the mobility of the shield unity will too vital for the rotations and invasion to the jungle camp of Rocka Esports. So they don't want to allow the Gentle Giants FE to handle this faction. But speaking of those copied ultimates coming from that Valentina, Gentle Giants FE will prioritizing banning this Valentina.
Ban out the Valentina is a must in order for you to get a Faramis here for the side of the GGFE, and it might be a plan already being revealed, but also opening here the Matilda. Okay, so it would be banned out by the Rocka. So first pick, again, it might be the Faramis for the side of the GGFE. So it's either they will give away the Faramis in order to get something for a trade, or they will get here the Faramis and maybe just wait for the 2 heroes coming from the side of the Rocka. In which that they just need to pray that they don't have any counters. But the Angela also will be open. That will be the first pick for Kayo. And for this Angela first pick, they need to have a Shredder, or they need to have here a fast poking coming from the side of the GGFE in order to somewhat counter out the picking for the side of the Rocka. As I think they will also have here the Earthel. And also they might try to go and pick for the Trizla. So Earthel and Trizla would be the viable picks, but they will go first for the hero that was picked earlier by Gentle Giants FE. They will get here the Faramis, and also it would be followed up by the Trizla. So sustainability and also prolonged team fight will be the choice of the Rocka. And as for the reply here on the GGFE, they may even get the Earthel of Moonfang in order to provide the fast broom plays with Earthel. And also we will have here the Minotaur. So I think they will try to go and use it as a pause for here on this Angela.
And the idea of Gentle Giants FE is they want to somewhat proc or the early usage of Sushi's Netherrealm. And with the Minoan Fury and the AoE effect coming from the heavy crossbows, that's a great possession for them to handle against the Rocka Esports sustainability. But speaking of the crowd control, the team of Rocka Esports settling for the DG, so they want to somewhat stop the crowd control that being provided by the Gentle Giants FE, especially having the Minoan Fury coming from the Minotaur was too deadly against the members of Rocka Esports. In selecting the DG, you are adding information with the auto alarm bombs. You can place it on the deadly brushes and go for that advancement. So the members of our Gentle Giants FE is being poked, at the same time being spot out by the members of our Rocka Esports. And the time's journey, the right timing and utilization of the time's journey is a vital role of the Stigi for this game.
And as for the ban now, Sedge, Benedetta will be cancelled out here by the side of the Rocka. And Gentle Giants FE needs to go and also ban out the marksman. So Brody will be banned out here for the GGFE. And fourth pick, I think they need to secure now the potential of the core that they can get. So maybe the Martis would work against the side here of the GGFE, since they need something in order to avoid the potential CC here coming from Clear, and as well as Kayo on its puppet on the string. So Martis would really work, but they will try to go for the Ixia first. Ixia is really a must also here for the side of the Rocka. As long as they will secure this Ixia, then that won't be any problem for them.
And selecting the Ixia, you are having the backline access against the members of our Gentle Giants FE. Because of that pizza shape full barrage that can penetrate against the members of our Gentle Giants FE. And for the last two selection, the signature pick coming from the hands of Handa. So we saw this hands of pick that Gentle Giants FE on the Annihilation 4, and with the Demon Fist, and also the with the Demon Fist, and also that the ultimates coming from that hand, so he can easily shred down the Digi and also the Tetsuya's Ixia for this game. And also those spikes coming from the hand, so it can easily melt down the Netherrealm, or to force that time's journey of Taiga in this game. And having the Khalid on your side, the Raging Sandstorm was too great for you to have some initiation prowess to force the Digi to use that time's journey. And the Lancelot will be the last selection for our Rocka Esports.
And now, this would be the finishing of our drafting, having the Hanzo here for the side of the GGFE. This would be a really great turnaround. But before we start our game, I would like to thank here Beer Factory Philippines, Di Larong Pabansa, Esports Academy of Asia Pacific, Eagle Solar Light, Oasis Bar and Grill, Asia League, ZM Boutique. Thank you for sponsoring our event. But again, another debut here will be shown to us by the side of the GGFE, having the Tanzo. But also, as for the other team, they did have a great composition. They have here the sustainability that would be secured because of the Faramis. And also, one of the greatest things there is they have an extra sustainability that they can get with Tepe and its Turisla. DK as well is present. So if ever there would be a set coming from Clear, they would be able to have a disengage. But welcome to the Land of Dawn. This would be the game number 2 of Gentle Giants FE versus Rocka Esports.
Gentle Giants FE looking forward to eliminate the former first runner-up of Lakambini Season 2, the Rocka Esports. And for the Rocka, this is a tougher task to do, but they have what it takes to reach the grand finals on that last season. And this time, having a deficit of 1 game against the team of our Gentle Giants FE, they need to reclaim themselves. And for them to be able to capture the game number 2, consistency and also the interruption on Moonfang will be vital for this one.
They really need here to be consistent on their performance for our teams. But as of the top lane, Tepe again receiving the damage coming from the love waves of the Angela. Flicker will be casted because Ira still has the damage coming from its blades. And another disengage will happen, but as of the lead right now and also the control over the map, that will be taken here on the side of the GGFE. This Lancelot will work if ever that they will just have here the perfect connection on its puncture. But on to the early game, they need to be passive here for the side of the Rocka. They need to respect first the potential capability that can be dealt, and as long as there is no level 4 yet for this Digi, then the GGFE can also harass the other side.
Yeah, partner Kirk's clear having that early pokes coming from the lob waves which create a massive slow effect and HP regeneration for his teammate, and also selecting the focusing more core talent, which the Angela of Claire will help his teammate to add some damage for her nearby teammates, and the knockup coming from that Kayo and those thorns connecting to the faces of our Rocka Esports, and Tetsuya is falling down, and the Taiga is the next casualty from Hyde, and you can't hide for me.
Easy. Pinnacle Ninja coming from Hyde there. Getting 2 kills here for the side of the GGFE. Meanwhile, the turtle is already alive, but I think they won't try to go for it here and to the side of the GGFE because that is still too far. But if ever there will be a reach here, that is the Pinnacle Ninja of that Hanzo.
Yeah.
But there we have it. It will be secured again by Junpei as for our first turtle of the game as they just resume onto getting its objective. Gentle Giants still has the lead with the 1K, but Rocka now is trying to go and climb back into the ladders, in which that they did get the turtle already, and the next plan would be to get a push onto the towers.
And speaking of the fast clear on the jungle objectives, Hyde has the upper advantage against the Lancelot because of that Demon Feast, the stackable basic attacks. And if you reach that full stacks, you will easily capture those neutral objectives and go for that invasion mechanic against Rocka Esports. And speaking of that Shadow Stampede connected to the face of Kaya Minow and Fury with the Heart Guard, he was able to save his teammate coming from Claire, and Hyde going for that Pinnacle Ninja with the Thorns coming from that Hansel. That was too deadly, and the Ducati Moonfang was reaching the backline of our Rocka Esports, but she is going for that overextension, and the Lancet with the signature play coming from Junpei. He was able to capture multiple members against the Gentle Giuseppe, but the quick Sun Guard and also the Desert Tornadoes of Ira will hurt the members of our Rocka Esports.
Super Tornado here coming from Ira, and that will annihilate the members here of the Rocka Esports. But also, the clash is still ongoing as they will try to go for the Heart Guard. And on the back lane, Love Puppet String rather. But still, they're alive, and Kaya here needs to have it escapes with the stumps coming from the Minotaur. 3-1 is already standing still in favor here of the GGFE. But the great thing there was the top lane. They did almost get a kill on to Moonfang. No, they didn't get a kill on to Moonfang, but still, it is because here of the tower push that they're doing here on the side of the GGFE, in which that the lead was being secured. As Sushi already has the Clock of Destiny, that will be additional damage here for its teammates into the side of the Rock Azure, and also expecting here the potential pull that will always cancel out Ira. Ira needs to have its reset.
And total reset is being implied by our both teams as another total objective is up for grabs for our game number 2, and Kayo just spotting out the members of the Rocka Esports, but the pull being committed by our Atsushi just to have some pressure against the Carabao of Kayo, and Iragod with the help of that Desert Tornado just trying to pull this turtle objective, and for Junpei having that puncture in, puncture out, going for that spot of the penalty zone connected to the members of our Gentle Giants FE and the Retribution battle. Junpei was able to cut that turtle objective and the full barrage and the dual beam connecting to the members of the Gentle Giants FE. And where are you going, Claire? You will be punishable in this time. And the Ghost Bursters together with the Shadow Stampede with the help of the Turn Rose and dual beam coming from Tetsuya will take away the life of Claire.
But Taiga here is already in a bad predicament. Hyde is still trying to go for a chase. Just one stack needed, and that is it. The killing spree from Hyde will be secured. But as for our side lanes here, it will be secured by our teams. Gentle Giants and Rocka will have a trade, but the turtle there was another conversation here for our teams because it was secured by Junpei. And also, what a great set there coming from Teppei, canceling out the potential spikes coming from the Tanzo. So, Rocka now needs to really fight it off for our game number 3 for them to have again another tournament live, but another reverse time will be used here with a penalty zone coming from Tepe. Unfortunately, there will be a free hit damage from Moonfang and Hyde going into the back lane again, waiting for the perfect pop on that spike, but still, they have that time's journey for Taiga, in which that Gentle Giants will just have its disengage.
For now, calmness in the storm is being provided by Gentle Giants FE and also Rocka Esports. And when it comes to the goal difference, 600 gold lead in the hands of our Gentle Giants FE. So for the Rocka, they trying to somewhat hit the strides for them to be able to capture or have the advantage against the members of Gentle Giants FE. But Moonfang securing those neutral objectives and the laning piece will create this Ducati having his Nitro and those heavy crossbows and First of the Queen will create a little damage against the members of Rocka Esports, and the rotations coming from Atsushi will too vital because the right proc or the right usage of that NetherRealm and also Taiga's Time's Journey will be a great offense for them to be able to shut down those crowd control that the Gentle Giants FE will serving against them. But we're seeing another tower taken down by the members of our Gentle Giants FE, and that is Moonfang, who will be the destructor on the turret.
In the as for Junpei, just focusing on getting its objective, but Hyde will arrive, and let's see if we will get here the last retry that will still go here into the hands of the Rocka Esports, as Gentle Giants didn't have its teammates over there. Tepe just trying to go and clear the waves for them, and I think Rocka here is trying to somewhat climb up again into our standings. Earlier, that was them losing the clashes, but now they're trying to go and evolve as the game passes through, and they just need to wait here for the full potential coming from Taiga. If ever the Taiga will just have the damage, we'll just have here the a lot of shields coming from the Time's Journey of the Digging, then that will really solve here the problem coming from the side of the Rocka Esports. But again, Hyde on the Pinnacle Ninja just trying to go and hunt down for the back lane with its spikes. Still, that will be stopped here by the side of the Rocka Esports.
And that's the strength of the Hansa, because you are able to somewhat reach the backline against the members of our Rocka Esports, and Taiga and Tetsuya needs to be careful because those spikes creating headaches against the Rocka Esports, and Tetsuya needs to be protected all the time for her to be able to capture or to have some itemization on his pocket. And speaking of the items, Corrosion Sight will be on the Iksha right now, and seeing the Hasko and Berserker's Fury coming from Moonfang, you will feel those heavy arrows or heavy crossbows being popped against the faces of the Rocka Esports. But Taiga providing that vision with the help of that auto-alarm bomb. That's a safe zone that they need to capitalize on.
This is a great pocket pick here coming from the side of the Gentle Giants FE, but Rocka has that sustainability. They also have a disengage coming from Taiga, and that won't be any problem for them if ever there will be again another clash. But as for Junpei here, spotting into the members of the GGFE, just trying to go for the pierce through. Unfortunately, there will be again another blades coming from Ira with a pull into its side. It needs to use here the Sand Guard. There we have it. There will be a prayer coming from the heroes. The Heart Guard will always be prepared for the final timing. But I think again another disengage here will happen for our teams.
And for the both teams, they are taking in careful movements for our time being. And 400 gold lead is in the hands of Gentle Giants FE, heading to the 9.5-minute mark of the game. And we're seeing the respect, the discipline of the both teams being displayed for the game number 2. And Ayla going for that initiation prowess coming from that Desert Tornado slashes of that Khalid. And for the Rocka, the main objective right now is the skill layering and also the spot out, the smart targeting against the members of our Gentle Giants FE. They need to catch Moonfang and also chase a clear for them to be able to have some penetration and have a upper hand for the game number 2. And for the Gentle Giants FE, Kayo, they need to first the Time's Journey of Taiga for them to connect those Minoan Fury. And the main idea is Hyde needs to somewhat target Taiga first for Taiga to force to use that Time's Journey.
The good thing here that is happening, Sedge, is the Rocka Esports is always having the threat tray onto Junpei. So Junpei was the one that was always securing here the objective. But again, Taiga here will be hunted down by Arrow with a Heart Guard coming from the Angela. And also there will be a counter clap pull, but look at the Sandstorm connecting again into the back lane. Arrow is quite low with the Pinnacle Ninja again being casted here. Kayo on into that Minoan's Fury, but no one from the side of the Rocka will be hit by it. And again, Irish tries to go in. A lot of damage here will be dealt though by that X, and they need to back it off as Moonfang will be picked off by the side of the Rocka Esports, and now the Lord is already open here for the Rocka, and they want to take it into their side.
That's a great connected penalty zone provided by Tepe against Moonfang, and he was able to cut off guard the main supplier of damage coming from the team of our gentle Jansepi, but the spikes connecting to the faces of our Rocka as Tetsuya going to the hands of our Ira with the Desert Tornado Batman. When it comes to the manpower, Rocka Esports has the great positioning on our turtle Lord objective, and let's see who will be the Lord Takers for this game aside. Looking forward to contest that Lord Takedown, and Junpei with the Phantom Execution going for the destruction play. Who will be the Lord Takers?
Now, they don't have the retry yet. That will be again secured here by Junpei as Moonfang will arrive with a several crossbows dealing into Tepe. Tepe is already down, and now Junpei needs to back it off, stepping into that Cyclone Eye. The Lord was already being secured here by the side of the Rocka Esports, and now Gentle Giants FE might be able to have here the push into the mid lane. But as for the trade here, it will be again another objective as for Tetsuya will be hunted down by Haido with a minimum sphere being stopped here by Kaio, and also Moonfang will secure again another kill as also another puppet on the string will hit into Junpei. As the trade for the Lord, that will be 2 casualties for the side of the Rocka Esports.
Broom, 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 partner. Moonfang using that Tokati to hurt multiple members against the Rocka Esports, and Hyde just looking forward to chase the backline access or the backline damage dealers coming from our Rocka Esports as another spikes turn the faces of our Rocka Esports, and seeing this lead Gentle Giants FE, even though that they lost the Lord objective, but they are managing to take away the first year turret onto the middle lane against the members of our Rocka Esports, and Kaio with the spot out potential. He is being the decoy, being the pseudo tank against the team of our Rocka Esports. And for the Gentle Giants FE, they need to spot out most probably at Sushi. They need to proc those Nether Realm for them to be able to somewhat lessen the sustainability and the prolonged team fights that the Rocka Esports has.
They really need to take advantage here of that Minotaur. Minotaur really needs to go on the front lane area as well. Needs to take off a lot of damage here for its team members to have a free hit. But again, Atsushi and overextend. Also using its Shadow Stampede in order to pull for Kaio. But Hyde is just trying to go and hunt down the members here of the Rocka Esports with its Pinnacle Ninja. But they will have again another disengage. The tower control is in the GGFE. But as for the retry, it was always going down into the hands here of the Rocka Esports. Always a connection was there in the zone out that they're doing, in which that Hyde and as well as its team members cannot get it easily. And also here, if ever the Hyde will go in, there will always be the connection of the puncture that is available for that Lancelot, in which that it would somewhat here give an open space for the side of the Rocka to have that kill.
Positioning is the key to victory for the both teams, because if they will try to somewhat catch multiple members against their opponent, that's a good opener for them to have some push through and able to secure multiple tower takedowns against each other. But seeing the pressure onto the jungle side, Hyde just looking forward to force the retribution against Junpei's Lancelot, and heading to the 22 seconds respawn timers of our Lord objective. Who will take this Lord? And this Lord is a crucial one, because Evolve Lord 2 will add some tankiness, and also that catapult will be big in this one. But Hyde, those damage coming from the dual beam of Tetsuya is creating headaches against the members of our Gentle Giants FE. And this is a battle of sets, partner Kirks. If the team of Gentle Giants FE able to burst or to somewhat force the ultimates coming from the Rocka Esports, that's a good indicator for them to have a good setup place.
They don't have that Nether Realm yet for the side here of the Rocka, and they need to back it off as again another full barrage will be released here by Tetsuya, unfortunately. And this Ira God is just on the front lane, waving its blades off against the members from the other side. There will be a minimal stop, but Junpei needs to secure this Lord for this side in order to have the clapback. Kaio receiving a lot of damage, but the Minowan's Fury, Minowan's Roar as well is there available. And that is Kaio again living another life. It won't still turn into yokai, it won't still turn into a ghost. And as for the standing now, 8-5 is being secured by the Gentle Giants with a 3k lead that is not yet that big, but it would help them in terms of the itemization, the +2 on the items, and also last item now will be the waiting here for Moonfang. They just need that last item in order to secure our game. But the Lord is already up. Let's see if will this be the finish of blow that the GGFE will deal against the side of the Rocka, or will the Rocka still be able to have its perfect defense?
On that last sequence, partner Kirks, the double kick connection, Kayo and Claire able to zone out the members of Rocka Esports. So the Rocka Esports has no chance to contest on that Lord objective. But speaking of the quick shred down on that Lord, Evolve Lord, that is a quick shred coming from Tetsuya, and they are trying to chase one by one the members of the Gentle Giants FE as the GGFE looking forward to upset the first runner-up of the Lakambini Season 2 aside, looking forward to chase and to hurt Tetsuya in this base defense coming from Rocka Esports. And for the Gentle Giants FE, they are trying to somewhat create punishment and creating those team fertilization against the Rocka, but the defense itself, that was too tight, and the Shadow Stampede connecting to the face of Kayo and Atsushi was managed to take away the setter coming from Kayo's Miltor, and Gentle Giants FE needs to eradicate, needs to back away.
Why did they go for that overextend? They still need here to respect the damage and the pull of Atsushi and as well as Taiga, because that sets can really cancel them off. But the flicker now will be cancelled by Atsushi in order to escape. But as for Taiga being hunted down again with the Sandstorm coming from Ire, a free hit as well will happen onto Moonfang as they will try to go and march through onto our front lane. Another one with the penalty zone, but also the connection here of Tetsuya will be built with the full barrage. But still, the GGFE will live it through, and they need to wait for again another objective. Also here, the great sign for the side of the GGFE is Rocka doesn't have its skills yet, so they can take advantage of it. They can maybe have a push into the towers.
And for the Rocka Esports to climb back in this game, they need to endure and wait those single errors that the Gentle Giants FE committing on this game. And for the GGFE, they need to be cautious, they need to be aware, and they need to assess the situation right now because they have the upper hand, but at the same time, they need to respect the damage output, the buff factor that Taiga will provide for the team of our Rocka Esports. And another successful defense for the Rocka Esports as they will try to climb back in this game. But the Gentle Giants FE looking forward to position themselves well on the another Lord objective on their hands.
And for this Lord, this might be the settling Lord here for our teams. This is already the Lord level 3 Sedge, and this Lord can have you a lot of the sustainability, in which that it would be taken advantage here by our teams. But again, another hard sand guard will be used here by Ira. But as for the backlane, that will be the target again onto Hyde in order to somewhat proc here the time's journey of this D. But they're still just fighting it through, just dealing here a lot of manual punches for our teams, just waiting for the perfect timing on and to that Lord. Kaya is already being seen, a damage from Atsushi, and also a pull coming from that reverse time of that Diggy. And this is going to be the long cha-cha dance here for our teams.
And Hydra running for his life right now as Taiga is the main target coming from that Diggy, and the HP bars of Taiga is falling low against the members of our Rocka Esports. But meanwhile, we're seeing Kaya pressuring the members of our Rocka Esports, and they are trying to hunt one by one the Rocka as the Gentle Giants FE looking forward to somewhat have a full control on that Lord pit.
And for this Lord, this is going to be a really tough Lord here for our teams. Ira again zoning out here, Junpei. And I think this might be the ending Lord here because they're already into the Lord pit. And maybe this Lord will settle here the grudges of our teams. They just need to somewhat execute it carefully, especially Hyde. Hyde needs to have a precision on its strategy because Junpei is always getting it. But again, a pull here will happen into the side of the Rocka. They want it for themselves. And the Sushi will just try to go and zone out here the members of the GGFE. Moonfang, look at the damage coming from that poison arrows. It is really hurting now the side of the Rocka Esports.
And here we go, another initiation prowess coming from Hyde as he will try to chase Tetsuya, but the dual beam will replenish his life. And Kaido with the setup coming from the Minoan Fury, and Iragad with the Raging Sandstorm. Where are you going? But the Ducati, broom, 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 Moonfang with those rags. Where are you going? Those deadly arrows polishing the members one by one of the Rocka Esports, and the upset is real as two members, and Tepe will be the next one.
And another pull here will happen into Atsushi, but
Oh,
there are
no!
two left here as another damage heal will be dealt by the side of the GGFE. 2-0 will be secured, the first sweep for this tournament for the side of the GGFE. What a great play. And that pocket pick. That pocket pick was really the third around point there. The Hanzo was the opening that the GGFE is waiting.
And what a game coming from the Gentle Giants FE. They are able to manage to handle the first runner-up of the Lakambini Season 2, and they show the way, the pathway for the elimination rounds. And Rocka Esports, they are being shocked. They are being eliminated by the Gentle Giants FE, and the crucial team composition that the Gentle Giants FE provided against the Rocka was too good. That Hanzo pick and also Khalid pick, creating wonders on the last sequence on the middle lane. The rush coming from that Raging Sandstorm together with Kai's Flicker and Binawan's Fury, they are able to somewhat proc the time's journey and those scattered moments of the Rocka Esports. The Gentle Giants FE capitalized on that. They connected those desert tornadoes, and meanwhile those are all happening. Moonfang and also Clear providing that broom broom connection with the Nitro coming from the Heart Guard of Angela, and those sprint and heavy crossbows of that Irritable Moonfang was too lethal, and those poisonous arrows creating body ache and headache against the members of our Rocka Esports. And the Rocka Esports, our former first runner-up for the Lakambini Season 2 is having an early exit on the Lakambini Season 3.
Evolution of human. That would be the only answer here, Sedge. GTFE did do its best as well with the pocket pick that they did have.
Yeah.
Having the Hanzo, you cannot go for the deal on to the early takes on to the Lord. But the thing that you just need to do is pop Atsushi and as well as the DG Audits SS. And after popping it, you can easily somewhat go for a go sign onto your members. So there will always be a set coming from them, and Iron God as well was really doing a good thing there, in which that she is just trying to go and provide a Moonfang with a lot of space, even though that Iron God is also having a difficulty with its position, also sacrificing the Heart Guard of the Angela, because the Angela will always try to go for a Moonfang. And that open space that Ira here is providing into the members of the GGFE is what did really give them the light in order to win this game. And as for the early game, Hyde was being too aggressive, just trying to go and pick up here. And even though that Hyde won't get any kill, as long as there will be a baiting mechanism coming from Hyde because of the Pinnacle Ninja, then that would be the go sign here for the side of the GGFE to enter a clash.
At balik na tayo sa ating karakter, partner Kirks, at napagbigyan na natin ang dapat pagbigyan. Yan. So maraming salamat syempre sa mga nakasama natin doon. Napakatindi na naging bakbakan natin for the first series and second series, and for the series, partner Kirks, and naging matindi ang reverse sweep ng Ganador Valkyrie kontra syempre sa Above the Law. And for the second series, the upset is real. Grabe yung pinakita ng Gentle Giants FE against the Rocka Esports, and kitang-kita kasi experience. Kumbaga napakatindi na naging experience ng Gentle Giants FE sa mga past tournaments na pinanggalingan din nila. And also those player switches or player adjustments, nagkaroon kasi ng mga tao na talaga nagkaroon ng palitan. Hindi na kasi yung dating Rocka Esports to na nakita ko, honestly. So sa akin, yun nga, may mga naging mainstay doon, but at the same time, ayun nga, nag-iiba yung meta, nag-iiba yung kalakasan ng player natin. And for the Gentle Giants FE, familiarity, team chemistry is the one that brings the best in them. And speaking of the best, talagang naging best yung performance talaga ng kanilang koponan, especially Moonfang in this series. Napakatindi ng kanyang ginawang pinsala kontra sa Rocka Esports. Those heavy crossbows naging naging gulpi de gulat, kumbaga bumabaon yung yung mga arrows coming from the ultimate of the Irritable. And ito yung pinakamatindi doon, partner Kirks. Meron ka ng quantum charge na nabibigyan ka ng 40% movement speed, meron ka pang sprint, syempre, long lasting speed. Samahan mo pa ng heart guard, tapos pag nagla-lab waves ka, may HP regeneration ka, may slow effect ka sa kalaban mo, tapos meron ka pang additional movement speed for additional certain period of time. So, grabe yung bilis ng ni Moonfang dito. Kumbaga, naka-investigate, kumbaga full customize yung motor, yung Ducati ng isang Moonfang sa larong iyan, especially on the game number 2. And the transitioning in the offense and defense, the push and pull offense ng isang Hyde. Kumbaga, pinipuwersa niya lang nasaktan si Taiga and ang isang Iksha ni Tetsuya. Then at the same time, pagka nagawa niya na yung trabaho niya kahit hindi niya mapatay, syempre, clean up job na ang mangyayari kay Lakayo and also Claire and Moonfang.
Grabe talaga dito si Hyde. Hyde talaga yung bida, Sedge. Si Hyde yung nagpo-provide ng madaming play para sa kanila. So, yun talaga yung kasabihan na kailangan mong saktan para matuto dito yung ating mga kupunan.
Yeah.
So, Sedge, kailangan mo talagang saktan para magka-jowa ka. Pero yun nga, guys,
Ay,
ang ganda talaga ng ating game number 2. Hindi natin inaasahan, hindi pa rin kami nakaka-recover. Hindi pa kami nakaka-recover talaga. Like, the game itself is too good.
Yeah.
And also, the English was very bad. Yun. Medyo naubos talaga yung aming IQ doon. Pero good game pa rin sa ating dalawang teams kasi nakita natin kung ano ba talaga yung top performance dito ng GGFE. And the performance na pinakita nila onto that Annihilation iba sa pinakita nila ngayon sa GGFE. So makikita pa natin ulit yung ating mga taga-GGFE para sa mga susunod pa natin na serye at sa mga susunod pa natin na games sa ating Lakambini Season 3.
At out of 27 teams, as of now, Partner Kirks, 25 teams na lang ang nalalabi sa ating Lakambini Season 3. And tignan natin kung sino nga ba ang mga kupunan pa na malalagas at sino pa ba yung mga kupunan natin na naglalakas sa mga Lakambini ang aabante pa para sa ating mga next rounds. And speaking of the advancement, the Ganador Valkyrie advancing to the next round, and as well as our Gentle Giants FE na talagang nagpakita ng upset is real against the former first runner-up ng ating Lakambini Season 2. Napakaganda ng mga naging serye natin ngayong araw. And expect the unexpected. Ito yung nakakagulat kada season ng Lakambini. And ako dati, nanonood lang ako ng Lakambini Season 2. But at the same time, expect the unexpected. Talagang talagang yan, nakakapag-cast na ako sa nakakatuwa na this time, pinangarap ko ng dati na makapag-cast ng Lakambini. But this time, nandito na tayo, talagang umiingay na tayo. Kumbaga, nag-iingay na tayo dito sa ating PNEL, sa Philippine National Esports League. At naisan din naman natin pasalamatan, syempre, ang ating butihing commissioner na si Attorney Ron Renta na hindi posible itong ganitong klaseng torneo kundi dahil sa sakripisyo, sa pagmamahal niya sa esports. At pasalamatan din natin yung mga tao sa ating studio, sa PNEL Studio. Shoutouts kay Direct Boods na napakatindi ng mga shot call. Yan, ano ba yan? Nagagaya ako sa'yo. Bisaya ka kasi pre. Ayan, nagagaya ako. Pero, ayan.
Legendary ako!
Legendary, yan. Legendary
to.
Pero nagagaya ako kasi syempre kapag nakakasama mo talaga na matagal yung tao, parang na-adapt mo yung mga the way he talks, the way he speak. So parang nagiging Bisaya din ako. Ayan.
Ako malakas talaga yung loob ko kasi hindi ka magkakajowa ngayong taon.
Ay, grabe.
Okay lang yan. Pero shoutout nga sa lahat ng tao sa studio. Shoutout sa lahat ng tao sa studio. Eto, hindi din namin inaasahan na makakaspa kami sa Lakambini Season 3, especially kay Sedge kasi si Sedge talaga ay mag-iisip sana ng casting, guys, kasi magpo-focus na siya sa kanyang bagong event which is bodybuilding, pero yun nga din siya pinalad, bumalik na naman siya sa casting. But anyways, big up sa lahat ng mga tao, and also big shoutout din sa ating mga bossing, kay Boss Ice, belated happy birthday yan. And also kay Commissioner, nag-birthday din si Commissioner, so magkasunod silang dalawa.
Ay, grabe.
So happy birthday din kay Comi. Syempre sa akin, pre, happy birthday din sa
Happy birthday din.
Pero eto na, kay MVP, ang masaya sa lahat ng masaya. Yung MVP natin para sa araw na to, syempre wala nang iba. Si Sapi man, si Hanzo man. That would be high, resigning of 503 using the Sanzo and 70% kill participation. Napakaganda na ginawa niya doon. just baiting out the members here of the Rocka Esports, the play na ginagawa dito ng isang hide and providing here a lot of damage in order to somewhat burst down here the potential na pwedeng gamitin na mga types journey and also the nether realm na pwedeng ipop ng ating mga taga-Rocka Esports. So really a great play here coming from this Hanzo, even though that it would be somewhat an orthodox hero, but as long as you would have the hero mastery in which na ito yung pinupull palagi ng ating mga taga-GGFE on that annihilation. So ngayon nakita na natin, grabe talaga, OP na OP pa rin yung Hanzo. Hindi mo kailangan na pumasok dito sa mga base. Kailangan mo lang talagang lumabas ka agad sa katawan, magpa-bait. After that, pwede nang pumasok yung mga membro, pwede na mag-clear off, at yun ang ginawa dito. And the Holy Trinity item, which is Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff, and also Demon Hunter Sword. So, even though that medyo tanky yung mga members ng ating mga taga-Rocka Azure, the itemization of this Hanzo was really too good and too massive. And that's why na their sustainability would just be cancelled out by the items, and also there will be a lot of slow coming from the corrosion side. So mapipilitan talaga dito yung isang digi na gamitin yung kanyang Times Journey.
And seeing the core talent na meron ng isang hide, so expect mo na talagang brutal yung damage niya when it comes to that basic attacks of that Pinnacle Ninja. And the Weapon Master to. Weapon Master second tier core talent, and also the core talent na weakness finder. So talagang all-out damage ang gustong ipakita ng isang hide for this game. And with the additional 15% doon sa damage na may ibibigay kada item, napakataas yan, partner Kirks. You can easily melt down or shred down kahit gaano pa kakunat o gaano pa ka-squishy yung kalaban mo. Kumbaga, mahapde kada palo ng ng espada ng isang ninja, the deadly ninja, the Abeno Valkyrie ng isang hide for this game. And for the GGFE, nakakatuwang isipin din na talagang nagbunga din yung kanilang naging sakripisyo ng Annihilation 4. Even though na hindi sila nanalo, kamuntikan silang manalo kahit isang series doon sa ating Annihilation 4. But at the same time, those learning experience napakabigat. And for me, I'm expecting na yung mga sumali din ng iba't ibang tournaments just like the other leagues, madaan nila yung mga experience, o kumbaga mag-gain nila yung confidence, yung consistency when it comes to the gameplay. So ayun na, naka-picture taking na ayun ay grabe naman yan. Pero belated happy birthday kay partner Kirks, at maraming salamat syempre sa mga nakasama natin ngayong araw, and one heck of a ride for our season opener for the Lakambini Season 3, at pasalamatan din natin ang ating mga sponsors.
Yun, big shoutout nga pala sa Beer Factory Philippines, di larong pambansa, Esports Academy of Asia Pacific, Eagle Solar Light, Oasis Bar and Grill. We also have here Asia League and ZM Boutique. Thank you for supporting our event, and also thank you sa lahat ng ating mga nakasama for today. Kay James, kay Boss Job, si Boss Job TCQD Forever, nandiyan din si Boss Boods, si Boss Ice, and nandiyan din si Boss Jet. Siyempre, dapat din natin niyang kalimutan.
Boss
kasi
Jean,
medyo delikado yung kalimutan, guys. Si Boss Jean, nandiyan din si Boss Rock, and sino pa nga ba yung mga hindi natin naisip? Yun, shoutout nga pala sa TV, sa mga studio, miss ko na kayo. Yun, and si Attorney pala sa Law Office. Yung mga Dabarkads! Yun, mga Dabarkads! Shoutout nga pala sa lahat ng Dabarkads natin dyan sa Law Office. Bayanihan na! Pero happy birthday din! Belated happy birthday kay Madam Maricel. Namimiss ka na namin, Madam. Sana magkita tayo soon. Madam Cel, yon. See you soon there sa Manila pag napagbigyan tayo ng chance na lumipad ulit. Yun.
Ayun. Kaso nga lang, mas maganda, bumiyahe ka muna. And right now, syempre, nais din namin pasalamatan ang lahat ng tumutok sa ating Lakambini Season 3. And our games is monitored and supervised by the Gameset Amusement Boards. And ang ating prize pool, grabe, partner Kirks, for the Lakambini Season 3, we have 100,000 prize pool. And who will be the grand champion sa ating Lakambini Season 3?
Huwag niyong kalimutan din na itong laro natin ay nakatutok yung Games and Amusement Board. Kaya fair na fair talaga.
Tama.
Ito, especially sa rules na ini-implement natin. And that is it. The ending para sa ating day number 1. We still have here a lot of games to go para sa ating elimination round, single elimination, and that will be on a Friday and Saturday. And guys, mukhang ito na. Kirks and Sedge signing out. Peace, power. Let's see you on the next adventure. Bye-bye.
There's no life. You will be first to fight, but on which side? On which side? It shines way too bright, and you really want to dive. You don't have to go and lie. There is just the wizard's lies. I'm not a sacrifice. I'm not a sacrifice. I'm to create.